Under a quiet moon, Novice remembers the 3 rules that were drilled into him, starting with a suspiciously cheerful instructor welcoming every vampire student to their first lesson, and warning that today's obvious material is something every one of them must learn, because Rule 1 orders them to protect innocent people, however ugly the mission gets, while Rule 2 demands honor and integrity before the instructor volunteers Novice for demonstration duty. With Rule 3 preaching humble, selfless service and placing everyone else's needs before his own, the chosen student steps forward with his tiny winged familiar, already looking deeply unimpressed, wondering why he keeps accepting these terrible ideas as the teacher prepares the practical, only to learn that he must demonstrate the most efficient method for drinking blood, using a bound, injured captive placed before the class like some deeply cursed training prop. And the glowing eyes around him confirm every other vampire is extremely interested, leaving him to wonder how his life took this bizarre, blood-soaked detour so suddenly. 6 months earlier, he was still an adventurer, nowhere near this vampire academy nightmare, when a large bandit crew ambushed traveling merchants and turned the road into chaos, capturing the civilians at swordpoint while their attackers confidently closed every route of escape. Saving everyone looked impossible, but one white-haired adventurer had apparently skipped that memo, so he sized up the overwhelming numbers, drew his sword, and committed to the rescue, while the tiny familiar surged beside him, hyping the reckless charge with pure mascot energy, then activated Accelerate, wrapping both partners together in a bright blue system aura, and launching the swordsman straight through the bandit line before anyone could react in time. The eye-patch boss can barely process such monstrous strength and speed tearing through his crew, as blue charge slashes drop bandits so quickly that their formation collapses before his eyes, and the remaining attackers get launched skyward by a final burst of overwhelming force, badly wounded but still conscious. Their scarred leader clutches his chest and refuses to fold, even praising the adventurer's backbone while insisting the two of them are not so different. He demands death and calls the bounty Novice's rightful prize, expecting a ruthless execution, but the hero cites the dead-or-alive warrant and promises punishment for unleashing monsters on merchants, formally arresting him under the full name Novice Stormrider with all the drama available. His armored guildmates erupt in cheers, delighted that the speedster captured the entire crew alive, while the prisoner coldly insists mercy was a mistake that will eventually cost him. Novice refuses to spill human blood, even when the captured man mocks that restraint as weakness, and the eye-patched outlaw points toward the battlefield, ridiculing the distinction behind that code because the hero had slaughtered the released monsters while carefully sparing the human criminals. Still, the prisoner warns that such softness will bring regret as the guild marches him away, yet the swordsman's steady expression says the threat failed to shake his convictions. One guild companion taps his shoulder, confirming their code was followed and no humans died, while another ally argues that countless innocents survived because they destroyed the monsters. So Novice agrees that Park is right and leaves the prisoners poison behind, back in Mosswood Village. The guild treats the rescue as nothing more than duty, then marches the captured Westroot bandits through town, stunning anyone who underestimated this crew. Nearby townspeople whisper that since Novice joined the guild, every party member has survived every quest, and each monster he brings down spreads another wave of hope through humanity. Park, now clearly the blonde knight in gold and white armor, checks whether his friend is okay, prompting Novice to quietly ask whether their merciful path is truly the right one. Park answers that the bandits and their monsters killed dozens, so the order should be proud. But that word catches the swordsman off guard and drags him into an older memory, back when a battered young novice thanked a powerful stranger for saving his life, then nervously admitted he had no money available to repay that impossible rescue. The rescuer simply ruffled his hair and told him to become an adventurer worth admiring. That ideal matched the guild's original purpose, protecting innocent people from monsters for coin. Yet time produced stronger creatures, wider fear, and wanted notices multiplying across the kingdom, until ascending monsters could erase whole settlements in blazing disasters without any warning. With ordinary defenses failing, the king granted talented adventurers a power called the System, and Novice stood before the throne with his winged partner to receive that royal gift. His order had already carved 3 rules into him: justice, integrity, humility, and selfless protection. So one of its strongest fighters was selected for the system and kingdom-wide service. Even that honor was only a beginning, because he started at level 1 and kept grinding, believing greater strength was the only payment worthy of his order and mysterious second chance. Now level 35, he needs 5 more levels before the king will send him somewhere important, while Park promises their people are proud and teases a local nickname Novice has never heard. Their next stop is the Duskwatch Guild Hall, headquarters of this unusually principled adventuring crew, where one waiting member immediately notices the returning white-haired swordsman crossing the room, and everyone marvels that he is already marching straight toward the quest board. Novice scans the notices and pulls down one worn request that clearly caught his attention, despite sly protesting that they just returned and still have half the day remaining. The paper describes a missing person, and nobody has touched the aging request for days, because 5 silver coins cannot fund a party for searching inside a monster den. His friends promise support but warn that after an entire week, the victim is probably gone, yet Novice cannot abandon even the smallest possibility that someone remains alive somewhere. Sly groans that normal adventurers would care more about payment than impossible odds. only for the hero to declare that the real reward lives inside oneself with spectacular cheesiness. The others remind Sly that his longest-running partner becomes unstoppable whenever rescue fever activates, while another companion admits he would rather make his final quest a rescue than fight bandits. That sudden mention of a final quest freezes the whole group and demands an explanation, revealing someone has a child coming and cannot leave a pregnant wife alone forever. Novice offers to go alone, but guild rules require 3 members and his crew refuses abandonment. After all, someone has to protect the man who keeps protecting everyone else, which finally reveals his local nickname. The Protector, a title that leaves him genuinely startled. His companions explain he earned it by repeatedly saving them, and they expect another miracle, though the injured Park must stay behind while Novice organizes everyone else for departure. Another guildmate assigns Park to guard the hall, invoking the same rules Novice follows, and the rescue party heads into the evening, promising to return before anyone notices the delay. They cross the quiet village outskirts as daylight fades and their hopeful mission grows darker. At a remote farm, Novice asks why the missing man's younger brother headed toward Chlorif Caves. The farmer explains that his brother also worked there and chased after one escaped animal. But what looked routine became terrifying when an entire hour passed without his return. Sly asks whether the worried man attempted his own search before requesting adventurers, only to hear that failing crops left him working alone and helpless against cave monsters. All the exhausted farmer can do now is hope his younger brother somehow survived, though if the worst happened, he still wants the body recovered for a proper burial. With the grim request delivered, Sly turns toward Novice and leaves the decision to him. He admits survival odds after a week are nearly zero, but the Protector makes the call. Novice studies the grieving farmer, weighing what even a failed rescue could still provide, then decides recovering the brother's body would matter enough for them to enter the caves. The party accepts while warning the farmer not to expect good news from this search. As they depart, the distraught man grips his head and hides his expression from view, before one suddenly red eye opens beneath his hand, adding a deeply suspicious twist. He watches the adventurers leave and quietly wonders what brought them this far out. Soon, the 4-person team reaches the jagged entrance of the Chlorift Caves ahead of them, where fresh blood stains the rock, leaving Sly unsure whether that counts as luck. Inside, one companion finds the empty den suspicious, while Novice conserves mana instead of brightening their torches. The Protector orders everyone to remain together no matter what might be waiting ahead, because monster dens twist like mazes and these branching stone passages offer endless ambush points. Sly notes the cave is enormous and could consume days if they searched every tunnel, when a sudden rush of air blasts across the party and extinguishes every flame. One startled companion notices the breeze came from deeper inside while their torches smoke uselessly, so Novice asks for 1 second and prepares a magical answer to the darkness. He activates Illuminate, forming a bright golden sphere above his open palm to guide them, but the new light reveals a red eye and clawed hand shifting inside the shadows. Something about that glimpse makes Novice rub his eye, briefly doubting what he saw. Until his expression hardens and he searches the freshly illuminated passage again for hidden danger. A dark shape stretches along the cave wall, confirming his instincts were screaming for good reason. Sly asks whether Novice is okay, joking that his friend looks completely haunted, but the swordsman's widening green eyes lock onto something terrifying behind the blonde warrior. A pale, red-eyed humanoid has silently crept within striking distance of Sly's exposed back, forcing Novice to shout an urgent warning before the hidden threat can attack. The creature lunges forward with fangs bared and one clawed hand already reaching. While Sly finally turns toward the danger a fraction of a second too late, a black spike lands a devastating hit through his torso before he can defend, leaving Sly barely upright as Novice stares at the impossible scene in total disbelief. Novice freezes because even in the darkness, the attacker looks disturbingly close to human. And Park's insistence that their no-kill code is absolute crashes through his memory. Meanwhile, the critically wounded Sly forces himself upright and begs his stunned friend to act, then directly asks Novice to kill the creature before its next strike finishes him. Hearing that request from Sly leaves the Protector caught between his creed and his friend. The red-clawed attacker snarls an intelligible curse, proving this enemy is no mindless beast. While Novice orders Stefan and Grant to circle up because more shapes can emerge from shadows, the remaining companions lock backs and raise their weapons as black forms flicker around them, until the winged familiar suddenly appears beside Novice and screams that danger is behind them. He spins toward the unseen attacker, finally choosing immediate survival over another second of hesitation, and activates Accelerate at level 2, detonating that familiar blue speed aura around his body. Refusing to lose anyone else, the swordsman rockets across the cavern toward his threatened companions. A brown-coated ally blocks one shadow creature with a massive blade, buying a precious opening, but the red-eyed humanoid instantly lunges again, laughing as its wrapped arm turns monstrous. Novice answers with a blazing high-speed slash that launches the attacker away from the group. One companion shouts his name as the Protector lands between the ambushers and their targets. Then the separated survivors confirm they are somehow still standing after that chaotic exchange. Confused, they ask whether monsters or bandits attacked them and immediately notice Sly is missing. Novice tries to explain what happened, but grief catches his voice before the words arrive. When the winged familiar urgently interrupts and points toward another danger, closing in, the warning leads Novice to a towering shadow mass whose glowing eyes dwarf the earlier attackers. and the oppressive figure advances from darkness while the familiar hovers close beside him. A cage of red energy spikes suddenly slams shut around one isolated guild member, so Novice raises his sword and calls another defensive system skill without hesitation. Crescent Block reaches level 2, wrapping his blade and body in a curved blue barrier, which crashes against the red lattice and shields his two companions from the incoming force. Beyond the barrier, the enormous shadow creature watches patiently, clearly directing this nightmare from concealment. Grant reassures the frightened Stefan that having their hometown hero here means victory is still possible, but Novice admits they cannot fight blind and orders Stefan to flood the cavern with light. The young mage trembles hard, yet manages to steady his staff and answer the command. Stefan casts Illuminate, generating a huge blue-white sphere surrounded by glowing magical symbols, and the brilliant flare tears open the darkness until every hidden silhouette becomes visible. The exposed shadow creatures recoil and scream as the cleansing light strips away their advantage, with one red-eyed attacker desperately shielding its face instead of pressing the assault. That opening restores Novice's confidence, and the Protector flashes a dangerous little smile. Accelerate immediately climbs to level 3 as he unleashes another blinding sword rush, cutting through one attacker so decisively that the creature drops before understanding the counterattack. Yet after the body falls, the adventurers notice these supposed monsters look unmistakably familiar, and Novice finally says the horrifying conclusion aloud. They look human beneath their monstrous features. Grant still swings his enormous blade at the next attacker before that revelation can stop him. His follow-through drops another fanged humanoid, and Grant demands Novice examine what they have become. He understands his leader hates killing but refuses to treat these attackers like innocent people, because their fangs, claws, and bloodlust make the word human feel almost impossible. Novice stands over the fallen figures with both swords lowered, visibly shaken by the contradiction. For one dangerous moment, his hesitation returns while the battle keeps moving around him. Grant promises to finish every enemy himself if the Protector cannot bring his blades down, but Novice blocks another sudden strike before his conflicted thoughts can get anyone killed. He counterattacks with twin blades, studying these creatures instead of blindly accepting any label. Their speed lets one meet his slash directly, shocking even a level 35 fighter. Worse, their raw strength exceeds most monsters he has faced, despite those human bodies. Still, the familiar shape matters less than the unnatural red eyes he cannot forget, because every stare carries a level of bloodlust no ordinary person should possess. Novice finally activates another system skill as a red-eyed attacker charges straight into range. The creature's confidence breaks when blue energy gathers faster than it can retreat, and Great Push erupts from his sword, blasting the attacker upward with overwhelming force. Grant instantly praises the setup and rushes forward with his huge blade already raised, then completes the combo with a sweeping strike that drops the airborne enemy, watching from deeper darkness. An unseen observer reacts with genuine confusion to their resistance, stunned that the Paladin can keep pace while the cavern becomes a chaotic battlefield. The hidden enemy chooses a priority target and decides to eliminate that adventurer first. Striking immediately, materializing beside Stefan and seizing the mage's arm before anyone can intervene, he complains that Stefan's bright magic is annoying while holding him effortlessly off the ground, and the terrified mage trembles against that grip, unable to pull his captured arm free. Novice spots the ambush and screams Stefan's name while pivoting away from the other fighters. A tear slips down the young caster's face as his staff remains trapped beside him. The red-trimmed enemy mocks both staff and wielder as fragile toys worth breaking. Novice and Grant charge together, twin swords and oversized blade converging on the kidnapper. Their synchronized rush closes the gap, but the enemy never releases his helpless target. With no safe attack available, the Protector activates Holy Barrier at level 3, summoning shards of blue light that spiral around the charging rescuers and Stefan. Before locking into a massive honeycomb dome meant to shield the coming collision, the red-coated stranger only smirks at the flashy defense and pulls back one glowing fist, then punches straight through the holy wall with enough force to fracture every panel, catching Grant completely off guard as the broken protection exposes him at point-blank range. A red-white blast detonates across the cavern, overwhelming the rescue formation in an instant. Novice barely processes the speed before the attacker appears standing over his fallen companion, leaving the Paladin stunned on the ground, unable to understand how everything reversed so quickly. He whispers a broken refusal as the scene ahead confirms his worst fear. With Grant bloodied and motionless beneath the enemy's boot after that devastating counterattack, Novice screams his friend's name, blue power erupting around him as pure rage takes control. The red-coated stranger turns toward that surge and finally gives Novice his full attention, with the enraged Protector already behind him, bringing one sword down at maximum speed, only for the stranger to catch that blue-charged blade one-handed, looking intrigued instead of threatened. He teasingly calls Novice a little monster and suggests the comparison might actually benefit him, while the Paladin rejects that label, swearing he is nothing like this red-eyed killer. And the insult revives the bandit leader's accusation that the king creates monsters called system warriors, until Novice addresses his familiar as Chip and orders their partnership to use everything. Now he no longer cares whether this battle becomes his end, because abandoning friends is worse, because since being rescued as a child, the swordsman has chased one stubborn, impossible dream, building a world where nobody must live his painful life or endure what he survived. The stranger finds that conviction interesting, his amusement growing as the blue aura intensifies, inviting the human to reveal his true limits before rocketing forward inside red energy. As blue and red attacks collide repeatedly, carving bright streaks across the cavern, until the impressed enemy decides Novice is far too talented to kill inside this cave, although the Paladin lands hard and discovers more red-eyed silhouettes surrounding his exposed position. And one humanoid slips behind him, landing a burning red slash across his back. The sudden hit snaps his head aside and leaves blood streaking from his mouth, yet he forces both blades upright again, refusing to stay down while allies need him. As another grinning attacker rises directly behind the wounded fighter with one claw already lifted, then unleashes crossing red slashes across his torso while laughing at the overwhelmed protector. Before the red-coated stranger clamps one clawed hand around Novice's head without hesitation, gently forcing him upright with a false reassurance that makes the moment even more sinister, then pulling the bloodied Paladin close and promising he will not die inside this cavern. The stranger bears long fangs and bites into Novice's neck, flooding the scene with red energy. His green eyes widen as the bite lands and pain freezes every thought in place, leaving Novice to curse what feels like one final, helpless failure against impossible odds, because even with everything unleashed, he could not take this enemy down with him. The stranger throws him onto the cavern floor while Chip screams his name in panic, begging his partner to wake up before every surviving guild member dies there. Novice condemns himself as a useless protector, but a sudden glint catches the stranger's attention. And the red-coated killer blocks a surprise blade from someone everyone had counted out. It is Sly, barely standing, trembling violently and still bleeding from the earlier wound. Yet the blonde veteran smiles because his final effort has finally achieved something meaningful. For once he managed to save the man who had always saved everyone else. His injured hand shakes uncontrollably as the last strength drains from his exhausted body, and he drops to one knee while addressing Novice by the title Protector. Sly then collapses beside his weapon. Having spent everything to create that single opening, even the stranger pauses, surprised that this catastrophically wounded adventurer remained alive after everything, while Novice quietly thanks Sly and begins forcing his battered body upright again. Remembering that the fight is not over, the Paladin reclaims both swords and faces his enemy. As something inside the bitten swordsman snaps, black markings spreading while his green eyes burn, and he pours every remaining ounce of mana into a furious command for the stranger to die. Both blades slam into the cavern floor, channeling blue energy through the stone beneath everyone, while a vast magic circle opens under him, rotating inside a towering pillar of lightning. Cracks race outward as the overloaded spell tears through stone and floods every passage blue, until a roaring detonation swallows the battlefield beneath blinding waves of magical force. For the first time, the red-coated stranger looks shaken and calls that output impossible, while Novice holds the technique together with a stare emptied of everything except determination. The final surge erupts upward like a blue avalanche, burying the cavern in explosive light. When the blast fades, the exhausted swordsman sits among shattered rock with Chip hovering nearby, and his familiar warns that their desperate attack consumed every scrap of shared mana. Novice understands, but insists such total output should have been enough to end the fight. Then the bite on his neck burns, forcing one bloodied hand against the wound as an unnatural red fragment appears inside his green eye and the system begins reacting. A crimson warning screen suddenly fills his vision, signaling a completely unknown emergency, while red-black energy engulfs Chip and leaves Novice staring at his partner in horror. The familiar calls his name, terrified that something is happening inside their shared connection, before the system announces a catastrophic error. It has been infected by unknown forces, reality dissolves into a dark, bubble-filled void where distant voices call him the Protector, and the disoriented Paladin jolts awake there, searching for Chip, Sly, and any explanation. As three familiar silhouettes appear, making him believe Sly, Stefan, and Grant survived, so he rushes toward them demanding to know where they are and how they arrived. But one shadow asks why their supposed protector completely failed to protect them, while a white-armored step closes the distance as the void becomes increasingly hostile, and his companions' faces become bloodied accusations, screaming that he protected none of them, until crushing guilt makes him apologize and insist everything could have changed with greater strength. Then the red floor liquefies, splashing upward around his waist before he can retreat, as thick black-red currents coil around the isolated swordsman while his false companions vanish, leaving him sinking to his knees without understanding what is happening inside his changing body, until panic finally breaks through and he demands an explanation from the pulsing emptiness. A red spiral forms before his face and reveals a distorted reflection staring back, and the smiling double mocks him as some protector, weaponizing the title he failed to uphold. Novice begins believing the accusations, reasoning that even the system could not change anything, then wonders whether obeying those three sacred rules merely limited what he could do, asking whether abandoning that creed could have saved everyone and defeated the cave enemy, until he quietly begs the darkness for relief while the crimson current tightens. One falling drop carries his desperate hope that this entire horror is only a nightmare, and he suddenly gasps awake as the mindscape finally completely releases its grip. Back in the cavern, he sits stunned and questions whether that torment was merely a dream, until a red tendril circles visions of his fallen companions and drags the guilt back. Back in reality, he retraces the ambush and remembers exactly where every companion should have fallen, but only scorched stone remains, making the entire battle feel impossible to verify, as he searches the floor and repeats that this was definitely the place, with empty rubble offering no nearby bodies, enemies, equipment, or explanation at all. He wonders whether the infection is driving him insane, until a familiar voice answers nearby. And turning toward it, he asks in disbelief whether this new creature is actually Chip. The changed navigator blinks back while his partner demands to know what happened, revealing a black, bat-winged avatar with red eyes and hat that feels strangely different. Novice jumps, asks whether Chip became a monster, and nervously checks for extra eyes, because Chip is his unique system navigator, whose personal avatar was never supposed to change. If the navigator changed, then the system itself may have been rewritten by the infection, a fear immediately reinforced when the crimson error screen repeats that exact warning. He orders Chip to open the system, needing hard numbers before deciding their next move, and discovers level 1, race error, health 15, strength 12, agility 14, endurance 8, sense 10, and energy 50. His level has reset and every stat differs, though those values look unusually high for level 1. With sense standing out as an attribute he has never even heard mentioned before. A reset without the king should be impossible, so the red-coated stranger becomes his best lid. But first he vows to find his companions and bring every presumed body home. The bloodied pair searches deeper through the ruined cave, refusing to leave anyone behind, yet hours reveal nothing, allowing hope that Sly and the others somehow escaped. Without tracking skills, the exhausted pair considers returning to the village and recruiting help. While Chip urges Novice to stop blaming himself because they already searched everywhere, still troubled, he asks whether any monster venom could infect a human body, or even change that person's entire race, like the error now replacing his own. Chip knows countless poisonous abilities, yet changing someone sounds entirely different and unexplained. Novice explains that the cave attackers are bothering him precisely because of their appearance. Remembering their human faces and wondering aloud whether they could once have been people, Chip panics that the infection made him a monster, then checks himself for 10 eyes, earning an irritated dismissal as Novice tells the ridiculous navigator to forget the question. He admits paranoia is taking over, only to notice their endless search has reached morning. And the first shaft of sunlight touches his raised arm with an unfamiliar sting. The warmth instantly becomes searing pain, making him feel as though his arm is burning, while Chip also weakens and Novice staggers beneath the dazzling light, demanding answers. A crimson system warning reveals sunlight will drain health and reduce every stat hourly, leaving the wounded swordsman staring in disbelief as his body continues resisting daylight. Until one health point disappears and the promised penalties immediately strike every attribute. With no time to investigate, he grabs Chip and orders a desperate retreat toward shade, then spots a broad tree ahead and forces his failing legs into one final sprint. He dives behind its trunk, collapsing with relief after barely escaping the open sun, and the system confirms direct exposure ended, instantly restoring every reduced stat to normal. Back in safety, every stat except health has recovered, leaving him doubting whether the system is real, when another Crimson Alert grants a new quest while Chip remains visibly weakened. Ordering its user to consume human blood because doing so will restore lost health, Novice recoils at the grotesque objective, demanding what kind of quest could require that, then insists this disturbing command must be another corruption-generated error in the system. But a bonus promises different effects for consuming each distinct variation of blood type. Trying to rationalize it, he wonders whether severe blood loss triggered an emergency recovery quest, and decides the village may offer answers or some immediate way to repair everything. He leaves the tree's shelter, prompting another warning that direct sunlight surrounds him, yet stubbornly calls the system broken and pushes onward despite its repeated alarm. Until a strange sensation abruptly stops him beneath the dense forest canopy nearby, as an irresistibly sweet scent makes him wonder whether other people are nearby. Without hesitation, he charges through scattered beams of punishing sunlight toward the mysterious aroma and follows it to a small building hidden among the trees outside the caves, where the source finally becomes visible and shocks the starving adventurer into silence. Because a motionless man's body lies across a wide pool of fresh blood, he kneels beside the motionless man, unable to pull his attention away from that intoxicating smell, while one trembling hand slowly reaches toward the crimson pool against his better judgment, and a spiraling eye accompanies newly visible fangs as he questions the blood's sweetness, with the consume human blood quest filling his thoughts until he considers taking just one taste. His fingers hover a breath above the blood, drawn closer by an impulse he barely recognizes, while the bright green eye fixes upon it and temptation whispers that one taste is harmless. But he suddenly clenches his hand, jerking it back before it can make contact, then leaves the dead man untouched, declaring that the dead deserve peace at least. Only after turning away does Novice grasp what he nearly did, and horror breaks through. So he tells Chip they must leave because he cannot remain near that place. They walk away as curling red traces still seem to connect him with the bloodied body, until Chip repeatedly warns that his partner is burning beneath the unobstructed daylight, and another health point vanishes while the system reports his bloodlust is increasing. He realizes continued exposure will soon overwhelm him, yet the unfinished thought becomes darker. Because consume human blood remains his current quest, and he rejects it outright, then reassures a worried Chip before insisting the village is only a short distance ahead. Chip questions how anyone could know that when no buildings are visible through the trees, and the exhausted adventurer calls it nothing more than a hunch for now, but rooftops appear moments later, making the surprised navigator admit that hunch was correct. Before they can celebrate, another overwhelming scent strikes and makes Novice cover his mouth, as he realizes he can smell every person gathered inside the approaching settlement, then stares beyond the leaves, questioning how such distant human presence became perceptible, while red trails map villagers, families, and passers-by throughout streets he cannot clearly see, until his trembling hand reaches forward and he desperately commands himself to stop. To break the trance, his bloodied hand grabs the nearest tree trunk without warning. Then he drives his forehead into it, sacrificing another health point to regain control. He refuses to enter a village packed with people while this hunger threatens his judgment, because fractured visions show the harm he fears he might inflict if control breaks, and that possibility drops him to his knees beneath a storm of violent impulses. Until he screams through the pain, desperately trying to silence every intrusive thought, the system coldly announces that bloodlust keeps rising as he collapses onto one hand. So he grips his face and commands those cursed thoughts to stop immediately, then wonders between ragged breaths whether resisting this urge will define his entire life. A sudden rustle in the surrounding brush interrupts him before despair can deepen. As a level 5 boar charges out with 25 health, speed 7, strength 10, and endurance 15, Chip guesses the beast heard Novice screaming earlier and tracked the sound here, while the newly reset fighter panics at facing level 5 with only level 1 strength, and the enraged boar lowers its tusks before launching directly toward him at speed. The beast barrels down the path, scattering dirt and leaves beneath its pounding charge. But Novice twists aside at the final instant as one tusk slices past, and somehow creates several steps of distance despite believing such speed should be impossible. He realizes Accelerate never activated, meaning his altered body moved that quickly unaided, yet the boar immediately wheels around, leaving no time to examine the change, so he plans a strike against its head side, then prepares to create space. Red energy coils around his drawn fist as he commits to meeting the charging beast. Then drives one explosive punch into its head, hoping distance will reveal a winning method, but the impact hurls the massive boar away with force far beyond his expectations, leaving it motionless on the ground while a startled Chip struggles to interrupt, because the system already declares victory and awards 50 experience for the defeated boar. Novice cannot understand how a level 1 ordinary human produced such overwhelming strength, until the blood covering his hand pulls every thought back toward consuming it, and he asks whether drinking the boar's blood might stop the system from controlling him. Chip admits complete uncertainty, knowing only that nighttime has eased the pain affecting them, and Novice confirms his weakness disappeared, wondering whether daylight would have changed that victory, but losing more health could mean death, so silencing the system becomes his priority, especially when he would try anything to erase the relentless thoughts invading his mind. Desperation wins, and he cautiously licks the blood staining one fingertip for a test, only to retch violently as the unfamiliar taste twists his eyes and alarms Chip, because the boar's blood lacks the irresistible sweetness surrounding the earlier human body, while the system raises bloodlust again, drops him to 5 health, and leaves him trembling. As nightmare flashes of his companions and the dead man make him scream for silence, unable to endure another wave, he turns back toward the fallen boar with a new idea and closes both hands around one curved tusk, bracing his weight against the carcass, before wrenching it free and raising the improvised weapon above the beast decisively. Holding the sharpened tusk against his throat, Novice decides there may be only one escape. Because an adventurer who never killed people exists to hunt monsters and protect them, so if he has become one, his duty demands protecting everyone from himself. He swallows hard and presses the curved point closer, trembling on the brink, when an unfamiliar village woman steps from the trees and asks whether he is all right, forcing him to lower the tusk and warn that she should not be there, as his reddening eye locks onto her and a frightened refusal catches in his throat. Before his altered sight exposes her pulsing heart and blood vessels in vivid red, the woman calmly advances instead of fleeing, urging the shaking stranger to settle down, while an ominous inner figure echoes her command from a dark imagined throne. But Novice rejects the surrounding demands for blood and insists this is not him, shouting that every hungry whisper is merely another voice trapped inside his head. He steadies himself enough to promise he will not harm the approaching woman, yet refuses her offer of help, telling her to keep a safe distance until she ignores the warning, grabs his wrist, and scolds him for being stubborn, and their hands meet while the startled fighter freezes beneath the unexpected contact, because her heartbeat suddenly pounds inside his awareness as loudly as a drum. Then even the movement of blood through her body becomes something he can sense clearly. Unaware of his struggle, she produces a healing potion she luckily carried along, and spends the costly medicine on a complete stranger, expecting him to appreciate it. The green potion immediately burns instead of healing, subtracting another point and leaving 4 health, so Chip shouts that there is no time for complaints and demands its removal, prompting Novice to knock the woman's hand away before more liquid touches him. But once the pain settles, an unexpected calm spreads through his pounding head, because the hungry voice has finally gone silent despite the potion lowering health. The woman and Chip both ask whether he feels better after that alarming reaction. Then she points toward her nearby camp, offering proper help for his serious wounds. Yet the mention of a campsite filled with people instantly makes him recoil, until he notices bloodthirst vanished, reasoning more potions might suppress those thoughts despite costing health. Chip offers a darker shortcut, bluntly suggesting they simply bite the helpful woman and argues Novice staying alive matters more, especially because Chip's own fate depends on him, before dramatically predicting death if his partner refuses to feed and collapses first, making Novice realize the system change also twisted his navigator's personality this badly, since the original white-winged Chip would never have encouraged harming an innocent person. Meanwhile, the woman calls their meeting fortunate and explains strange monsters recently threatened her camp. Novice immediately asks whether those creatures looked human, connecting them to the cave attackers, and her startled question suggests his accurate guess revealed knowledge he should not possess. When a fast-moving rope suddenly lashes through the darkness before either can react, loops tightly around the woman's ankle and snaps taut with violent force behind her, then yanks her into the air as Novice lunges after her outstretched hand. Fearing the same human-looking monsters returned, Novice reaches after her but dismisses every uncertainty, because whatever waits beyond the trees, one principal still decides his response now. His job is protecting people, so he explodes forward through the undergrowth instantly, then stops in a spinning blur when the captive woman completely disappears from sight, leaving only an empty forest path as he demands to know where she went. He opens the system and focuses on Sense 10, hoping that Strange Stat can locate her, while Chip repeats the suggestion to bite her until Novice orders silence for concentration. But activating his awareness floods him with so many sounds that he clutches his head, until one familiar scent cuts through the noise and gives him a direction, only for a hidden man to swing a heavy club into his skull from behind. The surprise blow takes another health point and instantly darkens his vision without warning, as unseen captors discuss his fame, increasing bloodlust, and 2 remaining health before imprisoning him. Chip's frightened voice eventually reaches the unconscious fighter, warning that their situation looks terrible, and Novice wakes with his navigator pressed against his face, asking what happened, then forces one bruised eye open while the surrounding cage slowly comes into focus. Before recognizing iron bars around his bound wrists and identifying their location as a crude cage, a bandit camp where armed men lounge around a fire beside the prisoner cage. Nearby, the village woman secretly hands a note to a mustached bandit for immediate delivery, then smirks that the supposedly famous adventurer actually fell for her carefully staged deception, while Chip loudly accuses her of tricking them from the very beginning of their meeting. A wounded, dark-haired prisoner in the cage asks whether the same woman captured Novice too, then bitterly explains that her deception trapped his entire adventuring party as well. He remembers several companions collapsed together in the forest after their supposedly ordinary camp, where both he and a hooded companion began feeling unexpectedly tired at the same moment, before suspicion sharpened in his eyes as the drugged group steadily lost its strength. And multiple adventurers dropped unconscious across the ground without reaching their weapons first. A red-haired fighter called Sandra by name, begging the only standing woman to help. Instead, Sandra suddenly unleashed a blue-edged strike across her already weakened companions without warning, then raised a bloodied knife and mocked the drink she had prepared the previous night. Back in the cage, Novice struggles to believe someone like Sandra could serve the guild. But the prisoner admits her official quest request may have been another carefully prepared lie, and Novice remembers taking an eerily similar request, blaming his own code for pushing everyone. The memory revives the eye-patched bandit's challenge that his rules permit killing monsters, never humans, as the injured prisoner suddenly doubles over, coughing blood into one trembling hand. Chip estimates the wound is so severe he has less than 30 minutes left. The scent immediately pulls Novice's attention toward that fresh blood despite his restraints. While bloodlust increases again, health reaches 1 and the dying man requests a favor. Novice shifts against the ropes, silently listening while crimson hunger circles them both. The prisoner asks him to kill every captor if he escapes, admitting he never killed anyone, then calls the bandits monsters and begs Novice to eliminate them all for him. Novice hates the choice, yet decides he can at least give the prisoner's death purpose, and sinks his fangs into the dying man's neck, vowing to use that strength against predators, when unfamiliar memories suddenly flood his mind behind a violently reddened eye without warning, revealing bandits attacking helpless people and transforming them into the monsters his mercy preserved. The prisoner's fading voice reminds him of the request while he completes the grim act. Then consume human blood completes. O positive consumed, health restored, 1 human killed, 100 experience gained, and a level earned. With renewed life, Novice promises the fallen man he will eliminate every captor, and the system immediately unlocks a new combat skill called Blood Claws afterward. Elsewhere beneath the moon, a cautious rescue party questions whether their mission is right. Their ransom note names Dunkern Summerhelm and demands 10 gold coins, threatening him and any accompanying adventurers. One member remains uneasy because Novice and his companions failed to return the previous night, so a powerful blonde scout races ahead alone to confirm whether everything is safe. Back at the bandit camp, Sandra and another captor approach the barred cage that morning, and she mockingly asks whether her 2 prisoners became best friends overnight inside. Then insults Novice for ignoring her while the dead man lies beside his feet. But a startled gulp interrupts Sandra's taunting when she finally notices something is wrong, and she spits through the bars toward the blood-covered prisoner's silent companion contemptuously, landing the insult across Novice's hair while sarcastically calling it a morning shower, before ordering him to wake the supposed embarrassment slumped motionless nearby right now. Eager to watch the captive learn how highly his wealthy family values his life, Sandra finally notices the motionless captive and demands to know why he is not moving, then unlocks the cage and rushes inside, shouting that he represents their biggest payday, before grabbing Novice by the shoulder and demanding an explanation for the body, as she trembles over the prisoner, complaining that he was not meant to die yet, when Novice calmly claims they became friends during the night inside the cage and says his friend gave him something special before red claws slash across Sandra. The system reports 1 human killed, detects a positive blood, grants 50 experience, and reveals 5 unused stat points. Sandra's fall draws every nearby bandit's attention toward the suddenly open cage at once, and they accuse the prisoner of killing her, demanding his throat be torn out, while Novice quietly orders Chip to place all 5 available points into agility. Receiving immediate confirmation as the furious bandits converge from every side around him, a red-haired swordsman attacks first, swinging a broad blade toward his exposed back. But the newly enhanced fighter slips aside before the descending edge can touch him, then pivots inside the attack with crimson energy burning across one transformed hand, and blood claws cut down the attacker with a single decisive counterstrike immediately. The system detects O-positive blood and awards another 30 experience after that takedown, while Novice grabs the fallen man's sword and announces he needs to borrow it. Even without accelerate, his boosted agility keeps him moving faster than their eyes can follow, so one flashing sword dance defeats 3 more bandits, earning 30 experience from each, before the blood-covered fighter turns red eyes on the remaining camp and declares them dead. The camp falls silent under swirling red traces as Novice stands among every defeated bandit, and Chip exhales in relief, believing his partner has finally released all that pressure, while the exhausted fighter walks past the open cage without celebrating the brutal victory, until slow applause from the darkness immediately announces another survivor who recognizes him. The eye-patched leader asks what changed, reminding Novice that he once swore never to kill. And Novice identifies him as the bandit leader captured during their earlier rescue, remembering how Duskwatch delivered that dangerous man alive instead of executing him then. But the escaped leader repeats his accusation that Novice is merely a monster created by the king. Chip instantly dislikes him and urges a bite, pushing the confrontation toward blood, while Novice admits killing the others, insisting those monsters deserved it, then shouts a warning. As the veteran leader suddenly launches forward behind a sweeping weapon arc immediately, the first impact removes 2 health, and Novice realizes his reset erased their old advantage, so he braces beneath another heavy strike, questioning whether victory remains possible at all, then catches the descending blade between one raised claw and his borrowed sword, before the powerful bandit forces his weapon through that guard with overwhelming strength and drives Novice backward under another massive horizontal slash he cannot fully escape. The hit strips 10 health, leaving 13 of 25 and another painful torso wound. Novice skids away, stunned that this familiar bandit has become far too strong, while the leader kneels behind his weapon and mocks the little system warrior, asking how helpless it feels to stand on the weaker end of power now. Chip remarks that without his former skills, their opponent would have become just another meal, while the leader argues that stripping away morality and power reveals what people truly are, then lunges down with another crushing blow, shouting that both fighters are exactly the same, but Novice stares back through the pressure and insists he remains nothing like him. He activates blood claws, sacrificing 1 health every minute and immediately dropping to 12 of 25. Before the Crimson Hand intercepts the next strike in an explosive collision of force, and Novice thanks his opponent for the reminder as dark red power surges around him, then drives a clawed counterattack upward, catching the leader across the face at close range. The bandit stumbles back beneath towering red energy, suddenly facing a warrior who refuses to fall and spits blood, proving the sharp counter finally cracked through his overwhelming defense. While Novice realizes blood claws consume neither energy nor mana, instead burning his limited health. Still, the wounded leader laughs and asks whether Novice can honestly claim they are different, pointing toward the fallen camp and arguing every human becomes monstrous when survival demands it. Novice rejects that belief, admitting some people differ even if he no longer deserves their company, as the blonde scout from the approaching rescue party continues racing through the forest. But the leader invokes Novice's guild friends, claiming his gang works with a guild that takes their money. That accusation shocks Novice because it is already the second time he has heard such corruption alleged, while the eye-patched man smiles and declares again that all humans are fundamentally identical, his remaining eye narrowing with confidence as blood runs from his mouth toward his approaching opponent. Until Chip protests that their enemy cannot die yet because the fight was finally becoming entertaining. Novice remembers obeying his companions by killing monsters, exactly as he always had before, then surveys the ruined camp, questioning whether the guild used him while supporting the killing of innocents, as the accusation grips his exhausted mind and makes every past mission suddenly feel uncertain. He fears he may have fought for the wrong reasons all along until Chip snaps him back. The navigator prioritizes survival, reminding him that blood previously restored the health he has lost, then bluntly recommends drinking the dead leader because everyone else in camp is already gone. Novice hesitates at the suggestion, still struggling to accept what his altered body demands, and Chip complains that his partner cannot switch between murderous fury and sudden hesitation so easily. Novice agrees, recognizing that entering that uncontrolled state changed far more than his behavior. and concludes he becomes an even greater danger to everyone whenever that hunger takes control. However, the leader's corruption claim suggests his guild members may need help uncovering something serious, yet his current weakness leaves him unable to protect them or investigate anything immediately. So he decides the leader's blood could grant strength and perhaps help preserve his sanity, then bares his fangs, wondering whether feeding will reveal another set of unfamiliar memories. The system detects rare ob-negative blood, adds 5 sense points, and unlocks Blood Inspect. As he feeds, the flavor overwhelms him with an intensely sweet sensation unlike anything before. And although no memories appear, every cell throughout his body seems to react at once, creating an addictive rush resembling a level up and leaving him desperate to consume more. A sudden rustle interrupts the craving, pulling his red-eyed attention toward the nearby trees, where the blonde scout has finally reached the camp and stands directly before him. The blonde scout recognizes Novice and freezes in terror at the blood-soaked scene before her, especially when she sees his glowing eyes and claw pressed against the dead leader. So she immediately retreats through the trees while he watches her disappear into the darkness and extends one blood-stained hand, trying to stop her from leaving the camp. But the terrified woman only trembles harder as fear overwhelms any chance of conversation, then sprints deeper into the forest despite his desperate call for her to wait. Chip guesses she expected to be eaten, admitting he probably would have fled too. The system assigns a quest to reach level 5, making Novice question whether it engineered the massacre or reflects his transformation. Convinced he has broken his code, he grips the bloodied emblem on his shoulder, then destroys the guild armor, declaring himself unworthy of wearing that symbol any longer. Chip awkwardly asks what comes next and whether they should return to the village, but Novice refuses because his unstable hunger still remains beyond his full control, reasoning that gaining levels will reveal more about the infected system and help master its power once stronger. He plans to return to the village and begin searching for answers. Because the escaped bandits and fatal quest convince him someone inside the guild orchestrated events, Chip also recommends changing clothes and notices the dead leader appears roughly his size. So Novice reluctantly takes the man's outfit, reasoning that he has already done worse. A few days later, the story shifts back to the peaceful village streets again and settles outside the familiar Duskwatch Guild Hall beneath the clear daytime sky, where remaining members mourn the missing party, remembering how much Novice and his companions brightened their home. Park refuses to accept the worst, arguing that missing bodies leave open a chance of survival. But the returned blonde scout reminds him several days have passed without any previous absence lasting this long. He demands to know why no bodies appeared and who could possibly defeat that party, until an unseen speaker coldly orders him to accept that his companions are dead. Park slams the table and challenges whoever dared make such a final declaration, his expression twisting with fury while the blonde scout watches the confrontation unfold. As Taxon, a scarred dark-haired guild fighter, enters the hall with 2 companions, then celebrates the missing party by declaring his own group the strongest force in town. Park mocks that boast and questions how Taxon could ever call himself the top fighter, reminding him that Novice constantly had to repair the disasters Taxon created for him, while the 2 men trade a silent glare packed with resentment and rivalry, before Taxon claims he cleaned up the escaped bandit problem and eliminated the entire gang. He takes full credit, while others recall he ranks second in Duskwatch after Novice, then predicts the king will soon replace the missing system user with someone new, and confidently leaves to collect his reward for a victory that was never his. The remaining pair dislike him, though Park admits defeating those bandits could earn system selection, while the blonde scout quietly repeats the claim that Taxon destroyed the gang, then sees blood-covered Novice reflected in her drink and knows Taxon is lying. The scene shifts back toward the forest where a small glow flickers among the trees. As Chip notes they have spent several days leveling and asks whether Novice has adjusted. Novice finds Blood Inspect unusual because ordinary systems grant analyze for reading opponent statistics, whereas his infected version reveals the blood types of every nearby body at once, and he has learned that different varieties provide different amounts of experience upon consumption, while the rarest blood types can grant valuable benefits beyond simple growth for vampires. The system confirms consuming rare ob-negative blood increased his resistance to dangerous sunlight exposure. Each level also expands maximum health, letting him endure sunlight and blood deprivation longer, as their leveling route brings them to a wooded cavern called Winklaw Hollow, where Novice studies the dark entrance and prepares alone for another dangerous hunt, confident one more level should complete the system's current quest for him now. Before drawing the sword at his side and stepping toward the monsters waiting within, his status now shows level 4, 35 health, 20 strength, 20 agility, 15 sense, 9 endurance, and 50 energy. Back at Duskwatch, Park calls the blonde scout Claire and asks what frightened her days earlier, so she admits witnessing something disturbing when she ordered everyone back to the village. Describing creatures that live in darkness as Novice fights winged monsters inside the hollow, creatures with eyes that glow an unnatural red beneath the shadows all around him, and an unwavering hunger for blood that never releases its victim for long. Park cautiously asks whether Claire simply means some unusually dangerous kind of bat. She closes her eyes and firmly rejects that harmless explanation without elaborating to the others, then asks whether he has ever heard the old stories while Novice smashes another monster, before naming vampires as Crimson Energy and Glowing Eyes engulf the blood-soaked fighter. Inside Wingclaw Hollow, Novice completes a crushing downward strike against another winged monster, but its defeat grants only 15 experience, meaning he must eliminate many more to level, while an enormous flock gathers throughout the cavern and surrounds his position from every direction, prompting Chip to joke that their huge numbers suddenly seem wonderfully convenient for Novice. The monsters dive from every direction as Novice steadies himself beneath the swarm, then he meets the first attacker with a clean upward sword slash at close range, catches another descending beast against the flat of his raised blade before it reaches him, and pivots through the pack while their claws and beaks barely miss him. Before invoking Blood Claw once again and covering one hand in bright crimson power, he launches directly at the nearest creature with that transformed arm drawn back, then drives the glowing claw through its body and slams it into the ground, earning another 15 experience as the remaining hollow beasts continue their assault from every direction, while recognizing that monster kills provide painfully little progress toward his next level. More creatures close around him, forcing the exhausted hunter to keep moving through the cavern, but his glowing eye follows every approach through the darkness with sharpened concentration and control, allowing his sword to intercept another charging monster before its beak reaches him, until the immediate swarm scatters and leaves him standing alone inside the cavern. Novice compares their reward with human kills, which give 30 experience plus possible blood-type bonuses. Then remembers the red-coated stranger and wonders whether murder created that overwhelming strength, fearing the attacker may have gained power by killing every one of his missing friends. Another hollow beast dives from above and drives Novice backward with its momentum, but he twists aside, sending one creature crashing while another descends behind him, until a shaft of direct sunlight reaches the cavern floor and weakens all his statistics, leaving him frustrated because avoiding sunlight was the entire reason for choosing these dark caves. Novice admits his present strength remains nowhere close to the warrior he once was, yet resolves to use every remaining advantage as crimson magic gathers around both arms, and the system activates Blood Claw across both hands for a stronger assault, letting him seize an attacking monster with one hand and overpower its desperate struggle immediately. Once he leaves the bright shaft, the system reports direct sunlight no longer affects him, restoring his statistics to normal just as another monster charges straight toward his face. So he catches the beast between both glowing claws and declares it belongs to him, then finishes the capture with a violent crimson burst worth another 15 experience. Using Blood Claw on both hands doubles its drain, leaving 26 of 35 health. Chip notes human opponents would let him spend health, drink their blood, and recover immediately, but Novice grips his sword and acknowledges that he already broke his old code, while insisting the rules upheld by his brotherhood still matter deeply to him, and promising he will always keep those principles close despite everything that changed. Another winged monster dives from the cavern wall and forces his attention back upward. As Novice declares this harsh path is the life he has chosen to preserve, then raises his sword overhead and prepares to meet the creature's descending beak. Novice drives the raised blade down and knocks the charging monster beneath him, then follows through with a precise slash that cuts across its enormous eye, finishing the beast and collecting the final 15 experience needed for his objective. The system advances him to level 5 and marks the Reach level 5 quest complete. Chip celebrates beside the fallen monster while another unexpected system notification appears above them, announcing that Novice's previously hidden race has finally been unlocked by the system. Before replacing race error with the explicit classification vampire for Novice at last, he realizes he is no longer human and connects blood dependence with sunlight weakness, remembering his own attacks and concluding he has become exactly like those creatures. Until the shaken fighter finally speaks the word vampire aloud to himself in disbelief. His green eye widens as the system immediately unveils another dramatic feature before him, summoning 3 floating class cards inside the cavern that leave both Novice and Chip amazed. Night Warrior, Blood Manipulator, and Scarlet Spellbinder appear. With only one irreversible selection allowed, Novice studies the circle and wonders whether the choice represents some kind of class upgrade. Because his former system included classes, yet none of these names ever appeared, so he examines the first card for information and questions what a Night Warrior means, watching carefully as blue light spreads from the card into his waiting eye, revealing Night Warriors as vampires with the greatest physical capability in strength and speed, plus additional statistic points gained every time members of that class level afterward. While Novice and Chip exchange baffled reactions and admit neither understands what just happened, Novice realizes touching each floating card reveals a complete description of that class, then reaches first for the red option despite Chip questioning his impulsive examination, and learns Blood Manipulators fight uniquely by consuming their own health instead of mana, using blood skills that support powerful combat across both close and long distances. Before tapping the purple card while his increasingly impatient navigator protests more loudly than before, Scarlet Spellbinders unlock mana, which blood can replenish during emergencies for its users, and specialize in highly versatile magic capable of answering many different situations in battle. After every description closes, Chip asks which permanent path his partner will choose, and Novice decides Night Warrior appears most compatible with his existing experience as a swordsman. explaining that he was once a paladin specializing in defensive magic and trained swordsmanship to compensate, so sword fighting remains his strongest foundation, while another magic-focused path seems less useful. Chip abruptly rejects that reasoning with a shout that stops the decision immediately, then urgently recommends Blood Manipulator instead and pushes its red card forward toward Novice. But Novice worries its health-consuming skills will worsen his existing recovery problems during prolonged combat, until Chip invokes his direct system connection and promises Blood Manipulator is the correct choice, asking whether his guidance has ever failed Novice during their long partnership so far. The challenge leaves Novice silent as he searches their shared history for an answer, remembering the cheerful original Chip introducing himself when they first met long ago. Followed by an earlier battle where the navigator urgently ordered him to use barrier, and the command raised a blue honeycomb shield between Novice and incoming attackers. That memory ends with Chip joking about their narrow escape beside his relieved partner, convincing Novice that the navigator has never failed him and deserves trust again, so he firmly chooses Blood Manipulator and locks the irreversible red class into place. Crimson energy immediately tears across his body and forces him down under overwhelming pain, burning through both hands from within as the new class reshapes his vampire form, while one eye turns red and a sharp fang emerges beneath his strained expression, before a circling blood aura expands like a tide across the cavern floor around him, and the transformed fighter slowly rises amid fading sparks of red power throughout the chamber. His eyes return green as the violent class change finally settles throughout his body, and the system confirms Blood Manipulator with 50 health, 20 strength, 20 agility, 15 sense, 10 endurance, and 50 energy. Still aching, Novice wonders whether every vampire endures this much pain during advancement, when Blood Slash unlocks at level 1, costing 2 health to launch a sharp blood aura, followed by so many new notifications that he struggles to process them all, including increased sun resistance, no health loss in sunlight but continued statistic penalties. The improvement removes his former daytime limit, though weakened statistics still require caution, and another waiting notification invites him to open the class's blood bonuses for inspection. The system maps O blood to aura strength, A to efficiency, B to sunlight resistance, and OB to lower hunger, making him reconsider Chip's advice when OB blood promises permanently reduced blood hunger. But the stunned vampire pauses to confirm he is reading that valuable effect correctly, as 3 quests demand level 25 1,000 blood slash uses, and blood within 24 hours under penalty. The final quest warning emphasizes that missing the 24-hour blood deadline triggers an unknown penalty, making Novice panic over what may happen if he cannot find blood in time, while Chip watches his sudden distress and asks what could possibly be wrong. Then flashes a hungry grin and teasingly asks whether his partner already feels hungry. The corrupted navigator erupts into laughter as Novice recognizes another cruel system complication, leaving the vampire to blame himself for trusting guidance after the system changed. Because this darker Chip no longer behaves like the companion he remembers and cannot be trusted still, they leave the hollow after clearing every nearby bandit camp during their training. And Novice notes sunlight no longer drains health while the blood quest demands action, so he decides the time has come to head back toward the village, return to the guild, and uncover the truth behind everything that happened to his party elsewhere. An unknown black-haired red-eyed man announces that his own group should also return, admitting one recent event happened earlier than intended but declaring their loose ends resolved. While an unidentified body lies beside a dropped tool beneath another figure's boots, at Duskwatch Guild Hall, angry voices inside the building call a proposal completely insane, as Taxon argues both the guild and town desperately require new direction under him, then publicly nominates himself to become the next guild leader before the gathered members. One skeptical fighter interrupts by asking what should happen to someone called Old Bob. But Taxon mocks that absent man for failing to find his way to the meeting, while an armored older traveler stands lost in the forest and offers an uncertain greeting. Taxon cites worsening murders and declares the strongest local fighter deserves control of the guild, while concerned members admit criminal and monster attacks are rising and credit him for the bandits. But Park clenches one armored fist and rejects the entire argument as fundamentally wrong. He insists leadership requires far more than raw strength as Claire stands beside him, explaining that Duskwatch exists to protect vulnerable townspeople and serve its wider community, then points every gathered adventurer toward the neglected quest board behind Taxon for everyone to see, where low-paying C-rank requests have piled up untouched without volunteers since Novice disappeared, proving ordinary citizens would never feel safe under a leader who ignores their needs. Taxon asks why weaker members refuse those jobs if they care so deeply, boasting his group alone handles B-rank work and therefore deserves the best-paying assignments, because strength should earn rewards or capable adventurers would never risk their lives, and several members agree stronger fighters usually leave for bigger guilds, supporting his candidacy. Park realizes Taxon may actually win the leadership and endanger everyone in town. So he steps forward, declaring they should settle the strength argument through combat, despite Claire warning the challenge proves Taxon's point, because victory would destroy his only claim, and Taxon accepts while threatening serious consequences after winning once he controls the guild. Word spreads through the village that Park and Taxon will fight in the town square, drawing curious residents around the guild hall toward the spectacle before either fighter can begin. until a wide circle forms around both rivals facing one another across the open ground, where Park enters full gold and white armor and raises his massive broadsword for battle. Taxon advances with paired blades, demanding they finish the duel before the setting sun disappears, while Park immediately swings his massive sword down, forcing Taxon into a spinning evasive leap, then drives another crushing downward strike with both hands gripping the enormous hilt. Only for Taxon to catch the blade between his own weapons in a shower of sparks. Park powers through, sweeping his heavy sword hard enough to tear across the stone square, while Taxon grins at the predictable assault and mocks him as muscle without brains, before Park answers with a blazing golden swing that slices across the arena and follows with a relentless combination that Taxon narrowly keeps dodging at close range. Finished playing, Taxon crosses his paired swords and finally prepares a serious counterattack, then surges beneath Park's guard with both monster-crafted blades ready at his sides, releasing a violent purple cross-slash that cuts Park and blasts his massive sword away, before the wounded knight crashes painfully into a tall stone wall beside the square. Blood marks Park's face as his weakened body shakes uncontrollably from the overwhelming exchange. While Taxon says his swords came from great harpy monsters he personally killed, claiming guild leadership through them, then turns away from the fallen knight and contemptuously calls his defeated rival scum. Yet Park clenches his teeth on the stones, still conscious after the punishing hit, and tells Taxon that Novice would defeat him if the missing protector stood there, causing the dominant fighter to turn sharply and demand Park repeat those words. But Park praises Novice for taking every quest regardless of cost and remaining Duskwatch's strongest, before firmly declaring that Taxon could never become anything like the guild's missing hero. Park begins another defiant warning, but Taxon steps closer before he can finish, and savagely drives a brutal kick directly into the already wounded knight's face, declaring the protector is gone and can no longer save his loyal supporter. He repeatedly stomps Park while starting another furious insult before the horrified crowd, where frightened witnesses debate intervening, fearing Taxon may kill Park or attack them too, until Claire rushes forward unable to watch, but another member grabs her arm, warning that the enraged swordsman will simply inflict the same beating on her. Claire argues leaving them both injured serves no purpose, even while struggling against restraint. Then asks who else will act as a hooded newcomer quietly enters the square, making her suddenly turn toward the unfamiliar cloaked silhouette now approaching behind the crowd, as the stranger walks straight toward the ongoing assault while Taxon keeps stomping Park, then commands Taxon to stop in a voice that immediately freezes the confrontation. Taxon looks up and demands to know who dared interrupt his supposed lesson. But the hooded man pulls back his hood and reverses that arrogant challenge, revealing Novice alive as he says Taxon is the one needing a lesson. He stands between the gathered crowd and wounded Park, facing Taxon across the square, while astonished residents recognize Novice, celebrate his survival, and wonder where his companions are, and Park breaks into a relieved smile, insisting he always knew his friend survived. Claire stares speechlessly at the returning adventurer she recently encountered in the forest, while Taxon mocks the promised lesson from someone who disappeared for so long. Novice condemns Taxon for sinking far enough to attack a fellow guild member, but Taxon calls Park's beating fair combat and says Novice owes everyone several answers, specifically demanding to know the missing companion's current location and why only he returned home. Which makes the startled vampire wonder whether Taxon secretly knows something about their disappearance. Taxon suddenly swings one monster-crafted sword, declaring Novice's accusation an invitation to fight, and follows with a rushing slash while warning his returning rival not to regret it, forcing Novice to admit this confrontation is tricky because he expected more hesitation, as his slowed body barely evades another purple-charged blade passing beside his face. Taxon presses forward with both swords, hammering repeated strikes into his rival's single-blade guard, then angrily orders his restrained opponent to stop holding back and finally fight him properly, while Chip warns that fighting seriously now is dangerous with so many witnesses, and a storm of rapid dual sword attacks batters Novice around the crowded square, making onlookers wonder why the former strongest member has not used a single skill. As Taxon smugly concludes something must have weakened his rival badly during the unexplained absence, but quickly ignores that mystery and launches another purple charge strike without ever slowing down. The relentless assault knocks Novice backward while Taxon openly celebrates how weak he has become, costing 10 health and leaving 36 of 50 as Novice admits he cannot win. Before Taxon proudly announces victory, pleased the entire watching guild witnessed Novice's apparent public defeat, and shocked members wonder how their protector lost and whether Taxon now becomes leader. Satisfied, the armed swordsman strides through the crowd and orders everyone out of his way. Taxon walks away smiling, claiming he now has an entire guild building to oversee, while Park urgently hurries toward the exhausted Novice and repeatedly calls out his name. Then supports his weakened friend, alarmed by the paler skin and visibly sick condition. The worried knight angrily asks why Novice fought while already feeling so weak, but Novice admits he knew from the beginning that he could not defeat Taxon, because challenging the stronger swordsman now was clearly premature despite the entire town watching, and explains that protecting injured Park from further harm mattered far more than winning. While Chip urgently tells Novice to make the bleeding knight clean himself immediately, as an ominous crimson hunger curls above Duskwatch and calls Park's bloody scent delicious. Inside the guild hall, Novice finally finishes explaining what happened throughout his mysterious disappearance, leaving the injured Park to ask whether every single missing companion is truly gone, while Claire realizes the violent forest attack she witnessed was Novice taking revenge. He confirms it, admits breaking the code, and says he no longer belongs to the Order, but Park only celebrates his survival and assumes the system will recover once Novice sorts out his feelings, while Chip indignantly protests being called broken, insisting he feels stronger than ever, until a sudden system notification chimes inside the vampire's head and sharply interrupts the conversation. Nearby adventurers discuss a 10 o'clock curfew caused by the roaming mass murderer, and their conversation reveals Taxon's group already faced him but now fears another encounter, so the exhausted Novice decides to rest for the night after everything he recently endured, leaving Claire silently watching the battered returnee from across the crowded guild hall. Before resting, Novice approaches the guild's crowded notice board and studies its remaining requests, where posters for the Slayer and Nog the Goblin sit above an 8-tower blood deadline. Deciding any required victim should deserve it, he turns toward hunting the wanted murderer, while Chip asks how his partner intends to locate such a hidden killer, and Novice confidently promises the search will be much easier than the navigator expects, before desperate cries rise beneath his balcony and Chip admits the plan worked. An armored man stands in the empty street, loudly begging for help after curfew, complaining that one late trip should not have exposed him to such danger. Then spotting Novice above, recognizing the returned adventurer and calling directly toward him, while claiming he retrieved a forgotten wallet before a strange black-clad man blocked his path, the armored resident smiles nervously when Novice apparently agrees to help him with the danger, then follows alongside the adventurer through dark streets despite questioning their chosen direction. He asks Novice to investigate the threat, and the swordsman calmly agrees without hesitation, only for the supposed victim to draw a blade and ambush him from behind, but Novice blocks instantly, leaving the attacker shocked that his surprise strike was anticipated, while the exposed killer demands what flaw betrayed an act he considered perfect. Novice answers that the man's heavy stench of blood revealed everything from the start, prompting the armored stranger to raise a broad blade wrapped in crackling blue energy. As he admits watching the adventurer that afternoon and believes the weakened fighter cannot stop him, but Novice chooses him to test new skills now that sunlight no longer interferes. With darkness restoring his full statistics, Novice smiles because nothing now restrains his strength as the armored attacker gathers blue energy and prepares to charge across the street, then rushes forward, mocking any suggestion that the returned fighter might fear him. Boasting even Taxon failed to stop him before Novice blocks the startlingly fast blow, the attacker follows with a rapid barrage of broad blades strikes through a shower of sparks, making the attacker realize Novice moves completely differently from their earlier daytime encounter. Still, the armored killer launches a huge blue slash that forces his opponent backward, while Novice decides he must create enough distance before trying a new tactic. Then dashes vertically up a nearby wall, escaping the broad blade's reach entirely, but the relentless armored attacker immediately leaps after him toward the dark village rooftops, where Novice draws both swords and accelerates through the air above the street. His pursuer mocks the apparent retreat while swinging another blue charge slash from below, explaining that seeing Novice's true face means he cannot allow the witness any escape. Before diving downward with the broad blade raised overhead for a decisive finishing attack, Novice finally decides this is the perfect moment to test his newly unlocked techniques, activating Blood Slash at level 1 for 2 health and releasing a Crimson Arc, which interrupts the attacker's taunt as unfamiliar red energy cuts across his path. The Crimson Strike detonates against the armored man and throws his body backward, though he recovers quickly, raising the broad blade against the remaining blood-red arcs, as Novice reaches 32 health and 4 uses, admiring their power despite the HP cost. The armored attacker shields his eyes from the lingering crimson flare and reassesses Novice, realizing the returned swordsman retained his abilities despite appearing powerless during the afternoon duel, while 2 additional blood slashes each cost 2 health and cross above the rooftops. But the agile target slips between both crimson arcs, leaving the attack completely wasted. Novice recognizes Blood Slash excels at medium range as the opponent charges closer, then narrowly blocks a descending broad blade strike that eliminates the distance his range skill needs, prompting him to abandon those ranged attacks and prepare another unfamiliar technique instead, before Blood Claw level 1 transforms his descending hand into a massive crimson weapon. The attacker laughs, insisting he will never let that strange red hand touch him, while his displayed health reads 28 of 30 as Novice's claw sweeps past, and a sudden burst of blue speed carries the armored man around the follow-up strike. Novice recognizes the opponent is too fast and decides he must slow him down, just as another enormous blue slash tears upward and forces the vampire away. Although unfamiliar with the required skill, Novice decides he has no choice but try, and the system activates blood control while crimson ribbons extend from his arm, catching the armored attacker completely off guard as the first strand circles him, before multiple glowing blood-red bands begin rapidly coiling outward under Novice's focused control. The binding wraps around the man's armored forearm despite his attempt to resist, then tightens firmly across his armored torso as Novice pulls the trapped opponent closer. until the controlled blood locks both arms and drags him fully within reach. Blood control tightens the crimson-coated strips around every part of the armored attacker. While the system explains mentally controlled blood aura coating costs 1 health every 10 seconds, Novice calls the blood-heavy technique expensive, but appreciates how useful its control can be, then powerfully hurls the completely bound man through the night with overwhelming force. Before forming a massive crimson claw and declaring the trapped attacker belongs to him, the glowing claw strikes the armored target and ends his resistance in one decisive blow, as the system confirms a powerful human kill and advances Novice to level 6. His maximum health rises from 50 to 60 while 5 unassigned stat points appear, and Chip excitedly announces that another new skill has just unlocked for him. Blood Cannon condenses blood aura into one devastating blast but consumes half the user's health. Novice postpones spending the 5 stat points until he can choose carefully later, then turns toward the fallen attacker when Chip reminds him about the urgent priority, completing the blood quest, resetting its timer to 24 hours and restoring 60 health after O-negative blood increases blood aura strength and raises its counter to 1. Fully restored, Novice regrets leaving the body but remains safe until tomorrow night. While Chip protests abandoning the reward and Novice warns questions would expose them, so they flee across the rooftops as he seeks a permanent solution to the infected system, before resolving to uncover what Taxon knows about the entire dangerous situation surrounding him. The restored vampire launches upward between buildings in another explosive burst of movement, then slips through an upper window and disappears inside before anyone notices him. Claire watches from an upper window at night, wondering why Novice returned so late, and her suspicion sharpens as she questions whether he already knows something hidden. By morning, she walks through the busy village while carrying those unanswered concerns, then abruptly glances aside after noticing someone approaching her along the nearby street. Park greets Claire from behind, raising one hand while carrying supplies through town, and she observes another guild meeting while wondering whether Taxon will become leader. But Park instead reports the murderer struck again and a body was found on a rooftop, making Claire stop so suddenly that her boot lands with startling force against the ground before she turns in shock and repeats that the body appeared on a rooftop. Elsewhere, Daylight halves Novice's statistics as he swings his sword against a massive wolf, whose enormous jaws snap toward him while the weakened fighter strains under pressure. Then the beast lunges directly across the clearing, forcing him into desperate defense, until its jaws clamp around his raised blade while he struggles beneath it. His nearby guildmates see the danger and rush forward to support the overwhelmed adventurer, with a dark-haired axe fighter volunteering as he fearlessly charges the attacking monster, then carving a heavy upward strike across the wolf and driving it away, before deciding Claire may be right that Novice resumed adventuring far too early. Park pulls Novice upright as they acknowledge the concern and exchange an apology over the mission, but the exhausted swordsman insists he can continue carefully, wondering how this situation trapped him. Park slams both armored fists onto a meeting table and declares it has been a long time. Park proposes that everyone reunite by accepting another quest together after so much time, but Claire questions the idea because she doubts Novice has completely recovered yet, prompting Park to pull his friend close and argue companionship will help more than an activity, while Novice accepts daytime weakness as a necessary chance to learn his sunlight limits. Park treats his silence as agreement but explains the chosen quest requires 5 adventurers, then points toward 2 nearby fighters at the quest board as their remaining recruits, making the red-haired swordsman and dark-haired axe-wielder turn toward the unexpected invitation, while someone praises working beside the celebrated protector, triggering disturbing memories within Novice, and he quietly begins objecting as everyone turns toward his suddenly tense expression, before exposing one red eye and warning them never to call him by that title. Later, the 5 adventurers charge through a forest clearing surrounded by several giant wolves, as Park swings his massive broadsword through multiple attackers in one sweeping motion, then quickly flashes an approving thumbs up toward Novice after clearing the immediate threat, receiving a calm nod and faint reassuring smile from the recovering white-haired fighter, while Claire presses glowing blue magic against a fallen wolf for an unclear purpose. At sunset, the group celebrates collecting more than double their target and plans selling extras, until a desperate cry for help instantly makes the adventurers turn toward the forest path, where frightened villagers sprint toward them through the trees, pleading for immediate assistance, and the axe fighter catches one exhausted woman while urgently asking what happened. Learning a giant bird attacks nearby Yonville despite that village supposedly having its own guild. The trembling woman says Yonville's guild is fighting the overwhelming monster while surviving villagers flee, and Claire steadies her by the shoulder before asking for a detailed description. Learning the creature combines a beast's body with wings and breathes fire from its mouth, as the terrified account evokes roaring flames engulfing buildings across the besieged village. Park asks whether anyone recognizes those traits because the description sounds disturbingly familiar, and the group identifies their enemy as the towering winged fire-breathing monster known as a griffin, whose Grade B classification immediately explains why Yonville's defenders cannot contain it alone. Park steps forward without hesitation and declares their group must help the endangered villagers, because failing to act could allow the monster to destroy the entire settlement. But he sends Novice back to alert Duskwatch and gather reinforcements despite his protests. Novice realizes he is the best choice to warn the others while nighttime removes every sunlight penalty, so without revealing why, the restored fighter agrees and promises to complete the urgent run quickly. Park accepts the plan and tells his departing friend that everyone is counting on him, before the remaining four race toward Yonville because its defenders cannot endure much longer. While Novice speeds toward the guild, fearing even Park's group may not defeat a griffin, and hopes they can at least hold the Grade B monster until reinforcements arrive. He reaches the brightly marked guild building beneath the night sky at maximum speed, then bursts violently through its doors while urgently shouting Taxon's name across the hall, startling the gathered adventurers into silence as every head turns toward the entrance. And revealing Taxon at a crowded table with dark purple markings covering one side of his face. Novice warns the hall a griffin attacks Yonville, naming Park, Claire, Tom, and Reese as responders, but one standing guild member is interrupted before anyone can volunteer additional support. When Taxon slams his drink down and forbids helping a competing guild without benefit, Novice furiously demands consideration for their four companions already risking their lives there. Yet Taxon dismisses their choice and predicts pointless casualties with nothing gained for Duskwatch, before taunting Novice to solve the crisis alone if he truly wants to help, and deliberately calls him protector as the surrounding guild members silently watch their confrontation. Chip recognizes the title has become a curse and fears what the unsupported griffin fight could cause, while Novice grimly answers that he already understands the danger facing his friends. And a violent warning toward Taxon surfaces if any of those companions are harmed. He immediately dashes away after ordering Chip to assign all 5 stat points to agility, raising agility from 20 to 25 as crimson speed erupts around his accelerating body. Meanwhile, the griffin roars amid the burning village with flames crawling across its huge wings, then spreads those wings above Yonville's surviving defenders and dominates the devastated square, where civilians mourn numerous deaths and wonder why no outside help has arrived, as the airborne monster condenses another enormous spinning fireball before launching it downward, forcing the exhausted fighters gathered below to brace themselves against the descending inferno. But their blue defensive barrier shatters under the blast, leaving its sword-bearing defender overwhelmed, while another fighter screams the creature flies too high for his sword to reach. And Claire discovers their arrows burn away before striking, desperately asking for another plan. Novice races through the dark forest with Chip, closing rapidly on the burning village, while Chip warns the damaged griffin remains airborne beyond the struggling defender's effective reach, prompting Novice to seek an unseen long-range strike despite the risk of failure, as the blazing monster circles high above Yonville while attacks rise uselessly toward it. Memories of people he once failed to save harden his resolve never to repeat that tragedy, and he gathers a violent storm of crimson energy around both arms and torso, until spiraling blood aura and blue sparks condense into a massive concentrated attack. Knowing the wounded Grade B griffin may survive, Novice aims only to create an opening, then challenges the new technique to prove its power as the crimson vortex intensifies, activating blood cannon and sacrificing 50% of his health to fire the hidden blast. Meanwhile, Park prepares to leap and swing his massive sword despite a companion's warning, but a brilliant crimson projectile suddenly streaks overhead and completely freezes his charge, before crashing directly into the griffin and overwhelming it above the startled defenders, leaving the nearby swordsman entirely stunned by an attack that appeared from nowhere. While Claire stares upward in disbelief as the distant red energy keeps burning, and the struck griffin plummets violently into the village square under crushing force. The exhausted defenders celebrate that they succeeded as someone confirms the griffin has been slain, but Claire realizes none of them launched that attack and traces its path toward the forest, where her searching gaze finds only empty trees after their hidden rescuer already withdraws. While Novice marvels at Blood Cannon's power and understands why it costs half his health, Novice clenches his fist, knowing a failed Blood Cannon could have allowed the Griffin to win, and lets crimson anger flare while declaring he cannot forgive Taxon for abandoning them, as the Griffin's reward triggers 2 consecutive level-ups, advancing Novice directly to level 8. Later, a packed Duskwatch hall erupts with murmurs before a formal guild announcement. As an elderly armored officer orders everyone quiet and calls the decision important, then explains the guild has reached an agreement while Taxon stands before the crowd, formally appointing Taxon as the new sub-guild leader to serve beneath existing leadership. Some members question the choice while others cite his strength and Bob's approaching retirement, but Novice watches tensely, convinced Taxon should never stand near the guild's top. Taxon begins his first assignment by announcing a large goblin camp near the kingdom's outskirts, explaining the king issued a direct order requiring every guild member to participate, and commands them to subjugate the camp before its goblins become a true threat. Novice recognizes Taxon only accepted because the king ordered it, not from genuine concern. The new officer plans smaller scouting and hunting parties to cover more territory, warning everyone not to underestimate numerous goblins as the veteran confirms Taxon controls grouping. Then Taxon begins assigning teams and demands every party coordinate its attack carefully, making Park protest that one man choosing all teams makes no practical sense. Before Taxon places Park and Claire together in Squad B and continues reading, then personally orders Novice to accompany him as a member of Squad A. making Par, Claire, and Novice react with immediate alarm at Taxon's deliberately forced arrangement. Claire visibly bristles at the pairing, but Park restrains her before she causes a scene, while Chip loudly objects and Novice wonders why Taxon specifically selected him personally, until the prospect of isolation gives Novice a chance to question Taxon away from everyone, as the scarred sub-guild leader smiles and welcomes their coming partnership with satisfaction. Claire watches the two men uneasily, hoping her darkest suspicion proves entirely wrong, before the elderly officer slams his huge hammer down and orders departure at midday, sending members scrambling to prepare their weapons and gear for the operation ahead. At the guild entrance, Taxon announces Squad will scout the western path first, while Novice stands among several unfamiliar assigned teammates carrying varied weapons around him. And Taxon explains every party leader has already received a specific search location. Before leaving, Novice turns back toward Park and Claire with visible concern again, as they urge caution and promise to finish quickly while watching Taxon's intentions. Squada enters the forest, and Novice prepares to discover what Taxon actually knows, advancing beneath dense daylight foliage while every member searches for signs of goblins. Until Taxon raises one hand for silence and announces their hideout should be nearby, while Novice identifies fresh footprints despite Chip reminding him that daylight still weakens him. Several red-eyed goblins silently emerge together from thick bushes around the scouting party, and one startled squad member shouts their position before the hidden creatures attack, sending swift motion tearing between the trees as both sides immediately close distance. Before Taxon leads the armed squad directly into the first wave of goblins. More club-bearing goblins close from every direction, surrounding the scattered fighters beneath the trees, but Squada meets the swarm together with swords, spears, and heavy weapons, as Novice cuts one charging goblin down despite his severely halved daylight statistics, while Taxon spins through several enemies and tiers across their formation with both swords. Taxon spots one goblin escaping and orders everyone to chase before it can regroup, sending the entire squad sprinting deeper into the forest after the fleeing creature. As he accelerates beside them with a calculated expression and his paired swords ready, then commands Novice to flank right while the others continue their pursuit ahead. Novice obeys and slashes through another goblin, confidently confirming he handled it alone. While Taxon silently signals the masked mace wielder moving behind the distracted fighter, and gives the order just as the heavy spiked weapon begins its downward swing, allowing the supposed teammate to leap directly over Novice with both hands raised, until the white-haired fighter senses sudden danger behind him and turns in alarm, but the massive mace lands a powerful blow against his head before he can defend. The ambush removes 12 health and sends Novice toward unconsciousness while blood spills, as Taxon stands nearby watching his masked accomplice complete the treacherous strike successfully, then smiles with one glowing red eye after their planned betrayal succeeds completely. Novice later wakes near a campfire surrounded by the armed squad members again, discovering unusually strong rope made from special monster fibers binding his entire torso, and realizing he cannot move while tied upright against a tree before his captors. Under moonlight, Taxon approaches the bound prisoner and calmly welcomes him back to consciousness, then explains high-grade beast sinew seal's magic while continuously draining physical strength away, making Novice angrily demand an explanation from the betraying sub-guild leader before him, who claims the king ordered his capture after hearing the former system user became useless, leaving Novice reeling as he asks whether the king personally commanded this betrayal, remembering the ruler who originally granted him the system and demanding to know why, before straining against the bindings and accusing Taxon of fabricating the entire story. Taxon insists the king's message was clear. A powerless system user has no value, then steps closer and says the ruler also personally shared one important secret, claiming that killing a system user allows the killer to obtain that system power. He expects Novice's system to transfer upon death and believes the king's information makes him unstoppable, while the helpless prisoner remains secured against the massive tree beneath the watching squad, and Taxon mocks the once great system user for ending up in such a powerless condition. Still, the captor smiles and assures Novice that he will not kill him immediately, provoking the furious prisoner to expose his fangs and call Taxon a coward. But Taxon laughs and describes himself as someone clever enough to use his brain. He intends to play the hero during the goblin subjugation because some adventurers still admire Novice, then make everyone believe their newly weakened former protector abandoned the quest and disappeared, before arranging for Novice's friends to find his body afterward, completing the deception. But Novice accuses Taxon of also arranging the earlier cave quest without receiving confirmation yet. Taxon dismisses the cave accusation, admitting only that he understands exactly what kind of man he is, then asks whether Novice means the escaped bandits and sarcastically thanks him for eliminating them, making the prisoner realize Taxon may have been responsible for freeing those criminals, though the sub-guild leader answers only with a knowing smile and an evasive question. Rage surges through Novice as the separate betrayals finally begin connecting inside his mind, recalling the Eye Patch leader's claim that his gang paid a guild and escaped through its help, along with the bloody confrontation where that revelation first surfaced before his recent return, until Novice concludes the bandit leader had been referring specifically to Taxon all along. Taxon admits those thugs threatened to expose everything and had placed him in difficulty. then thanks Novice for removing the problem, effectively acknowledging their long-hidden relationship. He selects two squad members to accompany him while leaving the captive behind, and departs to become the guild's new hero through the goblin operation himself. After ordering the remaining guards to watch their restrained prisoner closely behind them, Taxon's group disappears into the forest while deciding Novice should remain alive for now, leaving the masked mace wielder to threaten that pleading for release will accomplish nothing, because the cruel guard enjoys watching proud people collapse from their elevated positions. Novice glares after Taxon and vows the traitorous subguild leader will pay dearly, as the setting sun descends through the forest canopy and darkness finally returns, prompting the system to confirm direct sunlight no longer affects his statistics at all. While Chip urges him to exploit restored strength and break the monster sinew bindings, Novice strains with restored strength, but the beast's sinew rope only digs deeper into his wrists, and Chip confirms the bindings suppress his powers so none of his skills can activate, while a system notice marks every skill unavailable, leaving him desperate for another escape method, until a sudden realization widens his green eyes and shifts his attention elsewhere. As the blood quest warns that he must consume blood within 6 hours, Novice curses the timing, remembering his previous feeding occurred a little after midnight, and fears what remaining trapped through the deadline might do to him physically, so he urgently warns the masked guard that keeping him restrained has become dangerous. But the captor coldly orders silence without loosening any part of the rope, forcing the imprisoned vampire to growl as pressure and hunger continue building inside. His eyes glow crimson while a dark, predatory expression spreads across his face, and Novice recognizes the returning loss of control with horrified frustration once again, as the countdown falls below 3 hours and his breathing becomes increasingly strained. The starving vampire fixes one glowing red eye directly upon his nearby guard, whose masked reflection fills Novice's narrowing pupil as blood hunger chooses a target. Before Novice delivers one final warning that refusing release will get the guard killed, the mace wielder dismisses the threat, ordering him to stop pretending and remain quiet, while Novice wonders whether missing the deadline causes death or some unknown consequence, until only 1 hour remains and he admits there is nothing he can do. Then the timer reaches 0 as the helpless prisoner realizes his time has expired. The system declares the blood quest failed because Novice consumed nothing during the last 24 hours, and the trembling prisoner pleads that his guard truly does not understand the danger, prompting the masked mace wielder to raise his weapon and demand an explanation, while violent crimson rings begin spiraling around Novice and tearing across the ground, as red veins spread across his face and an unnatural grin replaces his earlier fear, making the increasingly alarmed guard tighten both hands around his mace and question the change, before Novice's eye becomes a red spiral and his fangs emerge through a scream. Crimson force lashes outward from the captive and makes the nearby guard recoil, leaving the masked accomplice sweating as he finally recognizes the threat before him, when the system confirms the failed quest has triggered the beginning of a transformation. Elsewhere, Squad B fights through scattered goblins beneath overlapping magic and weapon strikes, as Claire drives a powerful close-range blow into one goblin and celebrates the opening, then cleanly finishes the final visible enemy with another decisive strike from above, while Park lowers his massive sword and immediately checks whether every teammate remains unharmed, receiving an all-clear as exhausted members wonder whether ordinary quest materials should still be collected. But Claire redirects everyone toward the forest center where all squads were ordered to regroup. Park asks about Novice, and Claire admits she genuinely worries about leaving him with Taxon because his former strength once guaranteed safety, but his apparent condition now seems vulnerable, so Park urges Squad B forward, hoping they reach the center before anything happens, and the concerned team advances together through dense foliage toward the planned rendezvous point. Squad B's advance stops when one companion suddenly calls Park toward trouble deeper ahead, and Park spots another party struggling beneath a swarm of goblins filling the forest. So he draws his massive broadsword and orders everyone to help them immediately, while a frontline fighter from the surrounded group cuts through an approaching goblin. But an ice caster admits his mana is running low and desperately asks where reinforcements are, as another goblin slashes the distracted red-haired swordsman across his back from behind, then raises its blade over the wounded fighter to deliver a finishing strike, leaving him frozen in pain while the weapon hangs dangerously above his exposed back, until purple slashes rip through the nearby goblins and rescue him at the final moment. Taxon arrives in mocking style, asking how they could struggle against such weak monsters, and the desperate adventurers celebrate his appearance, convinced the subguild leader guarantees victory, before Taxon launches sweeping purple attacks that scatter multiple goblins around the battlefield, while privately recognizing their helplessness as the perfect opportunity for his ongoing scheme, because these exhausted guild members now desperately need the heroic support he planned to display, allowing him to eliminate the final goblin and declare his carefully staged moment complete. The surviving fighters gather around Taxon among fallen enemies after the sudden rescue, praising his amazing strength and insisting they would have died without his intervention, until Taxon asks where Novice is, preparing the next part of his deception, and Park immediately questions why the supposed squad leader returned without him. But Taxon claims Novice panicked during the goblin attack, fled, and remains missing. Claire instantly rejects the story, insisting that abandoning everyone would be completely unlike Novice, while Park demands a search because surrounding goblins and Novice's weakened condition place him in danger. But Taxon forbids leaving, ordering an immediate camp before darkness makes the infested forest even deadlier. Park immediately tries protesting that Novice still needs them before completing his objection, only for Taxon to invoke his subguild authority and threaten another challenge for disobedience. Then Taxon passes with a satisfied grin after the frustrated knight refuses his provocation. Under those orders, weary adventurers begin hammering stakes and raising tents across the clearing. Other members gather fresh water from a nearby stream for the coming night, and Park swings his massive sword through firewood while another fighter transports heavy logs, until a full temporary campsite surrounds the bright central fire beneath the darkening canopy. Around that fire, Park and his allies complain that Taxon's authority leaves them powerless, and Park argues Novice's absence means they have no choice except becoming stronger themselves, before the worried companions raise drinks and resolve to protect both Novice and one another. Later, exhaustion overtakes a heavy-set fighter who begins snoring loudly after settling down, while nearby members sleep beside another tent as the entire campsite grows quiet, and a black-haired lookout remains awake while an exhausted staff wielder dozes nearby, letting Taxon quietly pull aside his tent flap and slip past the sleeping guard. So he instructs the dark-haired accomplice to claim Taxon remained inside throughout the night, before the agreeing lookout stays beside the tree as Taxon walks alone into the forest, where the schemer wonders beneath the moon what living as a system user would feel like. Taxon continues through the moonlit forest, eager to learn firsthand how life as a system user feels, but his confident expression suddenly snaps into shock when something unexpected appears directly ahead, revealing blood spread across the clearing where Novice was restrained and making Taxon wonder whether he escaped. While severed beast sinew ropes hang from the blood-smeared tree beside a trail across the ground, Taxon draws his paired swords, calls Novice's name, and demands what he has done, then cautiously follows the dark trail through the trees with both blades ready, finding fresh blood still wet beneath his boot as the evidence leads onward, until he reaches a motionless guard named Donkin and concludes Novice killed him. Enraged, Taxon calls Novice a murderer and mocks the supposedly innocent protector persona as an act, but a low growl from deeper forest interrupts his accusation and makes him look behind, where a fast-shadowed figure rushes through the foliage directly toward the clearing. So Taxon surrounds himself with purple power and demands whether the approaching creature is Novice, as the transformed vampire emerges with white hair, glowing red eyes, and oversized crimson claws. A sudden step snaps a branch beneath Taxon while he braces for the attack, drawing a startled reaction when Novice moves far faster than the swordsman expects. Before the transformed prisoner lunges open-mouthed, his fangs and red claws fully exposed, Novice crashes into Taxon and seizes him amid violent spirals of crimson energy, forcing himself close despite the swordsman's desperate struggle as uncontrollable hunger directs the attack, until the transformed vampire bites deeply into Taxon's shoulder and immediately draws blood, leaving Taxon bleeding heavily while he desperately orders the transformed attacker to release him. Taxon tears free and swings a broad purple arc upward, but Novice vaults over the blade, landing nearby in transformed form while the shocked swordsman demands to know what he has become, and the wounded Taxon recoils that his former protector no longer even appears human, then asks whether a hidden monster had been wearing the protector's identity the entire time. Taxon floods the clearing with crisscrossing purple slashes, declaring their long-awaited showdown has arrived, and drives another luminous strike downward with both swords while pressing his attack. Yet Novice rushes through the flying energy and closes their distance almost instantly, leaving Taxon unable to understand how his transformed opponent moves with such speed. The transformed vampire catches an incoming blade inside one giant crimson hand, stopping it completely, and Taxon cannot pull the sword free, realizing Novice now possesses overwhelming strength as well. At sunrise, the camp prepares to assault the goblin base, only for goblins to attack first, triggering a chaotic battle throughout the damaged campsite as armored adventurers repel the incoming force, until Park admits the ambush was chaotic but reports that the guild pushed its attackers back. As surviving teams begin counting members and consider inspecting the goblin camp for additional answers, when one concerned adventurer asks whether anyone has seen Taxon or knows his location, sending guild members searching between tents and nearby trees for their missing subguild leader, though they find the ambush's first fallen adventurer and confirm nobody has seen Taxon since fighting began. Park decides he and Claire should search while their remaining companions stay behind to help, then suggests Taxon either fled when the attack started or became involved with Novice somehow, before someone deeper among the trees announces a discovery and draws the searching pair forward. They enter a clearing coated with blood, discarded weapons, and several motionless bodies, and Park cautiously steps among the remains, asking what could have happened there, while Claire judges the widespread destruction as something only a monster could have caused. A sudden discovery makes both searchers tense and turn toward another part of the clearing, where white-haired Novice lies completely unconscious, bloodied, and returned to his ordinary appearance. So Park lifts him carefully while urgently asking what happened and whether he is injured, as Claire studies the unresponsive survivor and warns that he may have internal injuries, prompting Park to request her help carrying Novice before noticing her attention elsewhere. where she kneels beside Taxon until Park asks what has captured her concern, but trembling Claire manages only an uncertain beginning while examining the fallen man, before saying they no longer need worry about Taxon as he lies motionless in blood. Daylight establishes peaceful Mosswood village after the battered survivors finally return from the forest, and Novice rests inside the village's church building while Park and Claire watch over him. Until Park notices their unconscious companion beginning to stir awake and immediately leans closer. Novice shields his eyes from the bright window and asks someone to close the curtain, so Park complies, assuming the sudden light simply startled his recently injured friend, while Claire questions his health and memory, but confused Novice only asks what happened. A fragmented recollection surfaces as a warped grinning face with luminous green eyes, followed by his own screaming transformed face and the system message that transformation initiated, before Park explains they found him beside Taxon as the sole survivor and assumes a beast killed everyone else. Claire presses Novice to remember both what happened and anything he personally did, but a sudden wave of pain makes the recovering patient clutch his head, as violent fragments of his crimson transformation flood back and leave him overwhelmed. Park stops Claire from pushing further, saying Novice needs rest while the guild remains chaotic, and the concerned visitors leave after promising they will return when he feels better. Once alone, Novice calls Chip closer and orders the familiar to open his system screen, which shows level 12, 120 HP, strength 20, agility 25, endurance 8, sense 35, energy 50, and 30 points. Chip immediately asks why Novice lied to his friends and insists he remembers everything. So Novice admits remembering but says another force took control of his body, revealing Taxon became the victim this time while fearing who could suffer next, especially if another uncontrolled transformation ever harms someone he genuinely loves or cares about, before Chip directly asks what his increasingly frightened partner now intends to do next, and Novice decides he is too dangerous to remain near the people around him, concluding he needs a cure that only one knowledgeable group might possibly provide, as his desperate mind finally settles on urgently finding the vampires for necessary answers. Night eventually settles over the quiet church building after Novice reaches his private decision, and Park knocks beside Claire, receiving no answer from inside the recovery room, so the armored knight turns the handle and cautiously opens the closed door. While both visitors exchange a worried glance before looking into the silent interior, then step through the doorway together and call uncertainly for their missing friend. Park finds the recovery bed empty and realizes Novice has taken every personal belonging, while Claire carefully points toward a single folded note left upon the blanket, prompting the armored knight to pick it up and identify Novice as its likely writer. Before reading his apology, illness explanation, search for help, and promise to return after recovering. Far away, bright daylight breaks across an arid rocky landscape beneath scattered clouds, where an adventuring party stands among defeated creatures and urgently calls its distant newcomer back, sending Novice running toward the group while promising that he will arrive immediately, as two members argue over the E-rank recruit while another defends his supply gathering, until their green-scarved leader stops the quarrel and Novice reflects that 1 week has passed. While he handles bloody monster materials with red energy, convinced isolation remains better for everyone. A flashback returns 1 week earlier to Novice and Chip moving through the nighttime forest, when Chip bluntly tells him the feared loss of control has finally happened, and Novice explains that harming someone drove him away to seek a cure alone. Chip questions that plan because their earlier cave search revealed no vampires to follow, but Novice opens his level 12 panel, now showing endurance 10, sense 15, and 30 available points. He decides to improve strength and agility first because both matter most during combat, making Chip tremble with excitement as the familiar senses his partner becoming stronger, before Novice directs every remaining point into sense from its displayed value of 15. Adding 15 points to reach sense 30 and triggering the unlock of a new skill, Bloodhound Tracking, which reveals a visible trail toward the source of nearby detected blood. Novice insists this was his plan, while Chip concedes luck and praises its blood-finding benefit, then spends several days following Crimson Bloodhound trails in hopes of locating vampire clues, until one trail leads them toward a fallen adventurer that Chip excitedly spots ahead. But their inspection of the blood-covered body reveals nothing useful about the vampires, so Chip recommends taking some blood to prevent another frenzy, and Novice agrees before the searching vampire kneels beside the remains while Crimson tracking paths continue surrounding him, and removes the fallen adventurer's identification tag because it might prove useful later. Novice returns to a populated city and continues searching its busy streets for information, questioning multiple local residents without obtaining any useful clue about the hidden vampires, until Chip asks for another plan and Novice proposes repeating their original method, which eventually brings the disguised traveler directly before the prominent entrance of Moonshield Guild. Joining another guild family feels strange, but Novice trusts the distance to conceal his identity, and he soon travels through the rocky region alongside a newly joined adventuring party, staying behind when their red-haired warrior calls because avoiding combat limits dangerous exposure, until a dark-haired party member dismisses the blood on his hand as merely a small wound, triggering crimson tracking trails that Novice privately recognizes as a very dangerous temptation. Later, the green-scarved leader ends their workday and asks Novice for a private moment, explaining tomorrow's dangerous C-rank quest could help every D-rank member earn a promotion. then praising the recruit's work and inviting him despite acknowledging the danger for an E-rank, while Novice privately remembers he joined parties specifically to encounter any vampires appearing on quests. Novice accepts the invitation and confidently assures the leader he need not worry, who celebrates because two parties will cooperate and permits the E-rank recruit to remain behind. The following day, Novice approaches his gathered companions beneath a large stone gateway. As the excited members discuss becoming C-rank adventurers and ask where their objective lies, prompting their leader to point upward and explain they must gather 3 enormous eggs, while one helmeted fighter questions why such a simple gathering assignment carries C-rank difficulty, and Novice develops an uneasy feeling that reminds him of an earlier disastrous quest, but the confident leader postpones every complaint until everyone actually reaches the objective. Their destination rises as a massive rocky peak extending above the surrounding forest, forcing the complete party to climb steep gray slopes together toward the designated meeting point, where the leader says their partners wait ahead and Novice already smells several people, though crimson scent trails reveal that something beyond the waiting adventurers is present as well, before Moonshield finally reaches another armed party already gathered on a broad mountain ledge, whose members bicker over weak legs and whether their own newcomer delayed the ascent. The green-scarfed leader introduces himself as Alfred of Moonshield and greets Kaiser from Flaming Star, then gestures toward the remaining Moonshield members while proudly presenting his complete adventuring party, as Kaiser's accompanying group waits opposite them with several differently equipped unfamiliar adventurers. Until Novice recognizes someone among those unfamiliar newcomers and cannot believe his own eyes, while the familiar blonde swordswoman simultaneously freezes in surprise upon seeing the disguised traveler, and the stunned pair call each other's names aloud, revealing Novice and Claire face to face. Claire declares she has searched everywhere for Novice and urgently needs to share what she knows, leaving him surprised that she pursued him while every nearby adventurer watches their reunion. As Claire approaches and begins confronting him about suddenly leaving without any explanation, while Novice anxiously wonders whether she will expose his secrets before both parties, Alfred quickly interrupts, saying their acquaintance should help cooperation before urging everyone onward, and Kaiser checks both parties are ready, confidently calling the egg-gathering assignment easy. The combined group enters a dark cavern covered with thick webs, immediately confirming Novice's unease. While the leader warns visibility is poor and sudden attacks could come anytime, so the combined adventuring parties file cautiously through the narrow web-covered passage in formation, as the system restores Novice's sunlight-affected statistics and chip jokes that caves feel like home, while enhanced senses let Novice distinguish numerous scents and hear more clearly than before, and Claire decides too many witnesses surround them, so she must isolate him before speaking. The red-haired Moonshield warrior questions whether they are truly searching for eggs while inspecting dense webbing, as a curly-haired archer crouches within the strands and studies the darkness ahead, until a large red-eyed spider lunges from the web toward the startled adventurer, but Novice bursts forward with a powerful downward strike and intercepts the attacking creature. The disguised recruit reacts sharply after recognizing that the first spider was only an opening threat, then scans the surrounding web tunnel and warns that additional creatures remain hidden, before urgently announcing they are approaching while his companions hurriedly brace themselves for battle, as numerous giant spiders descend from the ceiling directly above both trapped parties. Kaiser carves through the descending swarm with his large sword, ordering everyone to remain close, while Alfred cuts another spider apart and sends green fluid spraying across the webbed cavern. And Claire drives a powerful gauntleted strike into one creature as Novice fights nearby, privately judging his speed completely different from the Taxon duel and taking it as evidence for her suspicions. When the first wave finally falls, Kaiser checks whether every member remains unharmed, and the red-haired Moonshield warrior reports only minor hits while praising the recruit's early warning, before Alfred calls the battle a close escape and orders constant vigilance on this high-ranked quest. Both parties resume their careful advance through passages buried beneath heavy layers of webbing, until Claire walks beside Novice and says she deliberately searched for him without Park, prompting Chip to tease that she may have a crush while his embarrassed partner reacts. But Claire recalls witnessing what Novice did during the earlier confrontation with the bandits, then claims she understands his suffering and now knows what he truly is, only for an urgent call from ahead to interrupt her before she can finish the statement. Claire rushes toward the others and postpones their discussion until safety, leaving Novice wondering what she meant, while the shaken traveler cannot understand how she could possibly know his secret, before the reunited adventurers announce they have finally located the quest's enormous eggs. Several glowing purple eggs hang among dense webs beside the enormous dormant spider guarding them, and the party questions how any egg can be removed without awakening the monster, as Alfred remembers hearing a warning about this exact situation from another adventurer, explaining the queen spider connects her webs to every egg and senses any contact immediately. Alfred argues that fighting the queen is too risky and notes she rests near the chamber's center, then maps a route letting one group circle outside and remove an egg from the far side, which should draw the enormous spider away from the central web-covered nesting area, so the second team can collect 5 eggs and 1 extra before the bait group is reached. His plan then calls for smashing the first collected egg directly against the cavern floor, because beyond contact with her eggs, the queen is especially sensitive to one other stimulus, namely the scent of her own kind released when the broken shell reveals a hatchling. allowing the bait group to flee while the pursuing mother remains unwilling to abandon her remaining eggs. Some adventurers recognize this method and question one another about hearing the same strategy before, while Claire seeks confirmation and Novice assures everyone the proposed method is valid. As Alfred stresses both roles carry equal danger and each group must support the other, before Kaiser confirms his party will take the first eggs in exchange for 3 of the reward. And the two leaders seal their dangerous agreement together with a firm handshake. Novice volunteers to accompany Kaiser's group because he still needs to discuss something important, privately resolving to protect Claire and discover what she was trying to reveal earlier, while Kaiser and the chosen companions advance carefully toward an egg secured within heavy webbing, until the red-haired swordsman pulls it free and loudly announces that everyone should prepare, then tears it away from the surrounding webbing with a sudden backward pull. The queen's red eyes immediately sharpen as the disturbance draws her full attention, and the awakened monster rises into a towering humanoid spider form before the waiting adventurers. Novice judges that even both complete parties fighting together might not defeat this overwhelming creature, when Alfred abruptly gives his command before the designated bait group can begin moving. And another glowing egg tumbles unexpectedly across the stone directly toward Kaiser's companions, then breaks beside him, releasing green fluid while he still holds the egg he removed. The furious queen drives one bladed leg into the floor as she closes upon the bait party, while Alfred and Moonshield carry multiple eggs away, claiming betrayal is their only path to survival, making Kaiser realize the supposed allies deliberately tricked him and every companion beside him. As the fleeing Moonshield party abandons them with the enraged monster and escapes carrying the eggs, Kaiser roars after the departing traitors while anger spreads across his battle-ready face, then ignites his large sword with fire and declares their abandoned group must fight, while the remaining companions exchange alarmed looks, uncertain how they can confront the creature without support, before the queen looms directly ahead and makes their chances of survival appear impossibly small. The enormous spider charges across the web chamber toward the isolated fighters with terrifying speed, as Novice watches the towering hunter approach and doubts the abandoned group can survive. But Kaiser leads the front line forward and warns that the first strike is coming, just as one enormous sharpened leg slices through the air toward their defensive formation. Everyone looks upward and braces while Novice and Claire remain immediately behind the frontline defenders. Before the spear-like appendage crashes down with crushing force directly into their line, punching through the shield-bearer's defense and leaving him bleeding from the severe impact, while Novice, Claire, Kaiser, and their remaining companions stare in alarm at the devastating first attack. Realizing the queen's strikes cannot be blocked, the battered group orders everyone to split up and dodge, as another enormous leg smashes through stone with strength far beyond their defensive capacity. While the curly-haired archer suddenly notices a new threat rapidly descending behind her, when a compact woven snare unfolds overhead and drops directly toward the startled woman. Sticky strands wrap tightly around the archer's torso before she can escape their reach. Then a connected cord yanks her helplessly upward while she screams for assistance, leaving the cocooned fighter suspended above the chamber and begging her companions not to abandon her. But Kaiser refuses to flee without her and insists the survivors must fight back. Claire concentrates power around one armored fist and promises to finish the monster with a single blow, launching herself rapidly upward through the dusty cavern with a devastating close-range punch, only for the queen to catch her descending gauntlet instantly between two clawed hands, shocking both Claire and Kaiser with reflexes that completely neutralize the confident assault. The fighters recognize the monster's reactions are exceptional as it stops Claire's attack without yielding, before the queen launches a spreading barrage of long, spindle-shaped web projectiles across the chamber, forcing Kaiser to repel one with his flaming sword while admitting nobody can approach, as Claire narrowly twists away from another cutting projectile passing beside her body. Novice evades another shot and considers using everything he possesses to reach the distant queen. But his foot suddenly becomes trapped inside sticky webbing spread across the floor, and Claire discovers her own leg restrained as the relentless creature closes upon her, leaving the trapped fighter staring upward in fear while the towering queen advances directly before her. One massive leg plunges toward the trapped Claire faster than she can possibly dodge, but Novice drives a crimson-clawed hand upward and catches the descending appendage, leaving Claire completely stunned by the sudden rescue and his openly revealed crimson hand, while he decides concealing his secrets no longer matters beside her immediate danger. Claire realizes he stopped the queen's overwhelming strike with only one hand and questions how, yet she notices another spindle-shaped web projectile racing toward her distracted rescuer from behind, as Novice activates Blood Slash for 2 health and draws a sharp crimson arc, safely cutting the incoming projectile apart before it can strike his exposed back. The released Blood Slash continues streaking across the chamber toward the queen's head, slicing directly across her face and producing a visible spray of green fluid, before the injured monster rears backward and releases a furious scream through the cavern, while Novice lands in a steady crouch after successfully completing that rapid counterattack. Kaiser openly praises Claire's friend for displaying strength far beyond an ordinary recruit, and Claire admits Novice was always powerful but she has never witnessed these skills, as he swings a broad crimson claw against another descending leg and tests its resistance, only to discover neither blood claw nor a full swipe can break through. Novice fires 2 additional blood slashes across the chamber, with each activation costing 2 health. but observes they barely reduce the monster's health and considers blood cannon dangerously risky. So he activates blood control around his sword and rejects the limitations of his former self, coating a cluster of surrounding metal blades in crimson aura for a different coordinated assault. Novice decides he cannot fight like his former self while the controlled blades hover around him, then launches their sharpened edges together against one of the queen's enormous legs. While sprinting beneath the monster and directing his crimson weapons along crossing attack paths, until the coordinated blades cut into her limb and release a burst of green fluid. The queen screams from the first meaningful wound as her red eyes flare violently, and green spray rains across Claire and Kaiser, forcing both fighters to shield themselves, while Novice maintains his advancing pressure and openly refuses to hold anything back. Before the wounded monster roars and every surviving adventurer watches his unexpected offensive, the queen quickly regains her aggressive posture and opens her armored jaws toward the attacker, prompting one unnamed adventurer to celebrate the damage and believe victory may finally be possible. Though Claire warns against confidence as Novice remains reflected within the monster's fixed gaze, just before another spike-like leg plunges directly toward him again with tremendous force. Novice swings his broadsword upward while crimson blood control trails circle his body, cutting into the descending limb but immediately judging that the new wound remains too shallow, as the queen attacks from several directions with multiple legs and forces him into constant movement, leaving Claire and Kaiser amazed by combat methods neither companion has witnessed before. Claire recognizes that the furious pace cannot be sustained and fears Novice will collapse. While he realizes the queen's rapid attacks prevent enough momentum for one properly powerful strike, as repeated blood costs leave him at 4120 health, or 34%, despite blood control remaining active, and Claire concludes his attacks are hurting the monster but still cannot cause sufficient damage. Kaiser rushes forward with his large sword and promises to support the increasingly exhausted Novice, while Claire urgently calls for the red-haired fighter to stop his reckless advance. As another queen attack races forward and repeated 2 health costs reduce Novice to 30%, before Kaiser leaps overhead with his raised weapon and attempts a powerful descending strike. The queen opens her armored jaws wide as the swordsman enters striking distance, then catches the large blade between rows of sharp teeth before it can connect, and drives a pointed leg through Kaiser's armor, leaving the trapped fighter bleeding heavily. While Claire screams in horror after watching another companion receive a devastating wound, Novice reacts with fury as the same failure to protect an ally seems to repeat, privately condemning his insufficient strength while Kaiser's weapon drops toward the cavern floor, before the queen violently throws the injured swordsman away with another sweeping motion, sending Kaiser crashing hard into stone as blood spreads across his damaged armor. The badly wounded fighter slumps against the wall while the battle continues around him, and Chip calls for blood claws as Novice charges toward the towering queen, prompting Novice to combine blood claws and blood control around his transformed hand, then launch himself upward with the conviction that their combined force can strike harder. A gigantic crimson claw forms around his arm and tears downward toward the monster, smashing into the queen with enough force to scatter rubble and spray green fluid, although simultaneous blood skill costs leave only 18% health as he considers finishing her with blood cannon. But the system rejects activation because blood cannon requires 50% health and his current amount is lower. The battered queen steadies her wounded body and fixes every glowing eye directly upon Claire, while the exhausted blonde fighter struggles to breathe and braces for another attack, prompting Novice to recognize the danger and shout desperately for Claire to move, just as the queen shoots her long tongue toward the vulnerable fighter with frightening speed. The hardened tongue strikes Claire and launches her backward through the dusty cavern air, before she crashes painfully against the stone and coughs blood from the violent impact, leaving the dazed woman staring ahead through pain as she tries to remain conscious. While a pointed leg descends toward her and makes her believe death is imminent, the descending appendage explodes into the floor and sends broken rock outward in every direction, burying its sharpened tip deeply inside the cracked stone where Claire had been lying, before the frustrated queen screams after discovering that her intended victim has disappeared, because Novice reached Claire in time and now carries her away within swirling crimson trails. The bleeding Claire struggles to speak while staring weakly into her rescuer's face, but Novice tells her to remain silent because her injuries are already serious, then insists the weakened queen is nearly defeated and promises to save Claire, although she recognizes his strength is running out and quietly confronts him about it. Novice dismisses that concern and vows he will not fail to protect her this time until Claire grips his wrist, asks him to listen, and interrupts the renewed charge, making the determined fighter turn back toward her unexpected request with visible confusion, as Claire clutches her bloody chest and tells Novice simply to use her. Novice turns toward Claire's offer, visibly confused by the meaning behind her unexpected command, until she smiles through blood and explicitly tells him to use her blood, forcing the shocked vampire to question how she could possibly know what he needs. As he privately realizes Claire somehow knows his body currently requires fresh blood, the system displays 18,120 health and repeats that blood cannon remains unavailable below 50%, confirming Novice is too depleted to activate the decisive skill through his current strength, while the wounded queen opens her jaws and immediately prepares another furious attack, prompting Novice to warn Claire as he holds her tightly against his chest. The enormous monster charges and swings another pointed appendage toward the vulnerable pair, then drives the heavy strike into Novice while he shields Claire with his body, drawing visible blood from the white-haired fighter as both companions are hurled backward, before they crash together against the floor amid a spreading cloud of dust. The impact removes 6 health and leaves 12-120, while Chip warns another hit could prove fatal. As the battered Novice struggles to remain upright with Claire still pressed close, but Claire insists there is no time for hesitation and again offers her blood, then forcefully orders him to proceed when he tries directly addressing her concern. Novice evaluates the inaccessible bodies elsewhere in the cavern and silently accepts her proposal, remembering blood extraction from dead bodies is slower unless death occurred very recently. So he bites into Claire's neck and begins drinking the fresh blood she willingly offered, while Claire grimaces from the painful bite but holds her weakened companion steadily. The Queen charges across the cavern floor while Novice continues supporting the weakened Claire, then leaps high and descends upon the vulnerable pair with her pointed legs extended, crashing into the ground hard enough to fill the surrounding chamber with dust, only to recoil when Novice's upright silhouette remains visible inside the spreading cloud. The restored fighter rises before the startled monster while crimson power gathers around his body. As blood absorption succeeds, grants 65 health and raises his total to 77-120, while the Queen turns toward him and the system marks blood can available again, prompting Novice to declare he will place everything remaining into this final attack. He extends an open palm as red energy streams rapidly toward his waiting hand, and the gathering power twists into a dense vortex aimed directly at the Queen, before expanding into a massive rotating crimson sphere that Chip calls locked and loaded, as Novice stabilizes the fully charged blood cannon and prepares its decisive release. The Queen screams and braces while red-black power surges violently from Novice's position, sending a concentrated crimson strike upward through the space between her enormous legs, while the fighter directs the swirling attack closer beneath the towering monster's body, then sweeps its gathered force upward as crimson currents flood the entire battlefield. Novice orders the Queen to die while the compressed mass swells before his body, and finally launches blood cannon as an enormous crimson projectile toward her center, striking the monster directly amid crossing red trails and violent bursts of energy, before erupting into a towering vertical column that engulfs her body and tears into the cavern floor. The blasted Queen collapses across broken stone while fading crimson energy curls around her body, and the defeated creature gives one final twitch before her enormous frame becomes still, as the system confirms the Spider Queen's defeat and awards Novice 2,400 experience, triggering repeated level-up notices while the exhausted victor gasps that they finally succeeded. A status notification places Novice at level 15 with 6 available stat points, but he immediately rushes toward the fallen Claire and desperately calls her name, finding her barely responsive and realizing she lost a dangerously large amount of blood, before blaming himself and fearing the wounded woman will die because of him. The system presents an emergency option to inject his blood and infect her with the vampire virus, while Chip explains that turning Claire might provide a chance for her survival, giving the desperate Novice hope that this forbidden intervention could still save her, until the barely conscious Claire raises her hand and quietly orders him not to proceed. Novice freezes in surprise and asks what she means by rejecting his only apparent solution, as Claire touches his face and confirms she already knows what he is, while tears gather beneath his visible fangs during her painful attempt to explain, recalling that she noticed the concealed signs but resisted believing what they meant. Claire admits she cannot understand how this transformation could have happened to him, but reveals she wanted to assure Novice that he is not a monster, even though she also recognizes that her former companion is no longer human. Before gripping his trembling hand and refusing to be turned under these circumstances, Claire weakly says a diary can reveal the truth about people like Novice, directing him to the top desk drawer inside her room at the inn, before her strength fades while the terrified Novice clasps her hand and begs her to stay, until the system announces time expired and declares the emergency vampire conversion option unavailable. A second message confirms he can no longer infect the host because Claire is deceased, leaving Novice kneeling alone within the ruined cavern while holding her motionless body, as he laments that he was supposed to protect the companion who sacrificed herself, then embraces Claire tightly while Chip watches the grieving survivor from above in silence. Novice apologizes beside the fallen Queen as the devastated chamber grows quiet around them, and vows to understand his vampire condition by retrieving the diary Claire described, before the story shifts from the cavern to several fresh graves beneath dark trees, where Novice stands alone before Claire's marked resting place beneath the evening sky. Her name is carved into a simple stone marker with a sword planted before it, while Chip quietly accompanies the white-haired mourner as he begins turning away from the graves. But Novice apologizes again and remembers promising that such loss would never happen, before breaking down because he believes he has failed his friends once again. Chip gently comforts him and insists he already did everything within his power, though Novice answers that every effort still proved insufficient to save Claire in the end, prompting Chip to ask what path his grieving partner intends to follow next, as Novice turns toward the diary, calling it the only remaining clue they possess. Novice leaves the graves with Chip, determined to discover what they have truly become, while moonlight settles over the quiet timbered town surrounding Claire's former inn below, before a cloaked visitor silently steps through a doorway and casts a long shadow, startling the elderly innkeeper, who grips his broom and anxiously searches for the noise. The nervous man fears investigating strange sounds will get him killed during another eerie night shift. As Novice quietly stops outside Claire's room and prepares to enter unseen alone, then pushes open the creaking door while pale light catches his solemn expression, finding the room empty as Chip recalls the innkeeper also whispering about ghosts. Chip panics over possible spirits until Novice jokes that his familiar resembles one most, before opening the desk's top drawer and finding the promised diary exactly where Claire said. While Chip admits part of him fears whatever secrets might be waiting inside, then Novice secures their only clue and departs alone beneath the moonlit rooftops. Elsewhere, Park worries because he has found neither Novice nor Claire despite searching, until a swift cloaked silhouette crossing the nearby street suddenly catches his attention, and the stunned blonde warrior wonders whether the passing figure was actually Novice. Before exploding into a desperate sprint after him through the deserted nighttime lane, Park races around the corner and searches frantically for his vanished guild companion, but stops breathless and bewildered when the surrounding street appears completely empty around him, leaving him staring into a vacant alley where the mysterious figure has disappeared, as Park clutches his head, wondering if grief has made him see Novice's ghost. Park despairs that everyone he knows is disappearing and questions whether returning to the Order remains possible, while Novice settles beneath moonlit trees with Chip circling him and prepares to read, then carefully opens Claire's recovered diary between his bandaged hands beneath the forest canopy, revealing densely handwritten pages whose account carries the story into an unfamiliar past. The diary's unnamed blonde narrator recalls living beside the shore in Alicia's seaport. A dangerous place then crowded with criminals, including desperate young thieves like herself, where hunger and poverty leave the exhausted girl clutching her empty stomach in an alley, yet she grins over stolen coins and jewels, believing the dangerous haul will be worthwhile. Her confidence vanishes when pursuing criminals shout that their quarry has hidden nearby, accusing the little thief of stabbing Cass before escaping with their valuable haul. While the cornered girl remembers believing she possessed absolutely nothing left to lose, as two smug pursuers find her and demand their property plus additional payment for the trouble. The defiant thief strikes first, slashing toward the larger criminal blocking her escape, but another attacker counters with a brutal sweeping blow that hurls her backward, before the muscular pursuer advances and promises to teach her about crossing dangerous people. Until an unseen intervention suddenly launches one thug away in a violent impact. The remaining criminal whirls around in alarm, unable to understand what struck his companion, as a dark-haired stranger with glowing red eyes and fangs steps from the shadows, then surges between the attackers in a crimson blur before either man can react, seizing one terrified thug by the throat while the fallen blonde thief watches nearby. The remaining thug demands her identity and raises an arm against the silent rescuer, but the red-eyed woman effortlessly twists another attacker down and drives him into stone, then faces the final trembling criminal and gives him one simple command to run, sending the survivor stumbling away as the narrator remembers a brave woman once saved her life. The astonished girl watches her mysterious protector and knows she will never forget this moment. Especially the woman's unnatural crimson eyes glowing beneath long dark hair and pointed ears, while that predatory gaze and pointed black claws burn permanently into the narrator's memory, and she follows the stranger, who inexplicably allows the frightened thief to accompany her. The curious girl asks countless questions while traveling rooftops, but her rescuer never answers, leaving the narrator obsessed with becoming equally strong, mysterious, and capable of changing her life. As she witnesses the vampire's incredible power, speed, and freedom across Elijah's rooftops, until the woman directly asks whether her eager follower truly wants to become like her. The smiling stranger offers to reveal their life, but the diary warns what followed changed everything, recalling the horrified girl weeping behind a hand after witnessing what vampires did to people, before fleeing across a rooftop and deciding she never wanted to become a monster. Then the account abruptly trails off as Novice reaches an unfinished expression of disbelief. He studies the final broken sentence and wonders what its author desperately tried to reveal, while Chip asks what frightened her, then cheerfully admits that being a vampire seems impressive, and Novice infers she understood their need for blood but encountered something far more terrifying, as the story shifts toward a bustling coastal seaport beneath bright morning skies. Novice enters the town described in Claire's diary, treating it as his only available lid, though Chip immediately wonders how they could possibly locate anyone inside such an enormous place, as the cloak seeker walks among crowded docks, sailors, travelers, and towering moored ships, before deciding that taverns filled with travelers offer the likeliest place to gather useful stories. Determination tightens his bandaged fist while he commits to starting the investigation immediately. And he strides toward a busy waterfront tavern beneath the bright coastal sun, entering a lively wooden hall crowded with drinking patrons and conversations at every table, where several people dismiss his questions with uncertain shrugs, apologies, and claims of ignorance. Novice finds that nobody knows enough to help, leaving his first inquiries apparently useless, until raised mugs collide in a booming cheer from another group inside the tavern. whose loud toast honors Alfred and makes novices pulse thunder beneath his darkened expression, as the white-haired listener turns sharply, recognizing the name and the surrounding voices. The celebrating party boasts that every egg earned more money than expected thanks to Alfred, and Novice recognizes them as the adventurers who abandoned his group inside the spider cavern, remembering how their betrayal left the others trapped beneath the queen's spider's relentless assault. While his clenched hand trembles over the knowledge that everyone there was left to die, Claire's lifeless face fills his memory as the consequences of that betrayal become unbearable. But one startled celebrant suddenly recognizes Novice across the table and questions his appearance, prompting another man to look closer and loudly confirm that the newcomer truly is Novice, as his bandaged hand crushes down around the wooden mug while silent rage gathers. Alfred himself approaches the seated novice with a smug greeting and obvious recognition, then towers over him while mockingly calling the white-haired survivor exceptionally lucky indeed, until Novice quietly asks what became of every companion abandoned inside the cavern, and Alfred answers that they are all dead while revealing a chilling smile. The Moonshield leader calls it an adventurer's life, pats Novice, and demands no hard feelings, before whispering that the lone survivor should never reveal their betrayal without anyone protecting him, then leaves with his laughing companions after sarcastically wishing Novice better luck adventuring. While Chip suggests such people deserve to be bitten and Novice remains ominously silent. The system interrupts with a warning that only 8 hours remain to consume blood, and Novice decides his mounting problems may have just presented one shared solution. As darkness settles over the harbor town beneath heavy clouds and silent rocky cliffs, before the cloaked hunter secretly follows Alfred's drunken party through the empty streets, the celebrating men stagger together and loudly announce their next destination will be a brothel, unaware that the white-haired hunter carefully tracks their movement from behind while keeping his distance, until the green-scarved leader senses someone following and demands the hidden watcher identify himself. Prompting Novice to step forward and calmly cast aside part of his cloak, Alfred realizes the supposed E-rank followed them for revenge, while his companions drunkenly laugh, and the armored member boasts their group can handle one E-rank even while intoxicated, raising his round shield as another dismisses Novice as useful only for carrying equipment, just before violent crimson energy erupts around the shield-bearer and his startled companions. A razor-like crimson strike snaps across the armored man's raised defense before he can react, leaving his shield arm badly wounded as the stunned fighter staggers backward beneath the impact, while Novice asks whether these betrayers truly wanted to understand how he survived, then reveals he used his friend's blood to slaughter the Queen's spider himself. The horrified Moonshield members retreat with their wounded companion, unable to believe his claim. As Novice admits they could have torn him apart easily only 1 month earlier, but declares he is no longer that man while a massive blood claw forms, and its burning crimson talons fill one terrified opponent's widening eye at close range. Novice surges forward and sweeps the enormous claw toward Alfred before anyone can escape, seizing the Moonshield leader by the face as Alfred desperately offers the entire egg reward. Until Novice rejects money and promises that their betrayal will instead be repaid in blood, beneath a blood-red moon as overwhelming crimson force engulfs the isolated street around them. Moments later, several battered Moonshield members lie motionless while the white-haired vampire stands among them, and the system registers 2 portions of O-type blood plus 1 portion of B-type, though Novice wipes his mouth and notes he still has not found OB-type blood. Before a panel lists distinct bonus effects for O, A, B, and OB blood, Chip questions what will happen to the bodies since Novice usually drinks and disappears, but Novice searches one fallen man's belongings and instructs Chip to retrieve their potion bottles, while Chip protests that stored blood already became unusable after 14 hours previously, and Novice presses a bottle to a fresh wound, explaining he is storing it for another purpose. Novice unleashes the collected blood in sweeping crimson streams across the deserted neighborhood, coating walls and rooftops with enormous splashes visible throughout the nighttime harbor district, while more blood pours into an open barrel and leaves dark handprints across nearby wood, before another blood-filled potion bottle crashes against stone and bursts into scattered shards. Novice raises the final container after spreading the stolen blood throughout the surrounding streets, then pours its entire crimson contents over his head, cloak, and bandaged body, making Chip lament the precious waste while nervously hoping their unusual plan succeeds, as Novice explains the overwhelming scent should lure out any vampires hiding inside the city. An unfamiliar voice suddenly demands to know what he is doing amid the blood-soaked street, and a dark-haired woman with red eyes appears silhouetted against the enormous crimson moon, coldly asking whether the blood-covered Novice is deliberately trying to make himself found, while she stands above him on a rooftop surrounded by spiraling pale energy. Chip celebrates that their reckless lure worked, and Novice says one vampire finally revealed herself, though the newcomer's presence reminds him of the monsters that took everything from him, awakening memories of the unnatural creatures whose attack completely transformed the course of his life. Especially the red-coated stranger who bit Novice and turned him into this hated abomination. The blood-covered seeker concludes that the armed woman watching above him is unquestionably a vampire, yet he cannot recognize her among the creatures who attacked his group inside the cave, although her black and red uniform matches the clothing worn by the man who transformed him, before the impatient vampire demands an answer and asks why he acted so foolishly. The mysterious woman suddenly vanishes from the rooftop and appears directly behind the startled novice, standing beside him amid swirling air before he can register her impossible approach. While novice turns and realizes he never saw the powerful vampire move at all, forcing him to admit his present level cannot withstand a direct fight against her. He asks whether she is the female vampire described inside Claire's recovered diary, reasoning that its author followed a woman like this through Elijah's seaport at night, and wondering why that vampire never attacked the blonde girl despite ample opportunity. While Chip begins questioning the possible connection and the silent woman steps closer, Novice shifts into a guarded stance as the vampire closes the remaining distance, then launches a sweeping sword attack surrounded by bright sparks and rushing crimson air. But his opponent turns toward the approaching blade with a disturbingly confident smile and intercepts the strike bare-handed, smashing his weapon completely aside with overwhelming force. Novice recoils after discovering her unprotected hand feels as hard as his sword, abandoning his hope that this vampire might possess any unusual sympathy toward humans, before drawing both blades as the woman calmly praises his reflexes and prepares again. While crimson power coils around her arm and she decides to test his strength, Chip shouts a warning when the vampire surges toward the dual-wielding novice once more, and her red-coated arm crashes against his crossed swords in a shower of sparks, before she drives through his defense and hurls the shocked fighter backward across stone, leaving Novice crouched and shaken as the system subtracts 30 health from the attack. Novice grips his trembling sword and curses the overwhelming gap between their abilities, realizing the woman possesses crushing strength in addition to her impossible supernatural speed, as she dives from above and descends directly toward the injured fighter below, forcing Novice to envelop both arms in enormous red and black blood claws for defense. He answers with a broad crimson sweep, but the agile vampire ducks beneath it, then chains another heavy claw strike while she effortlessly evades his desperate assault, until the woman catches his transformed wrist mid-attack and stops its momentum completely, calmly observing that the inexperienced vampire can at least use several blood skills. Novice admits he cannot touch her and fears close range could cost his head, yet notices something important after finally forcing the enemy within his immediate reach. While the confident woman casually raises one hand and prepares another effortless counter, before her sudden snap-like strike detonates against Novice's face in another brutal explosion. The impact launches him backward and drives his body down into the shattered street, removing another 50 health while the stunned victim struggles beneath the enormous damage, as Chip urges retreat but Novice insists he is still searching for one opening. Then unleashes Blood Swipe Level 1 as a wide horizontal crimson wave toward her. The harbor vampire stands calmly while the blazing attack tears across the space around her, and mocks Novice for knowing only the most basic techniques despite his aggression, before concluding his unfamiliar face and limited knowledge mean he must be a turned vampire, as she advances on the kneeling Novice beneath the crimson moon and drifting smoke. Blackened red energy coils around the woman's hand while a dark sphere gathers above her palm, and an intricate violet magic circle opens as she shapes the surrounding crimson currents, forming an enormous hooked blood weapon whose appearance leaves the kneeling novice stunned, before she invokes the rules contained within what she calls the vampire's code. The woman declares Novice's existence as a turned vampire to be highly illegal, then lowers the gigantic crimson weapon and announces that she must eliminate him, while Novice compares its terrifying form with legendary weapons and objects carved from monsters, yet admits he has never witnessed anything remotely resembling this supernatural weapon before. Chip excitedly wonders when they will receive an equally impressive weapon of their own, but Novice warns they may not survive until tomorrow unless they focus immediately. As the vampire leaps forward with the enormous hooked blade extended toward her target, forcing the wounded Novice to grip his ordinary sword and prepare for impact. He draws the blade with both bandaged hands and gathers his remaining strength, then releases a broad red slash that tears upward toward the descending vampire, but she twists gracefully through the air and rotates around his attacking wave, before answering with a massive crimson sweep from her manifested hooked weapon toward him. The confident vampire smirks and dismisses Novice's attempted resistance as entirely pointless now, then rockets forward behind the giant blood blade with frightening speed and intent, while Novice braces himself and warns Chip that their opponent is coming again, ending the exchange in a colossal collision that blasts stone and debris throughout the street. The vampire sweeps her giant hooked weapon through the smoke where Novice had been standing, only to discover her intended target has vanished from the weapon's destructive path, before Novice suddenly reappears behind her and lunges forward through the swirling debris, prompting the woman to glare and warn that the wounded fugitive should have run. She catches Novice with another brutal upward strike that drives blood from his mouth, then studies his stained cloak and mocks the battered fighter as a complete mess, while calmly granting her condemned opponent permission to speak his final words to her, until Novice smiles through the pain and reveals that the visible blood is not his. The system suddenly restores Novice to 92 out of 150 health, as a dense crimson sphere begins spinning above his raised and bandaged hand. Then he drives the violently swirling power directly toward the unsuspecting vampire at close range, leaving her wide-eyed and unable to understand when he prepared this counterattack so quickly. A towering column of red and black force erupts upward from Novice and tears through stone, sending the violent crimson blast across the street while nearby figures recoil from its path, before the expanding vortex consumes the battlefield beneath the blood-red moon and turbulent clouds, as the system confirms blood cannon activated and left Novice at 17 of 150 health. Chip praises his partner for secretly preserving one vial instead of wasting every collected portion, and Novice explains stored blood retains useful potency for at least several hours, meaning it cannot replace daily feeding but can provide emergency recovery during a dangerous battle, as he reveals that drinking the reserved bottle prevented the vampire from finishing him. Chip assumes the blood cannon ended their fight and regrets losing every possible answer, while Novice agrees and begins lamenting that he had to kill the mysterious vampire, until her unmistakable silhouette suddenly rises from the thick smoke with its weapon raised, and the completely unharmed woman steps forward beneath the moon, disproving their confident assumption. Novice recoils in disbelief as the terrifying survivor closes the distance between them before she attacks too quickly for the exhausted fighter to protect himself again, sending Novice hurtling high above the town and far beyond the shattered harbor street, as his uncontrolled flight carries the battle toward the silent dark wooded outskirts. The vampire pursues beneath the crimson moon and drives her overwhelming assault onward, until Novice crashes among the trees, loses 10 health and falls to 7 of 150, while she declares he fought well but has finally reached the unavoidable end, then places a crimson edge against his throat and warns there will be no more tricks. Novice realizes his strongest blood cannon failed to leave even one scratch upon her, and fears how many vampires might rival her strength while remembering his red-coated attacker, before protesting that he never wanted this transformation and never consented to becoming a vampire. But she answers that the code requires every illegally created vampire to perish. Desperate, Novice asks whether anything can restore him and reverse the unwanted transformation, while the woman privately notes his recent turning, limited skills, and unexpectedly capable performance, then considers his extraordinarily powerful blood cannon and wonders who he was and who turned him, as her crimson weapon remains poised beside Novice while she silently studies the condemned stranger. The woman finally tells Novice the answer he seeks does not exist and no cure exists, leaving him to ask whether survival means endlessly searching for blood every remaining day, before she retracts the crimson weapon and says only one possible course remains available, ordering Novice to abandon his current life and forget everything he has ever learned. She says he must instead learn how to continue living as a true vampire, because one mysterious institution alone can teach Novice the life awaiting his new kind, then identifies that destination as the Vampire Academy located within a distant city, leaving him wondering why his intended executioner would reveal this path or spare him. Novice studies Claire's open diary again while considering the extraordinary offer before him, and still cannot understand what the woman meant by discovering the hidden truth, although he conditionally links her to Claire's rescuer and reasons she differs from other vampires. Before remembering Claire's grave and the sacrifice that ultimately allowed him to survive, he recalls Claire accepted what he became yet still believed there was reason to save him, and clenches his trembling fist after everything endured and every irreversible change suffered, before deciding Claire's refusal to abandon him means he cannot abandon himself now, as Novice rises and demands that the woman take him directly to the Vampire Academy. Sometime later, a tall sailing ship crosses bright blue water beneath the clear daytime sky, carrying Novice safely aboard as he watches the unfamiliar destination approach from the railing, while Chip marvels that an entire academy exists for others like them, and Novice answers vampires before Novice turns and admits another unbelievable mystery still occupies most of his thoughts. Novice reveals the harbor vampire woman is aboard their ship and personally guiding them there. As his thoughts return to the moment, she stopped one desperate attack without effort and redirected the exhausted fighter violently across the shattered street through spiraling currents, before overwhelming him again inside another enormous burst of turbulent raw crimson force. The memory ends with her calm silhouette standing over devastation and Novice recalling her strength, while the system displays level 15 and daylight halves statistics as he concedes his former self could not win, and remembers the earlier male vampire defeating him effortlessly without breaking a sweat, making Novice fear that countless vampires may already possess strength far beyond his own. The woman suddenly answers from behind that many such stronger vampires truly exist, and Novice realizes with alarm that his heightened senses never detected her approach, before his abrupt turn drops him beside nearby barrels as she calmly towers above, prompting Chip to panic that the terrifying vampire intends to drink every drop of their blood. She dismisses their reaction and asks whether Novice truly cannot handle even this much, while he notices her sunshade and suspects it prevents daylight from having her statistics, before she warns Academy survival requires greater strength, particularly for someone like him, then grips Novice by the collar and effortlessly lifts him as Chip marvels at her power. Confused, Novice directly asks what she means by describing someone specifically like him, and she explains vampires are divided between those born naturally and those transformed later, adding that most vampires deeply despise turned ones because ancient pride governs their society, while born vampires have always lived surrounded by inherited power and their relentless supernatural urges. According to the woman, turned vampires usually begin as people who enter powerful service willingly. By pledging loyalty to one established vampire family and accepting transformation from its members, or an individual vampire may independently search outside those families for a promising candidate, turning that person because the candidate demonstrates truly exceptional future potential in combat. She explains these pathways created a bitter divide, with many born vampires considering transformation cheating. Because ambitious vampires often turn numerous followers merely to secure loyalty and challenge established power, thereby worsening hostility between the two categories across the already prideful vampire society. Although physical appearance alone cannot distinguish whether any vampire was born or turned, she warns discovery of novices' turned status would make his academy life unbearable, while he fears he cannot conceal something he barely understands about himself yet. And recalls someone named Soren warning that exposure would ultimately cause his death, before the woman says she found him at a fortunate moment and points toward nearby ships. Every visible vessel is currently sailing across the sea toward the same distant academy, because both born and turned vampires are sent there yearly, and absence makes them illegal, explaining why she nearly removed Novice's head after encountering him outside that system, since his isolated condition resembled an abandoned stray whose creator had discarded him. She adds the academy is also the place vampires collectively recognize as home, then remains quietly beneath her sunshade as the word settles over the watching novice, whose bandaged fist tightens when thoughts of the home he lost suddenly return, and memories of multiple bloodied companions fill his mind during the voyage onward. Novice wonders what vampires ultimately seek, and why their entire society survives concealed from humanity, then hopes graduation might finally teach him to control the relentless bloodlust within him, until Chip's copies scream that the ship is heading directly toward a disastrous collision, swarming Novice in panic and repeatedly declaring that everyone aboard is about to die. The alarming chorus finally pulls Novice from his thoughts as he stares ahead, where an immense unbroken cliff face appears directly across the fleet's approaching course, yet their ship continues without slowing and seemingly passes straight into the solid rock, before the entire fleet emerges safely through a hidden barrier instead of crashing. When Novice asks whether an illusion concealed the passage, the woman refuses to explain, as multiple sailing ships enter an enclosed harbor beneath unexpectedly dark and cloudy skies, where she reveals the sun never reaches this isolated sanctuary within the cliffs, and the entire settlement remains completely hidden from the rest of the outside world. The vampire woman looks across towering stone architecture and introduces the secret destination, telling Novice this concealed vampire city and academy must now become his home, while he stares upward in stunned silence at the enormous structures surrounding him. And pale towering Gothic buildings rise above the docks beneath the artificial darkness. From somewhere inside, a voice announces it is time to welcome the incoming students, as night settles over the busy harbor and a blue column illuminates the clouds, while Novice follows his intimidating guide along the dock toward their awaiting destination, and glances aside with wary curiosity as the formal arrival ceremony rapidly approaches. Novice marvels that the sprawling settlement is completely concealed from every nation beyond its boundaries, but his guide warns visible surprise would expose him as someone not raised here, while Chip tells Novice to start behaving like a vampire despite already being one, as they walk among crowds of uniformed residents crossing the shadowed city square. Novice quietly wonders whether every person filling the streets is truly another vampire, then recognizes several red and black outfits as matching clothing worn by his earlier attacker, making him fear that man may attend the academy and wonder how to respond, before the woman stops at enormous gates and announces they reach their destination. She identifies the academy entrance as the place where their journey together finally ends, while startled Novice asks whether she truly intends to leave him alone now. And she replies that she will enter separately with the other arriving vampires, while directing Novice toward the new students gathering ahead for their initial assessment. She explains new students include born vampires reaching 18 and turned vampires, whose ungraduated status remains illegal, adding that Novice's wandering made her assume whoever transformed him had abandoned him, leaving him tense as he considers whether academy authorities will recognize his unusual situation. Before she says his youthful appearance should protect him because vampire families hide their young, the woman wishes Novice good luck during assessment and prepares to leave him, placing one final hand on his shoulder before declaring him alone in the vampire world, as Novice silently watches his mysterious guide walk away into the surrounding crowd, then notices identical outfits and wonders whether red and black clothing is the official academy uniform. Novice studies a nearby student wearing the familiar red and black clothing as uncertainty lingers, then faces the towering academy crest above the gathering crowd and guarded entrance, deciding his only chance to meet the mysterious guide again is surviving the hidden institution, until determination hardens his green-eyed stare against whatever dangers await inside the academy. He advances with Chip across the courtyard beneath the vast emblem casting a long shadow, unaware that an unidentified uniformed figure appears to be observing him from nearby, as Chip voices the uneasy feeling someone unseen continues watching both of them, while Novice's tightly bandaged hand clenches as the suspicious tension quietly intensifies around him. Novice looks back across the crowd but cannot identify the source of the attention, as an unseen observer hopes the new academic year finally produces someone genuinely interesting. or at least one student worthy enough to represent their mysterious ancient bloodline, before a crimson-shadowed figure declares that this gathering will reveal who rises highest. Back among the applicants, Novice squares his shoulders and confronts the imposing academy without retreat, promising himself that whatever this place truly is, he will somehow survive it, while Chip excitedly asks what mysterious assessment might test after calling for Novice's attention. Then guesses speed drinking blood or enduring sunlight, until Novice tells him to wait. The familiar celebrates reaching a real vampire academy as towering buildings surround the courtyard, while another voice notes this crucial season returns yearly and always brings unexpected events, because each recurrence marks the beginning of another important academic year for the academy, and the unknown speaker calls it one of the most important occasions for entire vampire society. Inside an ornate council chamber, one official questions why everyone remains late for this vital meeting, while rows of empty high-backed chairs show numerous expected members are still absent, as a short-haired female official hopes the arriving class contains skilled spellbinders worth training, but a blonde male argues direct descendants of 10 families will always surpass everyone else. He says any weaker result from those bloodlines would be personally and deeply disappointing. While a long-haired colleague warns greater pressure surrounds the academy during this academic year, because more vampires are dying on missions against specially chosen forces serving the king, as remembered clashes show red magical defenses colliding with highly coordinated enemy attacks outside. Their tense discussion pauses when the large chamber doors slowly creak open nearby, and a broad-shouldered silhouette enters through the bright doorway with obvious commanding authority, causing the gathered officials to rise immediately from their seats and face the newcomer, before the commanding arrival orders every student watch closely throughout the coming year. The figure says the academy needs talent from nobles, born vampires, or transformed vampires alike, while outside the towering institution remains silent beneath the concealed settlement's dim sky, until a ponytailed young woman calls after Soren, directly confirming the guide's name, and remarks that Soren's thoughts have seemed unusually crowded since returning home again. She eagerly asks whether Soren encountered somebody noteworthy beyond the hidden settlement recently, then playfully wonders whether her quiet companion secretly found a mysterious boyfriend outside, drawing a visibly annoyed stare from Soren as the teasing continues beside the academy, while Soren questions whether the person being suggested would also be another vampire. Sophie dramatically guesses Soren might have begun a forbidden romance with a human outside, imagining a blonde admirer kneeling among flowers and promising to grant her every desire, if Soren agrees to consume only his blood from that moment onward forever, before the excited friend bumps against Soren and completely destroys the romantic fantasy. Soren calmly apologizes and addresses her companion as Sophie, directly confirming her name, while Sophie says she must hurry or arrive late for her first class, and explains she expected a special reward for finally becoming a second-year student, until Soren interrupts by revealing that someone has formally summoned her before class. Sophie immediately understands and abandons her previous enthusiasm with a quiet, disappointed sigh, then admits nothing can be changed and sympathizes with Soren's stressful sudden responsibility, but offers to tell the teacher and collect Soren's promised second-year gift as well, before walking away across the courtyard toward class with a cheerful backward wave. Sophie also loudly promises to protect Soren's supposed romantic secret from everyone else, then reveals she means the imaginary human boyfriend and punctuates the joke with a playful wink, leaving Soren to immediately burst into a high-speed run away from the academy grounds. Because an unexplained summons before the academic year begins makes her deeply uneasy, she accelerates past a startled animal while repeating she dislikes the situation entirely, then leaps over the tall outer wall without slowing during her urgent departure, before following a secluded forest path toward an imposing estate described as her private home, where two silent guards stand before the ornate gates beneath the cold night sky. At the estate entrance, a silver emblem depicts a winged serpent coiled beneath a sharp star, while one uniformed guard displays the matching badge and commands the heavy gates opened, allowing Soren to pass between the silent sentries and enter her family grounds, before she crosses the estate's brightly illuminated threshold alone along a red carpet. Soren proceeds deeper silently with her cape trailing behind every deliberately measured step, as rows of household servants line the grand corridor and bow when she approaches, welcoming the young mistress home despite her evident lack of enthusiasm about returning, while Soren continues forward without acknowledging their carefully practiced reception in any visible way. She privately admits hating the estate while entering its cavernous central hall alone, and advances across the long carpet toward a distant door beneath an ornate chandelier, where an imposing blonde man waits beside a tall window and turns toward her arrival, before Soren steps inside his private office and faces him directly without flinching. She formally states she answered the summons and addresses the imposing man as her father, while he studies his returning daughter with a rigid expression and tightly controlled posture, then criticizes Soren for spending her entire break away from home and family, while hoping she committed nothing capable of embarrassing their family name during her absence. Soren assures her father that her time outside was neither wasted nor disgraceful, but he reminds her their family is one of 10 vampire clans controlling the settlement, and says his daughter must represent the entire clan through every action she takes, leaving Soren internally irritated because she has heard the lecture hundreds of times. Her father complains that any vampire unwilling to remain on the island damages their family reputation, explaining he permitted her departure only so she could begin producing meaningful results, while Soren remains silent beneath his threat with restrained anger visible across her mouth, until he vows to keep her on the island if she fails this year. As the daughter of a top clan, she must rank among the Academy's top 10 students. And the demand visibly shocks Soren, who knows competition now carries direct family consequences, while she imagines 10 ominous rivals emerging through a violent crimson haze ahead, before promising her father that she will perform to the best of her ability. He answers by erupting with red power that fractures the floor around his feet, and roars that her best is insufficient, demanding superior results instead this year. As crimson strands coil around the furious clan leader before gradually subsiding again, then he warns numerous direct descendants from other clans are entering the academy this year. Among them is Jadger, a dangerous young vampire directly identified as Soren's fiancée, whom her father expects her to monitor while maintaining a beneficial relationship with him, while Soren narrows her eye and recalls Jadger standing over a defeated opponent nearby. Before her father dismisses her toward the academy after making the dangerous stakes completely clear. Walking away, Soren resents a vampire life controlled entirely by the clan's will, where every duty serves the settlement and she cannot choose the person she marries, as she crosses the guarded estate path and concludes no genuine freedom exists there, then thinks of Novice and quietly wonders how long the newcomer will survive the academy. Back at the academy, Novice enters a corridor wearing the matching red and black uniform among gathered entrants, and sweats when realizing every surrounding individual is another vampire inside the crowded hall, while nervously wondering how much blood the entire population collectively consumes each year, before an unseen student compliments how naturally the unfamiliar colors now suit him. Novice stares downward at the uniform shared by all surrounding first-year students nearby, and admits the disguise makes him feel physically sick with unease deep inside, as he studies the varied newcomers assembled together throughout the courtyard for assessment, wondering whether every candidate is newly transformed and how many such vampires exist. Chip explains the group mixes turned newcomers with born vampires who recently reached adulthood, leaving Novice to carefully process the crowd's scale and unfamiliar social divisions around him. Until a dark-skinned dreadlock student fixes Novice with an intense yellow-eyed stare nearby, then bluntly asks whether Novice has never personally encountered a black vampire before. The stranger folds his arms with amused confidence while waiting for an answer before laughing, gripping Novice's shoulder, and admitting he was only joking with him, although he seriously notes black vampires are rare and dislikes being stared at like an alien. Then offers a friendly hand and introduces himself directly to Novice as Styles. Novice accepts the handshake, creating his first voluntary connection among unfamiliar academy peers, while privately thinking Styles immediately reminds him of his former guild companion Sly, as Styles warns the assessment will challenge everyone and recommends learning about nearby students first, while applicants across the courtyard actively form new connections before the testing begins. Novice finally introduces himself and admits ongoing events make him extremely nervous inside, but Styles reassures him, keeps an arm around his shoulder and promises to help him relax, before casually asking whether Novice belongs to one of 10 clans or descends from one, leaving the newcomer panicked because he understands neither the question nor its expected answer. Styles interprets the hesitation as proof Novice comes from an independent background like his, and explains academy progression often involves eventually joining one of the ruling 10 clans, which may personally recruit talented students who catch their attention during academy training, as Styles raises a fist and declares his ambition to become the best of the best. Novice compares clans to adventure guilds whose leaders personally select talented, promising members, until approaching heels sound behind them and a confident female student draws closer, declaring Styles' goal impossible because she claims the highest position already belongs elsewhere, then stepping into view and boasting that the best student is already standing there. The unnamed woman fixes both first-year students with cool red-eyed confidence and obvious pride, before striking a polished pose as if her arrival alone completely proves superiority, while announcing the Mora clan must choose her after witnessing her powerful spellbinding skills. As Styles whispers that attractive women are dangerous and urges Novice to remain cautious, he adds spellbinders are especially dangerous while leaning conspiratorially toward his new friend, but the unnamed woman immediately says she can clearly hear every whispered word, as dozens of dark bats pour through the high chamber toward waiting applicants below, while hooded figures channel power into a glowing crystal sphere at the assessment floor's center. From behind the crystal orb, hooded evaluators watch Novice, Styles, and the unnamed spellbinder, and one calls it an ideal way to spot worthwhile students without pressuring candidates, although a sneering colleague argues anyone outside the established clans deserves no attention, before another notes unaffiliated students have surprised them before and may again this year. Hundreds of applicants gather around the central platform in the vast chamber as conversation fades, while a long-haired bespectacled instructor steps forward wearing black and red academy clothing before them all, and loudly demands attention from every new student filling the assessment hall immediately, until the entire crowd obeys and falls into absolute silence beneath his authority. The instructor welcomes them to an assessment that will determine their academy positions, and declares the same test will establish each student's personal worth inside the school. Because, as every vampire supposedly knows, raw strength governs everything there above all, prompting Novice to assume the Academy staff apparently care very little about mathematics. Performance during assessment will award every student one of 3 differently colored pins, though those starting at the bottom can still climb toward the top during their studies, while Novice wonders how powerful the vampires he encountered compare with these entrants. Before the instructor reminds students each received a wristband together with the uniform earlier, Novice raises his own wrist and examines the tightly fitted dark band closely, as glowing crimson symbols suddenly illuminate along the device's outer surface before everyone, which the instructor says the greatest spellbinders helped create specifically for the assessment, before explaining activated bands clearly display each wearer's current level of blood power. The instructor declares measurement begins immediately and snaps his fingers above the assessment platform, sending red energy through every wristband as startled applicants watch glowing numbers appear. While Styles grips his activated band and Novice leans closer to inspect the sudden result, until Styles reads a blood power score of 2 and wonders whether that is good. The aspiring spellbinder mocks his low score and regrets wasting conversation on him, then points at Novice and demands to know the number displayed on his wrist, making the disguise-turned vampire tense as attention shifts directly toward his hidden reading, before Novice twists his arm and deliberately covers the wristband from everyone's view. The red gemstone remains lit beneath his hand, but its exact number stays concealed, as the instructor explains every device displays a value from 1 through 10. With 10 highest, although the measurement represents blood strength rather than complete capability, because physical power and accumulated experience remain separate factors beyond the wristband's reading. He adds blood power values are not permanent and can increase through later growth, then warns students not to treat that number as their most important quality, while conversations erupt across the chamber as applicants compare their newly revealed scores. And one excited blonde student announces a 5 while asking another student's number. A purple-haired applicant reacts with disbelief after discovering another student only received 3, while a dark-haired student hides the wrist and draws an immediate suspicious question, prompting nearby applicants to assume anyone concealing a score must possess weak blood power, as Styles studies Novice's covered wrist while the newcomer silently guards his unconfirmed result. Styles finally spots the concealed display and excitedly announces Novice received the same score of 2, but the aspiring spellbinder recoils in disgust after realizing both young men scored equally low, then complains she wasted her time speaking with either of them before turning away, while her own visible wristband reveals a considerably higher blood power score of 6. Novice recognizes her high blood strength and wonders what determines each displayed number, because his system reports blood aura strength at 5 despite the wristband showing 2, forcing him to conclude the Academy's measurement follows a different standard than expected. As Styles guesses the woman only approached them for advantage and calls 6 impressive, Styles reassures Novice that the instructor measured only blood strength instead of overall combat ability, then identifies himself as a physical-type vampire and confidently promises his real strength is greater. While explaining spellcaster vampires naturally possess stronger blood power and frequently act overly proud, which makes Novice remember the physical and spellcaster categories from his earlier class selection. Chip reminds him that the system presented those categories through the original vampire class cards, including Night Warrior as the physical class and Scarlet Spellbinder as the spellcaster path, leading Novice to ask Styles whether vampires also recognize a third possible type, only for Styles to dismiss that path as useless because almost nobody chooses it. Assuming Novice shares his low reading, Styles confidently labels them both physical-type vampires and says many of the strongest vampires follow that type while training blood strength to its peak, but Novice knows his blood manipulator class differs and secretly questions his relative weakness, as Styles surveys the surrounding applicants and contemptuously compares the assembled crowd to sheep. Novice notices a commotion across the hall and asks Styles why applicants are gathering there, prompting Styles to explain 5 descendants of the 10 ruling clans entered this year, with each clan bearing the name of the vampire who originally founded that bloodline, before Tanya of the Velmoa clan steps forward beneath a dramatic crimson aura. Silernit of the Varkath clan follows, folding one arm beneath her Dark Academy cloak. Then Soren's dark-haired fiancé appears representing the powerful Marquess clan among the first years, alongside muscular Bronk of the Drawin clan, who stretches his arms with easy confidence, and quiet long-haired Zen of the Obsidianth clan, standing nearby beneath golden spellwork. The 5 direct descendants draw a wide circle of attention as surrounding students keep their distance, while Styles advises Novice to earn their favor for an easier academy life, warning that offending them would create several powerful enemies capable of tormenting him, as 3 displayed wristbands reveal exceptionally high blood power readings of 7, 8, and 9. Novice consequently wonders whether these direct descendants rank among the strongest living vampires, but Styles says the clan founders remain unmatched and their descendants surpass everyone present, while the 5 continue talking together beneath the nervous attention of surrounding applicants, until Zen turns toward Novice, making the white-haired newcomer wonder whether he is being watched. Novice quickly decides the unsettling glance must have been nothing more than imagination, before a cheerful brown-haired applicant notices him and raises one hand in friendly greeting, smiling broadly as he approaches without the threatening attitude shown by the clan descendants, while the newcomer's raised wrist clearly displays a blood power score of 4 in red light. Novice questions why the Academy publicly revealed everyone's blood strength before conducting any assessment, because the comparison seems deliberately arranged to make direct clan descendants appear naturally superior, until the bespectacled instructor claps sharply and regains the entire chamber's attention once more, before announcing that the applicants have now become slightly better acquainted with one another. He declares the first assessment ready to begin as anticipation spreads through the hall, then introduces its opening stage without yet revealing the challenge awaiting each group, and raises 3 fingers while explaining every attempt will be completed in teams of 3, requiring applicants to form their own groups immediately from the students standing nearby. Zen listens intently as the instructor prepares to explain what the assessment contains. And the instructor reminds everyone that students possess strengths and weaknesses beyond blood power, before revealing completion time determines their grade, with faster groups earning better results, which causes immediate complaints that powerful students will simply join forces for an unfair advantage. Several applicants excitedly predict the 5 clan descendants will create the strongest possible team. But one student doubts it because each descendant wants to prove superiority over every rival, making cooperation between those proud descendants seem unlikely despite their exceptional individual strength, as the instructor claps again and silences the increasingly noisy speculation across the chamber. He anticipates questions about mandatory partners and asks why students cannot attempt the test alone, then explains Academy missions are never completed alone while a dangerous joint battle illustrates his point, because functioning as a reliable teammate represents an essential part of being a vampire, before displaying a pocket watch and granting everyone 5 minutes to form their trios. The instructor shouts for everyone to begin and brings his hand down with a sharp clap, sending applicants shuffling rapidly across the floor while new groups form in every direction. As ambitious students rush toward the 5 clan descendants and loudly request places beside them, while Styles confidently tells Novice their pair now only needs one additional teammate, Chip realizes Styles simply assumed Novice would work with him despite never actually asking, although Novice accepts because the friendly physical-type vampire may be their best available partner, then raises a hand toward the cheerful applicant and begins inviting him into their group, only for the applicant to notice Novice's score of 2 and hesitate awkwardly. The applicant silently turns away before Novice can finish, leaving the invitation unanswered, while Styles approaches another student and cheerfully proposes creating a dream team of 2s. But that candidate immediately studies Styles's visible wristband score with growing concern at once, then pushes him away, insisting 3 students rated 2 would inevitably fail together. Still determined to advance, Styles begins tapping more applicants and seeking someone with a higher reading, before admitting the search is miserable because nobody seemed to like him initially, and pointing out Novice knows nobody either, leaving their potential teammate pool empty, although Styles remains convinced one equally unwanted applicant must still be available nearby. Chip catches Novice's attention and directs him towards someone standing alone across the hall, where a short purple-haired applicant waits quietly after nearly every other student has grouped up, with the isolated newcomer's wristband displaying the minimum blood power value of 1 beside him. Before Novice approaches, waves politely and asks whether the stranger will join their group. The isolated applicant nervously asks whether Novice is certain, admitting a blood power value of only 1, but Novice reveals his own score is 2 and reassuringly says they are not far apart. Before Styles races over, excitedly asking whether Novice finally found someone genuinely strong, only to freeze when he sees the hesitant low-scoring applicant beside his partner. Styles sighs that beggars cannot be choosers and accepts the remaining candidate without enthusiasm, then hopefully asks whether the purple-haired newcomer at least specializes as a spellcaster vampire, but the flustered applicant identifies as another physical-type vampire instead of answering confidently, making Styles curse because balanced 3-person groups usually include at least 1 spellcaster. He nevertheless promises their available members can form a dream team and asks the newcomer's name, whereupon the applicant introduces himself as Nomo and promises not to slow either teammate down, while Styles declares the 3 officially united and enthusiastically demands a shared fist gesture, until Styles, Novice, and Nomo bring their fists together above the chamber floor. Chip calls the display cheesy for 3 strangers who barely know anything about one another, though Novice accepts it because surviving this place may require them to protect each other. As completed trios settle throughout the hall and the frantic partner search finally quiets, while Novice notices the clan descendants separated, yet each still recruited strong-looking teammates. The instructor announces 5 minutes have expired and confirms every applicant now belongs to a group, then says whichever bracelets illuminate first will identify the opening teams taking the assessment, as several wristbands begin chiming simultaneously among the newly organized students around him, before a towering blue column erupts beside the instructor and floods the chamber with light. The blue column stabilizes into an enormous portal, and the instructor orders the selected trio inside, promising the nature of their assessment will become clear only after they cross. As 3 uncertain applicants approach together and disappear into the swirling blue gateway, leaving their waiting classmates murmuring anxiously about what could possibly exist beyond it. Some time later, the instructor spots movement in the portal and announces the trio's return, before 3 battered students stumble out with torn uniforms, embedded arrows, and visible burns, revealing additional shafts lodged in their clothing and dark scorch marks across their bodies. which leaves Novice staring in disbelief at the unexpectedly severe injuries caused inside. The watching applicants recoil and admit the supposedly first assessment appears frighteningly difficult, yet the instructor merely smiles toward the portal and immediately summons the next group, while another trio emerges beneath his ticking pocket watch as their completion time is recorded, followed by more wounded students collapsing across the floor after escaping the unknown challenge. Styles realizes every group returns injured and regrets being unable to question earlier participants, then speculates the hidden assessment could involve monsters, traps, or another dangerous obstacle, until Nomo nervously calls for both teammates while examining his suddenly chiming wristband, as all three bracelets activate together, unmistakably selecting their low-scoring team for entry next. Styles accepts their turn has arrived and declares there is no possibility of retreat. While the immense blue gateway churns before the trio with its destination still hidden, and he nervously hopes they outperform the dismissive girl who scorned them earlier, prompting Chip to clear his throat and stare at Styles with obvious disapproval. Novice faces the portal and recognizes crossing it as his first real step through vampire life, then enters alongside Styles and Nomo as the blue surface engulfs their approaching silhouettes. Before the trio arrives inside a dark corridor leading toward one distant closed door, where Nomo immediately panics and wonders whether their unexplained arrival already means failure. Styles dismisses the fear because nothing has happened and directs everyone toward the door, but Novice suddenly hears a faint mechanical click somewhere inside the shadowy corridor, and urgently warns both teammates as a hidden mechanism releases its first projectile, which slams into the stone floor beside Styles before anyone can identify it. The narrow shaft bites deeply into the cracked stone and reveals the corridor's danger, while Styles finally understands why previous applicants emerged carrying arrows through their uniforms, as an enormous barrage descends from above and fills the passage with sharpened shafts, before one arrow pierces Styles from behind, making him curse at the sudden pain. Novice orders everyone forward because remaining still beneath the barrage guarantees further injuries, then surges through the storm with rapid evasive turns as arrows strike around him, slipping between closely spaced projectiles without visibly activating any named system skill during the movement. While remembering that dodging arrows and swords once formed part of his daily routine, Novice shouts for his teammates to move as Nomo reacts beneath the descending volley. And the low-scoring newcomer catches an incoming arrow barehanded immediately before it reaches his face, earning an impressed thumbs-up from wounded Styles despite the dangerous barrage continuing around them, before another descending arrow slams into Styles and draws additional blood from his body. Another arrow strikes wounded Styles, while Nomo observes that Novice still has not been hit. Leading Styles to conclude the corridor perfectly favors physical-type vampires and their evasive abilities, before the battered trio finally reaches the distant doorway beyond the arrow-covered floor, where Novice stops and asks whether his injured teammates can still continue safely. Styles grimaces while pulling an embedded arrow from his shoulder and bleeding through torn clothing, yet claims he was barely hit and confidently promises the wounds will heal easily. While Chip urges Novice to push the door because their completion time keeps running, and Novice opens it believing the trio has already cleared the assessment's first test. Beyond waits a greenlit chamber filled with floating blue spheres, each containing a different key, as Styles spots the locked exit and assumes one suspended key must fit its mechanism, before leaping toward a nearby sphere despite Novice urgently warning him against touching it, which sends the surrounding bubbles darting unpredictably through the chamber beyond his reach. Styles chases one key-bearing orb through the air and lunges after its shifting path, until he catches the glowing sphere and shatters its surface around the enclosed key, then hurries to the exit and struggles unsuccessfully with the lock's rigid mechanism, before cursing that his supposedly lucky first choice was completely wrong after all. Novice wonders how the team can identify one correct key among countless identical spheres, while Nomo exhaustedly remarks that having a spellcaster would make this problem considerably easier. But Novice studies the moving keys carefully as his system begins scanning their targets, until the display marks one green sphere as the correct key among numerous red decoys. Novice lunges for the lone green target and shatters its glowing sphere with one hand, revealing the enclosed key as the system confirms its analysis selected the correct object, while Chip enthusiastically demands praise for being part of the system that solved it, before Novice inserts the key and unlocks the heavy exit as Styles watches exhaustedly. The mechanism clicks open beneath his hand and finally clears their route forward, after which Novice turns back and asks whether both injured teammates are still coming, prompting Nomo to call their leader genuinely lucky after witnessing the impossible selection, while Styles agrees and begins treating Novice as the team's fortunate charm during the assessment. A green energy portal fills the open doorway as the trio advances through together, bringing them into another vast corridor ending at a raised pedestal and glowing floor circle, until blue spellwork activates ahead and reveals 9 crimson-filled vials resting beyond it, leaving the 3 physical-type vampires immediately uncertain about what challenge must come next. Nomo volunteers to go first because his teammates already helped enough during earlier trials, then kneels and places one hand onto the luminous circular markings covering the floor, before a fierce golden column erupts around him and scorches his exposed skin, making Nomo recoil, clutch his burned hand, and cry that the energy hurts. He compares the sensation to entering powerful sunlight and doubts they can cross safely, while Styles counts 9 blood vials and wonders whether they provide healing or test willpower. But Novice notices a written message beside the bottles and reaches down to read, learning only 3 vials may be chosen before every remaining bottle disappears completely. Nomo suspects every vial carries a spell and wonders whether the team must discover some hidden trick. As the 9 sealed bottles glow identically across the raised stone pedestal before them, but Novice quietly relies on the system again and focuses his green eye across them, causing analytical panels to appear beside every vial and calling the entire assessment a cheat. The readouts identify blood types, a no-blood decoy, and bonuses including blood aura or sunlight resistance, giving Novice enough information to declare that he knows exactly which 3 should be taken. Although he wonders why the test provides 9 vials representing different possible blood contents, and hesitates over whether their arrangement carries meaning or remains completely random instead. Styles suggests one teammate simply grab every vial and force a path through the barrier, while Nomo reasons a strong or fast member could carry the others across quickly, until impatient Styles reaches for the bottles and insists they stop wasting precious time, forcing Novice to seize his wrist and sharply order him to wait before choosing. Novice argues 9 vials imply 3 per teammate and proposes dividing them evenly, so everyone can regenerate while crossing and receive an equal chance of surviving. Before Chip notices Novice secretly selected every vial associated with greater sunlight resistance, as the system confirms B-positive or B-negative blood increases his protection against the sun. Novice justifies the choice because bonuses only come from each newly consumed person's blood, while Styles assumes every bottle is identical and distributes 3 vials to each teammate, until several brilliant spell circles ignite across the floor between them and the exit, and Styles grins toward the dangerous glowing route before shouting for everyone to move now. The trio dashes onto the illuminated route, spreading across alternating blue and golden spell circles. Before towering sunlight-like columns engulf all 3 and force them to push forward through burning pain, as the system warns Novice he is under direct sunlight and his statistics are affected, then reports the simulated sun remains strong enough to begin decreasing his health. Chip concludes this barrier's spell burns even more fiercely than standing beneath the actual sun, while Novice glances back from the safer blue circle and checks both slower teammates, finding Styles and Nomo struggling together inside the golden column as the energy scorches them. Although Novice has lost little health and believes he can personally reach the exit, he nevertheless worries his injured teammates will fail and decides to accept an additional risk, then uncorks one of his secretly selected resistance vials while remaining beneath the harsh light and drinks the crimson blood quickly as his eyes flare with renewed supernatural power, triggering restored health, 3 additional sun resistance points, and a total resistance of 6. Nomo looks up in confusion after noticing Novice stop ahead instead of escaping alone, before the strengthened newcomer returns through the barrier, surprising the teammate who thought him farther ahead and seizes Nomo securely while reaching towards Styles across the punishing golden circle, until Novice supports both wounded teammates and insists on helping them through this test. The white-haired vampire then drives forward carrying both men across several burning spell circles, leaving Styles astonished that Novice willingly endures the barrier's pain on their behalf, while Nomo realizes their leader is absorbing the greatest burden to protect his new team, although Chip accuses Novice of compensating for secretly taking every sunlight resistance vial earlier. Novice reflects that becoming a vampire may have forced him to abandon much of his humanity. Yet he refuses to discard the Order's code and chooses to preserve that guiding principle, before staggering with Styles and Nomo as all 3 finally burst through the shimmering portal, and collapsing together beyond its blue flames after successfully completing the punishing route. The instructor approaches the exhausted trio, congratulates their completion and grants them time to rest, while Novice catches his breath and acknowledges the team at least survived that difficult section. As the instructor checks his pocket watch, calls the next group and reactivates the portal, which soon releases only 2 battered students, one carrying the other from their nightmare. Novice widens his green eyes and realizes in shock that only 2 members returned, then understands the final trial was severe enough that some vampires normally fail to return safely, and recalls Soren's warning while noticing the surrounding students react with unsettling indifference. Before the instructor announces the first assessment stage finished and prepares to reveal its rankings, the students learn their wristbands will illuminate according to how quickly each group completed the task, as the gathered applicants wait beneath the ceiling while bands begin flashing across the crowd, revealing Zen's group finished first and placing the Descendants trio atop the opening standings. While murmuring spectators expect direct descendants to claim the 5 fastest times overall, Bronk celebrates with a raised muscular arm when his group is awarded second place, and spectators immediately predict another descendant will claim the next position as expected, while Jadger privately grumbles that Bronk narrowly beat him despite his confidence in second place, then assumes his group will receive third place and accepts that expected result for now. The trio's wristbands suddenly blaze, drawing every applicant's attention toward the unexpected result, and nearby students recoil in disbelief when they realize this team recorded the 3rd fastest time, as the official ranking confirms Novice, Styles, and Nomo secured 3rd place together, prompting the exhausted friends to laugh, celebrate, and stare at their lit bands in disbelief. Around them, confused applicants demand their identities and dismiss the unfamiliar trio as complete nobodies. while Novice covers his face, regretting the attention after intending to stay beneath the radar, before Jadger whirls around in alarm at seeing the group surpass his assumed position, and his wristband illuminates with 4 confirming Jadger's team finished 4th overall among all entrants. The furious descendant roars over losing 3rd place and trembles with visible humiliation, because he has never finished 4th and considers himself a permanent top 3 contender. Then snarls that the nobodies must have cheated or exploited some hidden trick, and releases ominous purple energy while vowing to discover how they defeated his group. Novice, Styles, and Nomo remain together while increasing scrutiny spreads through the assembled applicants, as murmuring classmates wonder how 3 unremarkable newcomers captured one of the highest rankings, and speculate one teammate might secretly possess high status or belong to an established clan. Though another observer says none of the 3 faces are recognizable at all, their critic dismisses them as nobodies again and points toward their low wristband scores, while red-eyed applicants stare from across the hall as whispers intensify around the trio, and a glowing magical viewing orb presents Novice's face to unknown watchers elsewhere, who claim they witnessed the assessment but dismiss the team's successful passage as mere luck. One hooded observer challenges the claim of luck while the group studies Novice's glowing image, prompting another to suggest the white-haired student possesses a sixth sense that located the correct key quickly, while a companion argues their 3 physical fighting styles also accelerated the opening challenge, but they agree future assessments will reveal whether the first result truly came from luck. Back in the hall, the instructor claps firmly to silence lingering conversations among the applicants, then declares the first assessment part finished, praises everyone's effort, and orders them to rest, explaining the next stage begins tomorrow and directing the students to follow hooded assistants, as the assembled first years shuffle away behind their guides and leave the assessment chamber together. Jadger stays behind long enough to glare toward his departing white-haired rival with open suspicion, before a nighttime view reveals towering academy dormitories beneath clouded skies and circling bats, where assistants assign everyone a random room on a random floor and distribute keys individually, while warning assessment participants cannot leave the dormitories before tomorrow or they will be disqualified. Each first year carefully accepts a small numbered key from the waiting hooded assistant, and Novice compares his assignment with Styles and Nomo while the trio reacts to their separation, revealing visible room numbers including 506 and 210 across their circular key tags, so Novice notes they occupy different floors and expects reunion at the next day's assessment. Styles cheerfully places an arm around Novice, saying former teammates remain united in spirit, then bows his head and sincerely thanks the white-haired student for getting them through the challenge, leaving Novice surprised and unsure how to respond beyond an awkward expression of thanks, until Nomo explains their success placed all 3 under the assessor's and teacher's attention. Nomo beams at Novice and celebrates that their team currently occupies the top 3, while Chip privately asks whether Soren had warned him to avoid attracting attention. Before Nomo nervously produces a modest thank you gift he wants Novice to keep, revealing a polished turquoise pendant wrapped in dark metal and hanging from a cord. Nomo explains his family lacks wealth but owns a market jewelry shop, and he crafted the piece himself, while touched Novice calls the gift more than enough and accepts it despite resisting further thanks, then waves goodbye as Styles and Nomo head toward their separate rooms until tomorrow, and enters his assigned wooden dormitory room alone beneath faint cool blue light. The exhausted newcomer immediately flops face down across the bed after closing the door behind him, gasping that the first assessment had been far more intense than he expected, before wondering what tomorrow's stage will involve as Chip suggests he might excel there, although Novice reminds them his true purpose is learning to control his vampiric condition. He quietly insists he has no intention of remaining trapped at the academy forever, then lies flat on the narrow bed and attempts to rest beneath the nighttime glow, while several other first years also fall asleep separately across their assigned dormitory rooms, until a pair of dark boots approaches one closed door and the floorboards creak ominously. The unknown visitor stops before the numbered wooden door, casting a long shadow across its handle, then slowly manipulates the lock in silence using careful movements of one gloved hand, producing a quiet click as the latch releases without awakening the resting occupant inside, before a tall red-eyed silhouette enters through the doorway and looms in blue light. Unaware of the threat, Nomo continues sleeping peacefully under blue light in his assigned room, as the tall red-eyed intruder silently leans over the bed and studies the unconscious first year, before extending a shadowed hand toward Nomo's face while he remains completely still, while elsewhere Styles lies awake and complains that excitement prevents him from sleeping. He grins at the ceiling and marvels that their team actually captured 3rd place, then sits up and considers doing push-ups to burn off his excess energy, until a heavy knock at the door echoes through the otherwise quiet room, making him abandon the thought of a drink and turn toward his unexpected midnight visitor. Styles's golden eye widens with alarm when he recognizes whoever has entered his room, as a threatening voice orders him to remain silent or suffer painful consequences, and Jadger steps fully into the blue light, looming confidently above the lower-scoring student, before coldly stating Styles should understand exactly how vulnerable his situation has become. Styles swallows nervously but keeps watching the hostile direct descendant from his bed, as Jadger fixes him with an intense red-eyed stare and demands his cooperation, then asks exactly how the trio cheated during the first assessment to reach the top 3, threatening to make Styles pay unless he provides an immediate answer to him. After the confrontation, Jadger strides away through the dormitory corridor with his cape trailing, but stops when another dark-clad student approaches from farther down the quiet hall, whose clenched hand appears scraped and bloodied as a crimson drop slowly falls, prompting Jadger to ask whether his apparent accomplice uncovered anything useful during the visit. The apparent accomplice admits he pressed his target as hard as possible, perhaps excessively, but says Nomo revealed nothing and only continued crying and begging throughout the interrogation, while Jadger reports Styles also gave no answers and sneers that their fighting skills were embarrassing, insisting such meager fighting ability could never have cleared the assessment that rapidly. Jadger nevertheless grabs the shaken student again and orders him to reveal anything he knows, then hurls Styles forcefully across the room when no useful explanation ever comes, before wiping blood from his hand with a cloth and contemptuously calling it filthy, and deciding only one remaining team member can still be questioned that night. He orders the accomplice back to their floor to watch for anyone searching, while handling the final target, then strides along the corridor as his subordinate departs in the opposite direction, continuing alone down the wooden hallway with his dark cape trailing behind him, until the plaque numbered 506 confirms Jadger has reached the next student's assigned door. The descendant raises one clawed hand and reaches for the handle without knocking. But an unseen voice warns against proceeding, jolting Jadger before he opens the room, and he turns sharply upon recognizing Soren standing nearby in the quiet corridor, as the composed second year leans against the wall and watches him with folded arms. Jadger demands why Soren occupies a first-year dorm despite being a second-year student, and she calmly explains her assigned guard duty covers any forbidden behavior during the night, before offering to overlook this single incident because of their existing personal relationship, while warning further misconduct will leave her unable to shield him from the rules. Jadger's face tightens with anger as Soren's warning challenges both his pride and his plans, but he dismisses the visit as harmless curiosity and claims there was nothing more, before gripping her shoulder and ordering Soren to listen carefully to his following warning, then threatening severe consequences if she ever uses the witnessed misconduct against him. He emphasizes their engagement will not protect Soren should she betray or oppose him, and walks away, leaving the guarded second year to release a tense, frustrated sigh, while she privately admits she came only to confirm Novice survived the first assessment, then wonders whether the white-haired newcomer somehow created a new enemy in Jadger. Soren feels relieved her fiancé accepted the false explanation for her presence at the door, yet recalls fresh blood on his hand and questions what happened before her arrival, while elsewhere Novice wakes early, yawning as he sits shirtless on the dormitory bed, and realizes the next day has arrived even though the sun has not risen. Chip teases whether he wants sunlight to burn him awake and mocks that imagined preference, drawing sarcastic laughter as Novice stretches his stiff arms and dismisses the familiar's joke, before noticing no assistants have arrived and considering checking his nearby former teammates, since gathering information about the next assessment could help them develop a strategy. Novice fastens his uniform, opens room 506 and steps into the dim hallway, then walks alone through the quiet dormitory while floorboards creak beneath his boots, until he stops before door 210, confirming Styles' exact assigned room number inside the dormitory, and knocks twice while calling his own name so Styles recognizes the visitor. Novice asks Styles for a private conversation and politely checks whether his friend minds, but the closed door returns only prolonged silence despite repeated knocking in the empty hall, prompting Chip to guess the exhausted physical-type teammate might simply sleep unusually deeply. Until Novice raises his hand, sniffs the air, and suddenly notices an alarming scent. His green eyes widen as recognition replaces confusion and his body freezes outside the room, before he follows an increasingly strong trace of blood directly through the closed door, realizing the unmistakable scent comes from the other side where Styles should be resting, and immediately seizing the handle with enough force to abandon any cautious entrance. Novice drives forward into the door, cracking it as urgency overwhelms his restraint, then bursts inside hard enough to tear the entrance open and send debris flying, only to stop completely stunned while Chip hovers speechlessly just behind his shoulder, because Styles lies face down and motionless within a broad, dark pool of blood. Novice stares at his wounded friend and can barely manage to ask what happened, as cold window light exposes blood covering the floor and much of Styles' uniform, before the battered student weakly opens one golden eye and whispers Novice's name, igniting fierce anger across the newcomer's face as he calls urgently back to Styles. He rushes across the room, lifts Styles upright, and braces the wounded body against his chest, then repeatedly asks whether he can hear and begs his friend to speak, while noticing a bruised forearm and extensive injuries left during the nighttime attack, and reels that such violence occurred after only one day at the academy. Novice blames himself as Styles fades, wondering why everyone close to him keeps getting hurt, yet grips his teammate and orders him to hold on while searching for a solution, until a system alert identifies Styles by name and confirms his critical condition, then offers Novice the unfamiliar option to create a blood bond with him. The startled Novice asks what blood bond means and whether activating it will save Styles, recalling the same unexplained prompt appeared beside dying Claire when he considered turning her into a vampire, though Styles is already a vampire, leaving Novice uncertain whether the bond can still rescue him, before he chooses hope because losing a recent friend without trying feels impossible. The system confirms blood bond has now been activated between Novice and Styles, as dense crimson energy erupts around both students and visibly binds them together. Before the interface reports the connection succeeded while linked Styles remains critically wounded, and immediately asks whether Novice wants to share his health directly with Styles. Desperate Novice accepts without hesitation and shouts for the system to save him, causing 50 health to be removed from him according to the red status panel, while pale restorative vapor rises from Styles and his visible wounds begin closing, leaving Chip astonished and questioning what kind of skill could heal every wound. Styles slowly regains awareness and weakly speaks Novice's name while opening his eyes, then confirms he is alive and admits he thought the injuries would kill him. As relieved, Novice suggests the physical-type vampire may be tougher than he realized. Before Styles explains, Jadger punished him because he refused to reveal anything about the team. Novice demands the attacker's identity, clenching his jaw while watching his recovered friend remain weak, and Styles names Jadger, identifying his tormentor as one of the direct clan descendants, leaving Novice confused about why the powerful heir targeted Styles and what he wanted, until Styles explains Jadger suspected their team cheated to finish the assessment so quickly. He says he stayed silent from fear Jadger would try killing Novice, while Chip makes a joke. Then confirms Novice is safe, but warns the attackers may also have visited Nomo, making Novice gasp his teammate's name as new fear overrides his previous anger, before he and Styles bolt from room 210 toward Nomo's separate room without delay. Novice drives through another door as both friends rush down the dormitory corridor, and they enter together with Styles now recovering enough to follow immediately behind. Discovering Nomo slumped on a bloody bed while staring helplessly at his severe injuries, so the white-haired vampire darts forward after recognizing that Nomo's condition is dangerously severe. Styles grabs his head and demands why their team was targeted just as things were going well, while the horrified newcomer suddenly realizes Blood Bond might offer another chance to help his teammate, then kneels beside Nomo and activates a crimson connection around both their bodies, leaving the wounded student baffled by apparent magic because Novice is not a spellcaster. The system removes another 50 health and confirms the second blood bond succeeded, as pale restorative vapor completely covers Nomo and rapidly closes his visible wounds, prompting him to ask how his rescuer is doing this and what kind of creature he is, though Novice privately admits the ability is abnormal while postponing concern for now. Novice carries unconscious Nomo away from the blood-covered bed, repeatedly calling his name, and sometime later several injured students are gathered outside under academy attendance, where one attendant confirms Nomo is alive but says regaining consciousness may take time, making Novice realize that Blood Bond was likely the only reason Nomo survived. He then strides across the campus alone with anger building beneath his controlled expression, until uniformed guards order the students to remain on the grounds until they are escorted, but Novice lowers his head and commands them to move aside without slowing, forcing one guard to step directly into his path and repeat the order. Novice's eyes flare red as he shouts the demand more fiercely at the obstacle, before the assessment instructor tells the guards to let him pass, sensing he wants a conversation. And the furious first year identifies Jadger as the attacker motivated by losing their ranking, only for the instructor to demand proof and warn that accusing a descendant is serious. Novice points toward the wounded victim and insists the attacked student personally named Jadger, yet the instructor argues a student might lie merely to remove a direct descendant from assessment, causing Novice to demand whether the academy plans to ignore the violence entirely. Before the instructor explains vampires already live hunted in a world without dependable rules. He says their kind can be pursued at any hour and lacks reliable protection, so anyone entering danger can blame only themselves for not being strong enough, which makes Novice cover his face and laugh bitterly at the ruthless answer, before asking whether the response would change if the victim were a direct descendant instead. Novice accepts the instructor's harsh worldview with an angry grin and declares those rules will guide him, then leans closer and asks what happens if he goes equally far against whoever caused the attacks, reasoning that identical retaliation should remain permissible regardless of the responsible attacker's social status, before turning away from the uneasy instructor and striding back toward the assembled students. The instructor watches Novice leave and warns him not to become involved in reckless retaliation, while the remaining first years stand in orderly lines across the open academy grounds, where puzzled students whisper that noticeably fewer applicants remain than during the first stage, and one explains teachers removed several applicants early, leaving only the highest-ranked students. Novice quietly rejoins the gathered crowd with his anger still simmering beneath control. Although he wants Jadger to pay, he decides immediate revenge would be poorly timed, and clenches his fist while wishing for some legitimate opportunity to strike back, prompting Chip to grin and praise this newly bloodthirsty side of his companion. The instructor announces the top 10 qualifying teams should total 30 students, but only 28 are present, then reveals the next assessment for these leading applicants will consist of sparring matches, causing immediate murmurs about fighting so early and possibly facing direct clan descendants, before explaining a randomly chosen participant may personally select any opponent they wish. Novice freezes upon realizing the selected fighter can personally choose whoever they want, and views the rule as a chance to confront Jadger without violating academy regulations, while the instructor states 14 matches will occur and their results matter relatively little. but stresses every participant should display everything because a large crowd will be watching. Looking across the seemingly empty grounds, Novice questions where the promised large crowd could possibly be. When several uniformed spellcasters activate enormous crimson formations that surge across the assessment area, and the waiting first-years shout in alarm as red energy rises around them, before towering spectator stands suddenly materialize around the group and reveal a packed audience. The qualifying students stare upward, astonished that nearly the entire academy appears to be watching them, while one excited participant identifies eliminated first-years and even several second-year students in the seats, where Sophie admits all second-years were invited, but remains surprised that Soren chose to attend, and Soren coolly replies that her energetic companion never needed to accompany her. Sophie insists Soren has acted unusually for a while, drawing an admission that this year feels stranger, then suggests Soren came because a particular participant is competing and teasingly mentions her fiancé, which earns Sophie a cold, menacing glare from her suddenly silent friend beside her. But she nervously continues joking about a fated romantic triangle despite the warning. Sophie dramatically contrasts Soren's arranged fiancé with a supposed human love and mentions a young prince, until Soren firmly states that her presence in the stands is not because of Jadger, while privately looking toward Novice and admitting she actually came because of another man, as an announcement reveals that many spectators from outside the academy were also invited. The instructor adds that 3 of their finest professors are present and will observe everything, as 3 mysterious hooded figures sit upon raised chairs overlooking the arena in silence, where an elderly professor anticipates an interesting event because this class contains numerous clan descendants, and another professor identifies an unnamed surprise among the group whose performance also interests her. The instructor directs every contender toward the side pit, where illuminated wristbands will authorize opponent selection, and the qualifying students file through the nearby entrance together as the opening selection approaches. While Novice remembers he was supposed to remain inconspicuous during his academy enrollment, but decides this may be his only consequence-free opportunity to reach Jadger and hurt him. Powerful students cannot be allowed to harm others freely without eventually paying a price, as the assembled first-years wait beneath the arena while the announcer prepares to reveal the opening match, until one muscular student's wristband suddenly flashes green and marks him as the first selection. And the instructor calls Bronk forward as the powerful clan descendant grins confidently. Bronk clasps his hands and considers which nervous participant he should challenge next, then casually points toward an ordinary male student and chooses him from the retreating crowd, leaving the selected opponent startled and repeatedly asking whether Bronk is truly certain, before the match begins and the smaller fighter launches himself directly at the motionless descendant. The challenger rushes into range and drives his first determined punch toward Bronk's torso, then unleashes a rapid barrage of blows that burst loudly against the larger fighter, while growing astonished that every punch appears to be connecting successfully with his opponent, although Bronk merely yawns through the impacts and asks whether the supposed tickling is finished. The smaller fighter freezes in disbelief when his barrage leaves the descendant completely unaffected, and Bronk answers with one effortless counterstrike that catches his opponent before he can react, sending the helpless student tumbling backward through the arena while Bronk remains casually upright, until the defeated challenger crashes into the stone boundary and fractures the surrounding surface. The arena falls momentarily silent as stunned spectators process the decisive impact and shattered stone, before the announcer declares Bronk the winner and the descendant casually brushes dust from his shoulder, prompting the audience to erupt with cheers and praise the overwhelming strength of his clan heritage, while Sophie watches from her seat and says such a one-sided result was entirely expected. She admits the difference between direct descendants and ordinary first-years appears impossibly wide. As Novice observes Bronk walking away and recognizes the remarkable power inherited by descendants, then remembers Jadger used comparable strength against both teammates and Imagenes, eventually defeating him, while deciding his retaliation must inflict exactly as much pain on the responsible attacker. Another match begins when a brown-haired student leaps forward with a powerful descending strike that slams into his dark-haired opponent's upper body and forces him backward under pressure, before the defender counters with a crimson slash that tears across the attacker's abdomen, dropping the wounded challenger onto one knee as he clutches the damaged area in pain. The dark-haired victor raises his blood-covered hand and warns the outmatched challenger to remain down, before Sophie asks whether any important spectators are present and learns no clan heads attended, as Soren explains these competitors remain first-years and cannot compare with the world's true powers, then suggests that showcasing the new students may not be the event's only purpose. Elsewhere inside the arena, a dark-skinned contender drives a blurred fist toward another student's head, before Silent catches a different opponent's arm and recalls that she would normally use a whip, but decides her bare-handed alternative must suffice because the assessment strictly forbids all weapons, then pivots violently and swings the captured man overhead by one arm through the air. The captured opponent screams as Silernet's brutal rotation leaves blood scattering through the air, while Soren interprets the exhibition as a deliberate opportunity for direct descendants to display dominance and remind every lesser-ranked vampire exactly where they stand within the Academy's hierarchy, as the hooded professor's viewing orb shifts its focus back onto Novice again. The female professor notices her companion studying Novice once more and asks about his repeated interest. while the elderly observer admits a low-powered student reaching the top 10 is strange but possibly lucky, until his colleague says she noticed something unusual while reviewing the student's assessment details, and reveals that Novice's wristband blood power reading has risen from 2 to 3. The elderly professor suggests the trials strengthened him, though he admits such a change is unprecedented, but the woman considers it a possible error and recommends checking at the Central Academy. As the third hooded professor becomes increasingly uneasy about an unexplained concern surrounding the student, before ordering that Novice fight last and remain withheld until the professor returns, the troubled observer leaves the viewing chamber quickly, determined to verify the matter personally, while Tanya surrounds her gray-haired opponent with several identical apparent versions of herself, causing his desperate strike to pass harmlessly through one copy as it disperses. Before the real Tanya appears behind him with a glowing violet attack and playfully greets him, she then unleashes a towering column of violet energy that engulfs her trapped opponent, and mockingly apologizes for the attack while asking whether the injured student is all right, before smiling wickedly and explaining that if he remains capable of responding at all, she intends to continue driving him repeatedly into the broken arena floor below. Styles arrives among the spectators with one arm supported in a sling and walks down the steps, prompting one second-year to recognize him as a member of Novice's assessment team, while her companion wonders what happened and says someone that injured should have remained in bed. But Styles watches the arena intently and silently calls Novice's name within his thoughts. He thinks he had to attend because Novice might act recklessly after their shared ordeal, and wishes his friend would avoid their pain instead of throwing away his own future, before the announcer summons the #1 ranked student Zen for the next sparring match, and the crowd erupts as the reputed strongest descendant calmly enters the arena. A large bald opponent grins across from Zen and promises he will not fall easily, until the command begins their match and Zen fixes him with an unreadable stare, while the challenger draws back a huge fist and charges toward the motionless air, only for Zen to move invisibly fast as the attacker suddenly tumbles past him. Spectators stare in shock, unable to determine whether Zen even touched the airborne opponent, and one admits barely seeing the movement because it occurred too quickly to stop, while Sophie stretches, calls the descendants' entertaining matches finished, and asks Soren whether they should leave. But Soren remains seated and calmly answers that she is not ready yet. Novice's wristband suddenly chimes and illuminates while his hand hangs beside his uniform, before its display instructs him to select an opponent and he raises his focused gaze. Then Novice walks between the waiting contenders as they open a path before him, while silently scanning their faces until his green eye settles upon a chosen target. Novice extends one finger toward the surrounding contenders and firmly announces that he chooses one particular student, revealing Jadger standing directly in his line of sight while the crowd watches the challenge. Before Novice identifies Jadger aloud, and the direct descendant answers with an eager grin, as the departed professor reaches a red crystal linked to every active academy wristband. He explains that the crystal continuously assesses each wearer and should expose anything abnormal from there, then places one hand against its glowing surface and requests Novice Stormrider's complete student record, causing several crimson interfaces to appear as the crystal begins accessing multiple categories of data, while the professor smiles eagerly and prepares to uncover whatever secret the student conceals. Instead, numerous warning panels erupt across the display and overwhelm the expected assessment results, revealing Novice's name and vampire race while replacing his health and blood type with question marks, which makes the professor recoil and demand an explanation for the impossible information before him, before repeatedly insisting the crystal's alarming response cannot possibly be correct at all. He stares in growing fear and considers the consequences if the unreadable data is genuine, then realizes he must immediately stop whichever student Novice has selected as his opponent, and bolts from the crystal chamber while urgently declaring that the fight must end now, before sprinting through the corridor in disbelief because such an event has never happened. The professor remembers the tournament was designed to display the clan descendant's superiority before other vampires, and believes disaster may still be avoided provided Novice does not fight one of them, because any incident involving a descendant before the watching crowd could transform the entire academy, so he accelerates toward the arena entrance while shouting that he must hurry. Novice and Jadger take their positions across the cleared arena while the watching crowd settles into silence, as the concerned hooded professor reaches the scene and realizes he has arrived too late, before Jadger laughs at Novice's choice and repeatedly calls the challenger an exceptionally stupid man. Claiming assessment success means nothing because fighting a direct descendant amounts to certain defeat. Chip hovers beside Novice and asks whether he has a plan against someone this strong, but the white-haired fighter admits he must improvise once their dangerous exchange begins, then tightens his fist and privately acknowledges that he simply wants to punish Jadger, while astonished spectators call him insane for voluntarily challenging one of the strongest descendants. Soren watches uneasily and wonders whether Novice understands what he has chosen to do, as Sophie can only hope Jadger shows restraint during the severely mismatched fight, while the returning professor enters the viewing chamber and hears that a fool challenged Jadger, leaving him alarmed and desperate to invent a convincing reason for stopping the match. The elderly professor urges calm, arguing Jadger would never kill someone before so many witnesses. Just as the official command sounds and both selected fighters begin their confrontation, where Jadger grins and promises Novice an entire world filled with pain ahead, before exploding forward so quickly that his body leaves blurred afterimages across the arena. Novice turns in surprise as the descendant closes the distance before he can properly react, and Jadger drives a crushing fist directly into the side of his opponent's head, launching Novice backward into the stone boundary hard enough to fracture it upon impact, while the system reports that the opening strike removed 18 health from him. Recovering at the cracked boundary, Novice realizes Jadger removed 18 health despite his reflexive block, while Jadger praises those reflexes and announces he intends to enjoy this opponent, before Novice crosses his arms and releases a crimson slash toward the approaching descendant, only for Jadger to drive another heavy punch through his guard and into his torso. The relentless attacker immediately follows with another crushing blow as Novice struggles to recover, then unleashes a punishing barrage while the system records repeated losses of 10, 12, and 15 health, forcing Novice to swing a desperate counterpunch through the continuing sequence of impacts, but Jadger manifests a towering blue energy guard and stops the counter completely. Novice drops toward the floor in pain while Jadger stands over him laughing openly, and the descendant mocks his confidence, asking what he ever imagined accomplishing here, as Styles watches from the stands and acknowledges Novice wants revenge for their suffering, but believes the brutal reality is that ordinary students cannot defeat direct descendants. He bitterly concludes this overwhelming advantage lets powerful heirs escape consequences for such abuses. While several observing clan descendants call the battered challenger a poor reckless fool, and Tanya smirks that Jadger will never allow the humiliation to end with one punch, before bloodied Novice rises unsteadily and tells Jadger he has one remaining question. Jadger smiles and asks whether his wounded opponent finally intends to beg for mercy, but Novice instead demands to know whether Jadger was the person who injured Nomo so severely. As his memory flashes to the pendant above his teammate's blood-covered face and badly wounded body, then returns to the moment he found Nomo slumped helplessly amid a spreading pool of blood. Jagger claims he does not know Nomo, responding to Novice's accusation with dismissive confusion, then recognizes the description of Novice's short friend and casually insults the wounded student, before demanding that Novice reveal how his supposedly foolish team passed the assessment so quickly. While Novice remembers his injured companions and angrily asks what Jadger and his group did, standing bloodied before him, the white-haired fighter answers that his friends are simply exceptionally strong people, then offers himself for further punishment while begging Jadger not to target either teammate, and declares that he will gladly serve as the descendant's personal punching bag, prompting Jadger to slam a fist downward and demand a direct answer from him. Jadger laughs that Novice kept begging him to spare his friends and accept every punch, then announces that those friends have now turned Novice into an available punching bag, while the silent white-haired fighter lowers his head as dark fragments drift around his body, and he draws a slow breath while gathering himself beneath the descending debris. Novice closes one hand around Nomo's pendant as his expression hardens with renewed determination, and vows never to let another person close to him die because of his weakness, before a violent crimson aura suddenly erupts around him amid floating black and violet sparks, leaving Jadger wide-eyed as he senses the sudden change in his wounded opponent. Novice steps forward through the surging aura and promises to make Jadger pay, as the concerned professor recognizes the transformed student's power as exceptionally strong from above. Then panics and shouts from the viewing chamber that the officials must stop the match immediately, but the elderly professor asks why, noting the student is fighting well despite still losing. The concerned professor rejects the elder's assessment and insists he does not understand the danger, clarifying that Novice is not the student whose condition currently worries him most, because Jadger is the participant he believes may be threatened by the changing power. As Novice rushes forward through his crimson aura while black and violet motes circle overhead, Jadger laughs at the charge and accuses his opponent of trying to appear intimidating, then cracks his knuckles and says such posturing might frighten weaker fools but not him, before rapidly concentrating bright blue-violet energy around his raised fist as Novice approaches, while Novice recalls enduring similar situations hundreds of times during his previous battles. He raises one forearm beneath the descending strike, maintaining a calm expression behind his guard, and decides to harness his rage without surrendering the clear judgment needed to win, when Jadger swings the energy-coated fist downward and shouts for his opponent to die, forcing Novice to cross both arms and absorb the overwhelming impact directly again. The blow sends Novice crashing backward into the stone boundary despite his defensive posture, and the system removes 15 health while he realizes even a perfect block still hurts, before Jadger calls the Crimson display a bluff and dives toward his grounded opponent, then overwhelms Novice with another rapid series of punches against his crossed guard. Sophie admits surprise that Novice has remained conscious for so long under Jadger's assault, while the descendant continues his barrage, apparently choosing to prolong the punishment for entertainment. And she argues an ordinary vampire cannot overcome the enormous inherited advantage of a direct descendant, but Soren replies that she would agree only if this were truly an ordinary fight. Soren asks Sophie to identify the greatest difference separating direct descendants from every other vampire, and Sophie suggests their notorious stubbornness, prompting an unimpressed stare from her serious friend, then nervously retracts the joke and asks Soren to repeat the question properly. So Soren answers plainly that the difference lies in their inherited blood weapons. She explains that every vampire may wield one, but clan descendants inherit weapons strengthened across generations, although the assessment rules prohibit every contestant from using a blood weapon during these matches, and Sophie notes that direct descendants should still remain far stronger even without them, before Soren adds that two further inherited advantages also influence this dangerous confrontation. She compares ordinary humans withholding full strength from ants with the descendants restraining themselves, yet notes even an ant can make a grown man recoil painfully with one bite, as an illustrated traveler cries out and grabs the small bite on his leg, while Soren concludes Jadger would embarrass himself by using his complete strength here. She believes the descendant has underestimated Novice and will likely continue doing so, thereby granting the battered challenger one opportunity to exploit his opponent's misplaced confidence, while the system displays that Novice now has 62 of 150 health, and the elderly professor mocks his colleague for previously claiming Jadger was endangered. The concerned professor stares at his trembling hand, wondering whether his interpretation was wrong, then silently prays that the Academy Crystal made a mistake about Novice's changing power. As Jagger declares the amusement finished and says Novice never deserved consideration among the top 5, before the descendant launches himself high above the arena to begin a stronger attack. Jagger plunges from overhead with intersecting blue-violet energy trails converging toward his waiting opponent, while Novice recognizes that his remaining health cannot survive another direct impact like this, and answers by sweeping a broad crimson wave upward across the descendant's descending path, causing both attacks to collide in a violent red explosion that fills the arena. Soren watches the blast in shocked silence as black and violet fragments continue drifting around her, before Sophie quietly asks whether she also noticed the same unusual detail during that exchange, and Soren confirms they may be the only spectators who recognized it so far, while Jadger emerges furious and curses Novice as an increasingly annoying insect before him. The descendant coats his clenched fist in crackling blue-violet power and launches forward once more, driving directly toward the retreating challenger as Novice tumbles close to the arena boundary. But Novice recognizes Jadger always charges straight ahead whenever his opponent appears trapped, although he also acknowledges that the approaching descendant remains dangerously fast at close range. He determines Blood Swipe cannot succeed from this distance, and a prolonged exchange guarantees defeat, while his unchanged 62 health remains insufficient for the stronger technique he wants to use, as Styles watches from the stands and believes his friend has already done everything possible, then wishes he could somehow help Novice remove the dangerous opponent from the match. A crimson connection suddenly surrounds Styles as he walks through the spectator corridor with his sling, while unconscious Nomo quietly murmurs Novice's name from his infirmary bed elsewhere at the academy, and a matching blood-like current rises from Nomo's body while he remains asleep, before Chip warns Novice that Blood Bond is absorbing health from both bonded teammates. Novice's health begins rising in small increments from 70 to 71 as crimson energy gathers, and he admits that he does not understand the unexpected recovery occurring around him, but forms a dense crimson sphere between both hands and decides to seize the opportunity, while Jadger descends with an energy-coated fist and orders the challenger to die. The descendant reaches Novice at close range as the system shows health climbing to 76, yet Novice grips him amid coiling crimson power and promises to make him pay, then activates Blood Cannon, consuming 50% of his maximum health in one instant. As violent crimson tendrils wrap around Jadger directly before the attack's expanding force, the condensed blood power erupts into an enormous circular blast around Novice and his captured opponent, before surging upward as a towering crimson column that leaves Jadger suspended above him, while Novice screams that this attack represents his only remaining chance to win the match, and desperately hopes the devastating direct impact causes Jadger severe pain throughout his body. Novice insists the descendant must suffer at least as badly as Styles and Nomo did, as the concentrated crimson blast continues driving Jadger upward through crackling blue-violet energy, while terrified spectators shout that the expanding attack may reach them and begin fleeing, until the hooded professors raise blue hexagonal barriers that intercept the scattered crimson streams. The concerned professor braces behind the shield and recognizes the destructive display as the danger he feared. While the broad protective dome contains the blood-like debris above the arena floor, an exhausted Novice drops to one knee with both hands pressed against the stone, before the system declares critical status and confirms only one of 150 health remains. Barely conscious at 1 health, Novice remains on one knee and struggles to control his trembling hands, while realizing Blood Bond unexpectedly supplied the additional power that enabled his desperate attack. And remembering that this was the same system skill previously used on Styles and Nomo, when he previously transferred his own health to heal each critically wounded teammate. He connects their distant crimson currents with the extra health received when he needed power, and wonders whether Blood Bond permits him to draw from portions of their health, until Chip frantically reminds him that a single health point means almost certain death. While Novice explains he activated Blood Cannon immediately after receiving the minimum required health, he recognizes that any real fight outside the academy could now kill him with almost no force, but forces himself upright because Jadger's continued resistance means he cannot surrender yet, as smoke and crimson residue swirl above the crater where the descendant landed, revealing Jadger motionless among shattered stone with his clothing torn and body visibly battered. A low rumble follows as the wounded descendant's hand shifts against the cracked arena floor, and Novice recoils in disbelief that Jadger survived a direct blood cannon impact, while stunned spectators shout that the fallen direct descendant can still move again, prompting one observer to admit that clan heirs truly belong to another breed. Novice finally decides continuing is impossible and prepares to abandon the match entirely. Then begins announcing his surrender before movement from Jadger interrupts the unfinished words, as the scorched descendant drags himself forward through lingering crimson fragments and takes one step, only to lose consciousness and collapse face-first directly onto the arena floor before Novice. Across the ruined arena, Novice remains standing at one edge while Jadger lies collapsed at the other, as the stunned instructor raises one hand and haltingly speaks the challenger's name. Before recovering enough to declare Novice the official winner of the match at last, and the surrounding spectators erupt into cheers over his unbelievable victory against a descendant. The remaining clan descendants watch silently while one remarks that the crowd loves an underdog, but a red-haired contender scratches his head and asks how such an outcome was possible, whereas Soren calmly admits that she expected this result after observing the exchange. Because the moment both fighters' blood swipes canceled each other confirmed her suspicion. Blood swipe is a basic technique that nearly every vampire can perform regardless of type, but its actual strength depends on several separate qualities beyond the visible blood power score, beginning with physical strength, which controls both the projectile's speed and the throwing arm's force, followed by mana, which spellcasters may use to alter a swipe's speed and density. A third factor is technique, including how the vampire draws power through the body and focuses aura, while the final factor is the vampire's innate blood strength underlying every attempt. Yet Soren explains their wristbands report only this base blood strength during academy assessments, making the displayed numbers unreliable because they ignore all the other decisive variables. She adds that anyone skilled enough at aura control could conceal power from such a device. While direct descendants normally excel across physical strength, mana, technique, and innate blood alike, so even their restrained blood swipes remain fundamentally different from attacks thrown by ordinary vampires, as the crowd continues applauding while attendants begin helping the exhausted winner from the arena. Soren concludes Novice possesses neither refined technique nor physical strength comparable to the clan descendants, yet still produced a blood swipe matching Jadger's restrained attack despite those disadvantages, and privately decides that this contradiction can have only one possible explanation left, while hooded assistants enter the ruined arena and begin carrying the exhausted fighters away. The elderly professor clutches his hood in disbelief and demands to know how this happened, questioning how a student whose blood power reading showed 2 could defeat a direct descendant. As another professor agrees the result defies every logical expectation for someone scored so low, while the concerned professor sits uneasily and begins reconsidering the meaning of that reading. He repeats that the earlier value shown by the Academy crystal requires a different interpretation, prompting the other hooded professors to turn from the arena and listen closely, before he reveals that Novice never actually possessed a blood power reading of 2. Leaving his confused colleagues staring silently while he struggles to explain the discrepancy. The professor finally states that Novice's original reading was 12 rather than 2, because the earlier apparent 2 and subsequent 3 actually represented 12 and 13, as assistants carry the unconscious Jadger from the arena while the audience continues discussing the upset, and Sophie calls the victory unbelievable as she walks beside Soren through the stands. She still expects Jadger would win a rematch but admits blood cannon was extraordinary, while Soren offers only a quiet agreement and continues walking toward the exit, before Sophie speculates that Novice may be a hidden illegitimate child of a major clan or a secret weapon raised by a subsidiary family seeking power, then asks Soren's opinion. Soren pauses and looks back when Sophie's speculation raises a more serious concern, explaining that if Novice truly belongs to no clan, his victory creates immediate danger, because every major clan will now watch him closely and attempt to recruit him, while any refusal could make them treat the unaffiliated fighter as a threat worth eliminating. Sophie concedes that someone so powerful without clan backing would possess no meaningful protection, as Soren remembers warning Novice against standing out and resents his spectacular defiance of that advice. Then worries he must also survive rival clans competing to control or recruit him, and potentially another unknown group if they discover he is a turned human vampire. She fears the discovery could destabilize relations between clans, while his secret leaves him completely unprotected, until Sophie playfully suggests asking Novice to join Soren's clan because her father would approve, leaving Soren startled by the proposal as she repeats the words about her clan. Before the scene shifts from the arena stands to a quiet academy infirmary room. The system raises recovering Novice to level 16, increases endurance from 16 to 20 and grants 5 stat points, and he appreciates the unexpected reward despite earning nothing for sparing Jadger's life, then wonders how to allocate the newly received points while considering his class, but admits he has no idea which statistics best support his chosen specialization. Chip reminds him that the fight was dangerously close because he finished with only 1 health, then says even a congratulatory slap from another person could have killed him, before tugging his hair and demanding to know how their shared survival was even possible, while Novice relaxes beside an intravenous line and chuckles at the familiar's outrage. Novice notices the intravenous bag contains blood and appreciates that the infirmary understands vampire treatment. After consuming a positive blood restores him to 160 health and increases blood efficiency, until a sudden knock at the infirmary door interrupts his conversation with Chip, and Styles calls through the door for permission before the patient invites him inside. Styles enters wearing patient clothing with one arm immobilized and approaches Novice's bed, while the patient reflects that broken bones and deep tissue damage heal slower than depleted health. Before the injured friend sits nearby and asks how Novice feels after the match, and Novice answers that he honestly feels better than ever right now after recovering. Styles laughs that this confidence is exactly what he expected from the victorious fighter, then says he would also flaunt defeating a direct descendant before everyone he met, although he worries Jadger may seek revenge and that the Marquess clan could react worse, leaving Novice swallowing nervously as he considers those consequences for the first time. He remembers Soren telling him to remain inconspicuous and realizes he accomplished the exact opposite, but Styles shifts the conversation and sincerely thanks him for intervening against Jadger, because Novice delivered the retaliation Styles wanted for himself and for Nomo afterward, then reveals that Nomo has awakened in another infirmary room nearby following treatment. Styles proposes that the two of them visit their recovering teammate together at once, and praises Novice for surviving while joking that he is stronger than his appearance suggests, as Nomo rubs his head and responds weakly from the neighboring bed nearby, then brightly congratulates Novice after hearing that he successfully defeated Jadger in combat. Novice asks how Nomo learned about the match so quickly while still confined to bed. And Nomo says the infirmary staff discussed it constantly, likely spreading news across the island, before thanking Novice and admitting he never imagined anyone would retaliate against Jadger for him, while the victorious fighter insists success was impossible without both injured teammates supporting him. Styles dismisses their contribution and playfully grabs Novice, accidentally removing another single health point. But Novice regains composure and insists that he genuinely means the statement about their help, explaining that he became too weak to activate blood cannon during the middle of the fight, and felt as though Styles and Nomo directly supplied the power he needed. Styles wonders whether he is serious, while Nomo remembers sensing himself weakened during the match. Then Nomo argues anyone defeating Jadger must be powerful and asks how Novice became so strong. As Styles adds that the blood attacks looked formidable despite his friend's weak physical performance, and Novice admits he wanted their advice about improving that exact weakness afterward. He suggests the problem may relate to his unusual system class, rather than effort, prompting Styles to assume his friend simply means being a physical-type vampire like them, but Novice shakes his head and clarifies that he means a specific class instead, then identifies himself plainly as a blood manipulator before both teammates inside the infirmary. Styles and Nomo react with matching exaggerated shock, unable to understand the unfamiliar classification, while an unidentified figure secretly listens from the dim corridor outside their closed door, and the bespectacled listener smiles privately, calling the revealed classification interesting from nearby. As both patients continue mumbling blood manipulator in disbelief before Novice inside the room, Novice asks whether something is fundamentally wrong with the blood manipulator class after seeing their reactions, but Chip averts his eyes and remains suspiciously silent beside his confused partner, prompting Novice to remember that the familiar originally recommended choosing this particular class, and wonder why he trusted someone who knew so little about the system. Nomo cautiously says the class is not inherently wrong but hesitates before explaining its reputation, until Styles bluntly declares that nobody chooses Blood Manipulator because the class is terrible, adding that no clan head follows it and therefore no skilled mentor can teach beginners, while rare students who attempt the path usually discover they can accomplish almost nothing. He explains that its attacks demand substantial blood yet deliver little power and virtually no physical support. So most students eventually abandon Blood Manipulator and change to another class instead, because committing to any path reshapes the vampire's body, leaving failed users severely disadvantaged, and Nomo agrees that this bottom-ranked reputation makes nearly everyone avoid it entirely. Novice examines his hands in silence while reconsidering the dangerous choice Chip encouraged, but reasons that his system may explain how he overcame the class's demanding requirements. As his level 16 status shows 160 health, 30 strength, agility, and sense, 20 endurance, 50 energy, and 5 unspent points, and he recognizes exact mathematical limits governing his blood effects in every system skill. Unlike ordinary vampires, he always knows precisely how much health each blood attack consumes, while his years as a physical fighter help compensate for the class's weak bodily support, allowing his growing collection of system skills to offset most remaining physical disadvantages, though he reasons the class must have at least one experienced master somewhere in existence. Styles and Nomo admit they have never seriously considered whether any blood manipulator master exists, but reassure Novice that defeating Jadger ensures nobody can reasonably call him weak, before Styles advises him to keep his rare class secret from everyone else, because admitting it publicly could look like another attempt to attract attention through deception. Novice covers his face and sighs at having accumulated yet another dangerous secret, then accepts that hiding his class is one more burden he must carry, while privately deciding that a single day has already brought him enough public attention, before Soren enters another infirmary room where the heavily bandaged Jadger is recovering. Standing beside the doorway, she remarks that nobody could have expected this humiliating outcome for him, while Jadger lies rigidly on the bed with extensive bandages covering his face and torso, then glares at her and angrily demands why she came after he refused visitors, before forcing himself upright, coughing painfully and clutching his injured chest with one hand. Soren calmly tells him to stop talking because the effort will worsen his injuries, then reminds him that her father wants her paired with the strongest possible partner, and asks how Jadger can claim that position after losing to an unknown stranger, leaving the injured descendant staring back with furious disbelief through his remaining visible eye. Soren announces that she came only to tell him their arranged engagement is over, and Jadger's exposed eye widens in shock as she turns away from him. While she explains her father will cancel the wedding once news of this defeat reaches him, then declares that they now share no connection and have no reason to meet again. Soren walks out of the infirmary without looking back, leaving the door open behind her, and Jadger shouts an enraged insult after her while remaining confined to the bed, then slams his fist down hard enough to crack the nearby surface beside him. Before sitting motionless beneath the intravenous line and cursing his helpless condition in silence, his fury shifts toward Novice as he repeatedly condemns the fighter responsible for his humiliation, and he screams that he will kill the rival who defeated him during the match, then vows to reach Novice even if revenge becomes the final thing he ever does, while elsewhere several unidentified vampires gather around a crystal replaying the public defeat. The glowing sphere displays a trapped image of Jadger during the decisive confrontation, as one seated man tenses his clasped hands while examining the recorded fighter, and another wounded observer nearby reacts with blood still visible around his mouth, before a shadowed participant asks which clan the unknown victor belongs to at present. A composed woman says Novice's clan should not matter during their immediate discussion. But the first man answers that the issue exists precisely because Novice has no clan, then rises abruptly and slams both palms against the long table in disbelief, accusing the others of secretly arranging this impossible result to humiliate him before everyone. He claims someone must have trained a descendant in secret solely to embarrass him, while the surrounding vampires remain seated and watch his increasingly frantic accusation in silence, until the composed woman orders him to sit down and control himself at once, warning that his public outburst embarrasses both himself and her before the entire gathering. The previously furious man settles back into his chair, still visibly troubled by Novice's existence, and orders everyone to quickly gather any available information about the mysterious boy, then demands that every discovery be brought directly to the next meeting without delay. Because nobody beyond the 10 clan bloodlines has ever displayed comparable power in recorded history. He concludes that something is clearly wrong and urges everyone to uncover the explanation, while the unidentified vampires sit around the circular chamber beneath narrow shafts of blue light, and the glowing viewing crystal continues replaying the agitated participants' earlier outburst for everyone, as an unseen attendee quietly taps sharpened fingernails against the table in contemplation. Elsewhere, a hooded stranger wonders why Novice chose this particular destination and calls his arrival a gift, before exposing a broad fang-filled grin while promising the fighter will come directly to him. Then the following day begins beneath a bright moon above the Academy Infirmary building, where fully recovered Styles and Nomo emerge outside together after their short treatment. Styles stretches both arms overhead and declares himself completely restored, perhaps even stronger, while Nomo says he is simply happy that they are permitted outdoors again, although their movement remains restricted to one academy area until the opening ceremony, prompting Novice to ask whether they are truly allowed to stand outside there safely. Chip notes that every assessment participant should be nearby, meaning Jadger may also appear, but Novice doubts the injured descendant would risk causing another public disturbance so soon, until Styles overhears him speaking aloud and asks whether he is talking to himself, forcing Novice to remember only he sees Chip and resume communicating silently through thought. Nomo reassures Novice that worrying about another encounter with Jadger should be unnecessary, because ordinary students cannot leave while direct descendants probably return to their clans before the ceremony, prompting Styles to complain that they openly exploit privileges despite denying any preferential treatment. While Novice admits he still would not know how to respond if Jadger appeared, several nearby female students recognize the victorious fighter and excitedly wave toward his group, leaving Novice visibly surprised and embarrassed by the sudden attention from unfamiliar strangers, before he asks whether he is imagining the unusually large number of stairs, and Nomo explains that defeating a direct descendant naturally made him widely recognizable. Other male students glare openly, proving that the victory has also attracted hostile attention, when Silernet approaches the waiting trio with confident steps and addresses Novice directly, pulling back her hood while claiming she recognized his talent the moment she saw him, as one teammate studies her confident expression and begins forming an uneasy conclusion. Silernet says their assessment performances proved both of them and begins proposing a closer arrangement. But Styles thrusts one hand between them and forcefully pushes the approaching descendant away, calling her a desperate succubus whose intentions remain obvious despite every vampire being bloodthirsty, before she accuses Styles of befriending Novice only because he now knows Novice is strong. The offended descendant immediately slaps Styles across the face and drives him backward, then claims both weak teammates behave identically by clinging helplessly to Novice wherever he goes. while arguing that she would at least provide something useful by remaining beside him, until Novice interrupts with one sharp greeting that makes the confrontational Silent turn. Novice declares that he depends on Styles and Nomo exactly as much as they depend on him, and warns Silent never to insult either of his teammates that way again, as his overwhelming presence transforms into a terrifying crimson monster within her frightened imagination. Making Silent immediately tremble, apologize repeatedly, and desperately beg Novice not to kill her. She instantly sprints away across the grounds, leaving a long trail of dust behind, while Chip laughs and assumes she became afraid to challenge Novice's supposedly dangerous companions, and Styles gratefully grips Novice's shoulder while celebrating the beginning of their beautiful friendship, before seriously advising his friend not to become arrogant after defeating a direct descendant. Styles warns that Novice would have stood no chance against Jadger in a real battle, prompting the confused fighter to ask why Styles considers their strength difference so decisive, since Novice already knows Fortune helped him but never believed the gap was enormous, until Styles reveals direct descendants possess two major advantages unavailable to ordinary vampires. He turns toward Nomo for an explanation, but the shorter student hesitantly admits ignorance, then identifies their powerful blood weapons, inherited through each clan's leadership across successive generations, and explains these inherited weapons exceed anything ordinary vampires currently possess or can create, making Novice wonder whether the extraordinary object Soren previously used was also a blood weapon. Styles confirms his guess and says the second advantage explains the Academy's entire purpose, allowing students to seek recruitment or choose which clan they hope to join. But he rejects Novice's suggestion about family backing and clarifies that he means specialized abilities, because every established clan possesses one distinctive skill unavailable through ordinary vampire training. Styles explains the 10 clans remain separate because each teaches members its own unique skill, with Varkath clan vampires able to transform portions of their bodies directly into weapons, while Marquess clan members possess the ability to divide their bodies into numerous bats. And every direct descendant already inherits their clan's extremely useful combat technique from birth. Nomo says this knowledge helps students select a clan whose skill complements their fighting style, especially when recruited, although Novice privately hopes to avoid joining any clan if possible, until an approaching dark-haired student addresses Novice and announces that he has a request, causing Styles and Nomo to stare at the unexpected visitor with immediate alarm. Styles immediately begins stammering uncontrollably as recognition replaces his initial surprise and confusion, then demands to know what the imposing descendant could possibly want from Novice, before Zen steps fully into view and calmly faces the white-haired student directly, formally requesting that Novice accept a personal duel against the Academy's highest-ranked first year. Styles panics after realizing the #1 student has deliberately chosen Novice as his opponent. While nearby students stop their conversations and turn toward the confrontation across the open grounds, and Zen narrows his red eyes before asking whether he must repeat his challenge, leaving the surrounding crowd murmuring in disbelief about the sudden public duel request. Several students confirm that Zen truly asked the newcomer to fight him directly, as their sustained stares make Styles call Novice an unavoidable magnet for attention. Although Nomo fairly admits that Novice cannot be blamed for attracting this particular challenge, then wonders why Zen wants to fight the first-place student before the ceremony begins. Novice silently considers how to answer while Zen waits calmly before the watching crowd, remembering Styles and Nomo describe direct descendants as privileged princes accustomed to getting their way, and realizing their powerful clans effectively provide each heir with a private supporting army. While Chip eagerly suggests accepting and teaching Zen the same lesson Jadger received, the familiar immediately tempers that enthusiasm by recalling Styles' warnings about direct descendants, because this duel falls outside the assessment and would let Zen use his full power against Novice, who would be directly challenging the Academy's famous #1 first-year student alone, prompting Novice to question where such a fight could happen and whether dueling is permitted. Zen bluntly replies that ordinary students lack permission, but his own status grants it, then glances toward the gathered students whose curiosity continues intensifying around their confrontation, before promising the duel will occur somewhere quiet and hidden from every outside observer, with Zen supplying a blood potion that can completely restore Novice after the fight. Novice concludes the offered recovery potion means Zen probably does not intend to kill him, but still directly asks the highest-ranked student why he wants this duel at all, making Zen blink in genuine surprise as though the motivation should already be obvious, before explaining that Novice ranks among the leading first-years while Zen holds first place. Zen says they must establish several things and considers wanting to fight completely natural, while Novice privately admits he is curious about the #1 student's true strength, because testing himself could reveal how far he remains from the level he needs, but recognizing the danger, he asks what accepting Zen's private duel would offer him. Zen reacts with genuine surprise because Novice responds to his invitation by demanding compensation, then explains that challengers ordinarily beg for opportunities to test themselves against him, including students and experienced adults who frequently offer valuable gifts for a single match. because sparring with one of the strongest fighters can provide an exceptionally valuable lesson. Novice privately agrees with that reasoning because his former life as an adventurer taught him similarly and recognizes from Zen's expression that refusing probably will not end the persistent request, so he decides to exploit the situation and secure something useful for accepting the risk, before telling Zen he never wanted this duel and only the descendant requested it. Novice therefore argues that accepting such an unwanted challenge should earn him a suitable reward, then raises one open hand and demands 5 separate blood potions as his price, with every potion containing blood collected separately from a completely different individual donor, while warning Zen that any attempt to deceive him will be discovered immediately. Zen studies the unusual negotiator and admits that Novice has become genuinely interesting, before turning away, ordering him to follow, and confidently leaving the gathering behind, as Novice walks after Zen while worried Styles and Nomo trail several steps behind, with Nomo quietly asking whether their white-haired teammate will really remain safe during this duel. Styles cautiously thinks so because he has not heard anything terrible about Zen yet, while the highest-ranked descendant approaches 2 uniformed guards stationed along the restricted pathway, and receives an immediate respectful bow as they silently allow the pair to continue, confirming Styles' claim that direct descendants truly receive extraordinary privileges throughout the academy. Zen leads Novice farther from the academy buildings and into the surrounding wooded grounds, while Novice quietly follows several steps behind and watches the descendant for sudden movement, until Zen stops inside a secluded rocky clearing and declares the location suitable, then raises one bandaged hand and snaps his fingers without offering further warning. A large crimson formation immediately swirls above Zen as blood-like energy gathers overhead, making the startled Novice raise both fists and ask whether their duel has already begun, before Zen compresses the spinning red mass around an object held above his palm and suddenly tosses a heavy cloth-wrapped bundle toward his confused opponent instead of attacking. The bundle lands with several metallic clangs, revealing multiple sheathed blades packed inside, while Novice recognizes the supplied weapons and reaches toward them with immediate interest, as Zen folds his arms and confirms that every weapon in the bundle belongs to Novice, before apologizing for entering Novice's room because he wanted to learn more about him. The descendant recalls quietly locating the stored blades beside the dormitory wall inside that room, then explains that weapons were forbidden only during the formal academy assessment rather than this duel, and refuses to accept any excuse claiming Novice lost because he lacked his usual equipment, because Zen wants his opponent at maximum strength and expects him to attempt absolutely everything. Novice kneels beside the open bundle and reaches decisively for one familiar sword, pulling the blade free before raising its polished edge across his guarded body, while privately deciding that fighting with his own weapons might provide a genuine chance, as Zen calmly summons several circling crimson streams that gather into another blood-like mass. Novice lowers his stance behind the raised sword while Zen watches from across the clearing, until the top-ranked descendant calmly asks whether his newly armed opponent is finally ready, and both fighters immediately launch forward, closing the distance with terrifying explosive speed, before their blades collide violently and scatter bright sparks through the dark clearing. Novice remembers that Zen's inherited blood weapon and unique clan trait remain his greatest unknown threats, then coats his sword in crimson energy and swings a powerful blood swipe toward Zen, spending 1 health as the enormous diagonal attack tears across the clearing between them, while realizing that channeling blood swipe through a sword makes the attack considerably faster. He follows with several rapid crimson arcs that cross and slice through Zen's position, but Zen twists smoothly among the intersecting attacks and avoids every approaching blade of energy, before emerging from the crimson barrage with an undisturbed expression and rapidly closing distance, forcing Novice to cross both swords defensively while acknowledging Zen truly deserves first place. He realizes expecting the #1 student to fall immediately would have been dangerously foolish. When Zen stomps the ground and releases an explosive orange surge beneath his body, then bursts through the rising debris with one fist darkened and concentrated for impact, driving the punch directly into Novice's crossed blades despite his prepared defensive stance. The collision detonates another circular shockwave and hurls loose stone outward across the clearing, while Novice is blasted backward inside a spinning column of shattered ground and dust, losing 30 health and recognizing power resembling the formidable creature he fought inside the cave, as Zen calmly asks whether the battered swordsman possesses anything stronger than his opening attacks. Zen suddenly surges forward through the debris and appears directly behind the recovering Novice, forcing the swordsman to whip around and catch another punch against his crossed blades, before Zen unleashes a relentless close-range barrage that keeps both weapons trapped defensively, with every fist colliding against steel hard enough to scatter showers of bright sparks. Novice realizes his sword cannot cut Zen's hands despite receiving every unprotected impact directly, and suspects the descendant is covering his entire body with an exceptionally dense blood aura, while repeated blocks remove 5 more health and rapidly exhaust the struggling defender, because every single strike drains Novice further even when his crossed swords stop it. Zen then concentrates another blazing punch and smashes directly through the crossed weapon guard, sending both swords spinning high above the clearing, while Novice remains trapped within striking distance, until one disarmed blade tumbles downward far behind the 2 closely engaged fighters, and Zen grins while asking what Novice intends to do without his swords. Novice absorbs another forceful kick before seizing Zen's attacking limb with crimson energy, then forms jagged blood claws around one hand and tightens his grip on the descendant, while secretly spending every remaining stat point to raise strength from 30 through 35, despite knowing emergency allocation is wasteful because he refuses to lose this duel. Zen merely smiles at the elaborate crimson claw and casually calls its appearance impressive as Novice anchors his grip, steps forward and draws the enlarged blood construct backward, before swinging the massive crimson claw across Zen with all his newly increased strength. Yet the attack unexpectedly connects and sends the top-ranked descendant flying across the clearing. Novice notices one sword lying behind Zen and realizes the unexpected hit creates another opportunity, then extends two narrow crimson tendrils from his blood claws toward the disarmed blades, snaring both hilts with the flexible blood constructs before sharply jerking his arms backward and pulling the recovered swords through the air along two sweeping curved paths. Novice uses the crimson tethers to send both blades converging upon Zen from opposite directions, but neither remotely controlled strike touches him, leaving the frustrated swordsman cursing his failure, while Zen calls the unusual weapon control interesting and says it matches his expectations, before settling into a low stance as orange energy concentrates around one raised hand. Zen lifts that open palm and calmly tracks the airborne swords approaching from multiple angles, as Novice directs a dense pattern of looping blade attacks around the descendant's position. Yet Zen blocks every carefully aimed strike using only his bandaged forearm and hand, despite Novice deliberately targeting awkward openings that should have bypassed an ordinary defense. The descendant suddenly rushes through the failing assault while one deflected sword strikes the ground, and coldly declares Novice's intricate technique still insufficient against his superior combat ability, before launching himself upward inside an explosive orange column and descending directly upon Novice, then smashing the white-haired fighter downward with one crushing close-range blow delivered to the head. The impact drives Novice into the ground and erupts through the clearing like an explosion, removing 67 health before the rebounding force hurls his battered body backward violently, as the battered fighter finally admits that every remaining strategy seems incapable of defeating Zen, while Chip observes Zen needed no blood weapon and simply won through skill, making Novice question himself. Zen forms another compact crimson vortex beside one hand and draws a blood potion from it, then tosses the bottle toward Novice, calling this first restorative dose completely free. And the potion lands beside the collapsed fighter while Zen remains waiting at distance, before ordering Novice to drink and repeat the same attack previously used against Jadger. Novice realizes Zen means blood cannon and studies the nearby bottle with renewed determination, knowing restored health would permit activation while suspecting Zen understands the technique's enormous blood requirement, until the battered fighter abandons hesitation and tightly grabs the offered crimson potion, then pulls out its stopper and rapidly drinks the entire restorative contents inside. Novice rises across from Zen and warns that the descendant personally requested what comes next, before violent crimson energy and dark lightning erupt around his body as blood cannon activates, while Novice reasons that injuring Zen should not bring punishment because Zen initiated everything, and compresses a dense black-centered crimson sphere between his clawed hands for release. The completed blood cannon erupts forward as a gigantic crimson beam surrounded by dark lightning, while Zen plants both feet and answers by surrounding himself with concentrated orange energy, then pulls one blazing fist backward and throws it directly into the approaching crimson blast, meeting Novice's strongest attack head-on with nothing except his orange-coated bare hand alone. Their collision detonates a towering orange and crimson explosion that consumes the entire rocky battlefield, and the expanding shockwave throws one distant figure high through the smoke-filled air, leaving Novice and Chip startled when Zen reappears standing calmly amid the settling debris, because the direct collision with blood cannon has left the descendant completely unharmed. Zen asks whether Novice finally understands the enormous difference separating their current levels, then places 5 promised blood potions nearby and confirms their agreement has been completely honored, before warning that Novice's public victory will draw countless powerful observers from now onward, including the entire Marquess family, which may kill him before he reaches maximum strength. Zen turns away and says the endangered student now has only 2 realistic options: either find someone sufficiently powerful to provide protection or become strong enough to need none, then walks calmly from the ruined clearing while Novice remains collapsed among blood-stained debris, leaving the defeated fighter to comprehend the true strength of the Academy's #1 student. Novice rises and wonders how many similarly powerful vampires currently inhabit this isolated island, remembering first the dangerous vampire encountered inside the cave before reaching the Academy, then recalling Soren and the extraordinary power she previously displayed directly before him, and finally adding Zen to the growing list of overwhelming vampires he has encountered. Chip says obtaining answers requires one clear course of action from this moment forward, then bluntly orders Novice to continue growing stronger regardless of the obstacles ahead, and the exhausted fighter silently nods because he already accepts that unavoidable conclusion, before recognizing that the newly acquired blood potions provide one dependable path toward improvement. Novice lifts one bottle and realizes he needs only a sample rather than consuming everything, then allows a single crimson drop to fall from the bottle onto his extended tongue, triggering confirmation that O-type blood raises his blood aura strength from 5 to 6, while he swallows the measured sample and keeps the remaining potion for later use. Novice wonders where Zen obtained so much preserved human blood while examining the remaining bottles, but decides questions about other people must wait until he can reliably protect himself. Although he still intends to discover the source supplying these valuable blood potions, whose sealed containers appear capable of keeping human blood usable for extended periods. System displays O-type for blood aura strength, A-type for blood aura efficiency, B-type for sun resistance, and OB-type for reduced blood hunger, before Chip advises storing every remaining potion safely instead of consuming them immediately. And the familiar gathers the clustered bottles into his unseen system storage space, leaving Novice convinced that access to stronger blood may provide his best route forward. However, the Academy's control prevents him from leaving the island to seek independent resources, making survival one day at a time feel difficult enough without planning any escape, until he returns to the crowded Academy courtyard where Styles and Nomo wave excitedly. And Nomo admits they worried after Zen returned without Novice following behind him. Novice jokes that he assumed their friendship had already broken apart and his revenge arc awaited, but Styles says he would abandon that plan immediately upon learning Zen had killed Novice, prompting both teammates to continue their animated argument while nearby students watch curiously, and making Novice realize vampires can behave remarkably like ordinary humans despite their differences. He concludes that this population contains both decent people and dangerous individuals alike, before Styles and Nomo hurry him back toward their room for a private conversation, where Styles notes none of them are spellcasters and suggests speaking quietly to avoid detection, although he remains anxious that someone could still be secretly listening beyond the closed door. Inside the room, Styles asks what happened and assumes Zen thoroughly defeated his returning friend, prompting Novice to collapse backward across the bed while raising one exhausted arm, and admit that Zen completely overwhelmed him without ever revealing an inherited blood weapon, before wondering how long becoming powerful enough to rival the top-ranked student might require. Night passes over the academy beneath changing moonlight and drifting clouds above its towers, while Novice, Styles, and Nomo sleep separately across the three beds inside their room. And Novice reflects that his life has transformed completely since serving within the Order, although part of him still clings firmly to the code that once guided him. He recognizes that surviving and avenging his fallen companions may require abandoning that code, as an old memory returns of younger Novice training with armed Order members outdoors, where a bearded shield-bearing Paladin remarks that Novice still has not struck him once, and says the Order emblem on his shield proves he is more than a useless elder. Younger Novice immediately closes again, sweeping both swords toward the veteran's guarded position, but the broad decorated shield absorbs another explosive combination and scatters fragments across the field, leading the veteran to call Novice strange because Paladins normally prioritize defensive skills over swords. While Novice explains that those natural defenses encouraged him to develop additional offensive ability, their sparring pauses as both combatants immediately turn toward another sudden exchange nearby, where a younger axe-wielding paladin drives a powerful downward blow into the veteran's shield, and the bearded veteran agrees that this other unusual paladin also avoids carrying one, before concluding the Order has become remarkably interesting with these two unconventional fighters present. The memory fades as sleeping Novice lies quietly inside the shared academy room before dawn, thinking that he and Park entered the Order together and wondering how his old companion fares, while fearing what Park might think if he eventually learned everything Novice has done, until moonlight gives way to the bright morning of the Academy's long-awaited opening ceremony. Repeated pounding shakes the room door while Novice complains about another night of poor sleep, and he reluctantly opens it, asking why the visitor needs to knock so loudly, only for Styles and Nomo to demand how anyone could sleep through such an important day, because the opening ceremony will finally make all successful applicants official Academy students. Nomo excitedly calls this a major occasion while both teammates urge Novice to prepare, and reassures him that encountering Jadger today should not create another immediate problem, before revealing that every clan head is reportedly expected to attend the opening ceremony, as enormous blue beams rise above the crowded ceremonial plaza outside the academy buildings. Groups of uniformed students gather throughout the stands and excitedly exchange rumors before proceedings begin, with two female students whispering that a newcomer defeated one of the direct descendants, prompting an astonished listener to regret missing the assessment where the remarkable upset occurred. While another skeptical student asks whether such an unlikely victory truly happened at all, her companion insists she personally witnessed the entire confrontation with her own eyes, as similar murmurs spread across multiple rows of seated first-years awaiting the ceremony, until one student teasingly observes that her companion appears more radiant than usual, and the smiling girl confidently agrees that the unusual glow is completely genuine. Sophie asks whether Soren ended her engagement because she had always secretly hated Jadger, but the blushing descendant smiles and admits her friend's earlier guess may have been correct, while ceremony spectators continue murmuring throughout the stands around Novice and his teammates, including a rumor that Soren may have fallen for a human living on the mainland. Novice sits between Styles and Nomo as they survey the newly transformed ceremonial grounds, and Styles marvels that the Academy rebuilt everything quickly enough to change the entire scenery, while a neat row of dark ceremonial thrones waits across the otherwise empty central platform, prompting Nomo to ask whether the Vampire King himself will appear before them. Styles dismisses that possibility because he has heard the king speaks only with clan members and says any unaffiliated student meeting him must have done something extremely serious, causing Novice to lean forward as one important implication captures his full attention, because the Vampire King is apparently somewhere inside the academy during this ceremony. Novice believes the king would be the best person to know whether his infection can be removed, while his thoughts return to the unresolved transformation and the information still beyond his reach, including the vampire's goals, the academy's purpose, and Claire's reason for refusing to return. Until brilliant blue columns suddenly flare above the central platform and illuminate the waiting thrones. A confident voice welcomes the assembled students and formally begins the long-awaited opening ceremony, before a silver-haired man with glasses formally introduces himself to everyone as Suno, then explains that he serves as the academy's head responsible for every first-year student, and warns with a grin that today is their final opportunity to rest comfortably. Suno warns that every student will soon be thrown into the deepest parts of academy life, prompting nearby first-years to swallow nervously and exchange worried glances at his intimidating promise. As one frightened student recalls the difficult assessment and questions what academy training will bring, while Suno explains that graduating vampires must become capable of joining one of 10 major clans. To complete the ceremony, he announces that every attending clan head will be introduced individually, then calls more obsidianth forward as thick supernatural smoke gathers around the first throne, where a stern dark-haired man materializes seated calmly amid the swirling haze and blue light, causing Novice to notice the powerful clan head's unmistakable resemblance to Zen himself. Styles casually confirms that Moore looks like Zen because the imposing man is his father. And Zen's overwhelming strength makes Novice wonder how much more powerful Moore must be, before questioning whether anyone on the mainland could defeat vampires of this terrifying caliber, since Novice suspects even experienced S-rank adventurers would struggle badly against such opponents. Suno continues the introductions by announcing that another clan head will appear next, and a second dark-haired leader materializes comfortably upon another throne through the rolling smoke. Before the newly arrived man's crimson eyes shift sharply toward one section of spectators, and his increasingly severe gaze locks directly onto Novice across the crowded ceremonial stands. A sudden oppressive sensation makes Novice flinch violently while gripping the bench beneath him, as translucent crimson system panels erupt around his body and begin buzzing with warnings, until repeated danger alerts multiply across his vision faster than he can process them. And Novice clutches his throat, crying out as intense internal pain suddenly overwhelms him. The system identifies intimidation from a lethal aura and reports that Novice's statistics have fallen, while he remains hunched over, gasping beneath the oppressive red-black pressure surrounding his body, until Nomo grips his shoulder and urgently asks whether his suffering teammate is all right, as Styles concludes that one of the newly arrived clan heads is deliberately affecting Novice. Styles identifies the responsible leader as Jadger's father and suspects revenge for his son's defeat, while struggling Novice wonders when the distant clan head will consider his punishment sufficient, astonished that such overwhelming power can reach him from several feet across the plaza. Before Suno continues the ceremony and introduces the next clan head as Kern T. Zurin, Novice immediately flinches again as an unsettling recognition begins forming across his strained face. And one widened green eye fixes upon the newly announced leader through the gathering smoke, where a shadowed figure reveals a cold smile while calmly observing the seated students, causing Novice to tremble uncontrollably as he struggles to express what he recognizes. His eyes redden while he recalls believing the responsible attacker might be inside this academy, as Kern lounges confidently upon his throne with a faint smile amid dissipating smoke. And Novice bares his fangs, glaring forward with rage while the realization settles, although the wider audience continues watching three occupied thrones from the surrounding stands. Novice remembers suspecting that the vampire responsible for his transformation might attend the academy, because the attacker's overwhelming strength had already suggested a powerful connection to vampire society, and now believes the figure who turned him and killed his friends is a clan head. Before Styles notices his furious reaction and again asks whether Novice is all right, Chip warns that Novice's uncontrolled blood aura has begun spreading across the surrounding area, prompting the furious vampire to breathe deeply and force his surging power back under control, while recalling that even his paladin skills and high system level could not defeat Kern, meaning his present strength offers no realistic chance of overcoming that enemy right now. Novice clenches one fist and restrains the anger still tightening his entire expression, as Chip advises remaining inconspicuous among many students because clan heads rarely interact with them, while Kern leans comfortably against his throne and watches the ceremony with an amused grin, and Novice vows to leave the academy only after taking the responsible clan head's life. Suno resumes the formal introductions by welcoming the next attending clan head, Gemma Velmore, who strides through the lingering smoke with long brown hair and a composed smile, before reaching the newly formed throne and lowering gracefully into the waiting seat, while Suno immediately introduces another attending clan head by the name Cryptor Sanguil. A broad, severe-looking vampire materializes upon the next throne amid curling gray smoke, prompting two female students within the stands to observe his imposing entrance together. As one remarks that her companion's father looks every bit as intimidating as ever, but the leader's daughter calmly replies that he actually appears to be feeling cheerful. Her companion reacts with alarm upon learning that this expression represents his good mood, and admits she would strongly prefer never seeing the clan head genuinely angry, before Suno announces that the remaining clan heads were unable to attend today's ceremony. Because their important work improves vampire society, though students may eventually meet them personally, the attending clan heads remain seated across the platform while curious whispers spread through spectators, as students wonder whether the distinguished visitors will provide a special opening ceremony performance, and eagerly speculate about witnessing either an exhibition fight or a grand magical display. Reasoning that clans should impress talented students if they hope to recruit them later, Suno silences the growing speculation by clapping sharply beneath the towering blue ceremonial beam, then announces that one attending clan head will deliver an inspiring opening address, before politely inviting Kern to stand and share several words with the students, while Nomo remembers believing Novice was troubled only by the Marquess family leader. He now wonders how his supposedly clan-ignorant teammate could recognize anyone from the Teazurin family, as Kern leaves his throne and walks alone toward the center of the ceremonial platform, where he spreads both arms and claims he can feel extraordinary potential in his bones, before predicting this academy year will contain the strongest students the institution has ever seen. Kern promises excitement but warns anyone unable to improve will fall behind, including direct descendants. Leaving the packed stand silent while every student absorbs the provocative challenge before them, and one furious first-year bares his fangs as the speech threatens even privileged heirs, until Kern suddenly turns toward the spectators with a sharply calculating expression across his face. The clan head's severe look transforms into a knowing grin as he chooses someone, and he raises one hand, pointing directly toward Novice's section of the stands. Before a thin crimson beam shoots from his fingertip across the entire ceremonial arena, creating a glowing target above startled Novice and confirming Kern has singled him out. The beam remains fixed above Novice while nearby first years turn toward their marked classmate, as Kern calls him the year's most interesting student after defeating a direct descendant, sending astonished murmurs throughout the stands while the crimson line continues connecting them. Until excited spectators identify Novice as Jadger's victor and finally believe the circulating rumors. Kern displays a broad predatory grin while savoring the attention now focused upon Novice, then says such remarkable strength should honestly be expected from someone with his background, before publicly revealing that he was personally responsible for transforming Novice into a vampire, leaving Styles, Nomo, Suno, and nearby observers staring at him in stunned, horrified disbelief. Novice remains frozen beneath the crushing revelation while red darkness frames his widened eyes, and the hovering crimson target continues burning above him as his hands grip the bench, while he desperately wonders whether exposing the secret formed part of Kern's plan, and questions whether creating this dangerous situation was what Kern wanted from the beginning. Kern warns that discovery as a turned vampire inside the academy will make life unbearable, then welcomes Novice to Trueblood Academy and promises him an exceptionally interesting future, before the scene shifts away from the ceremony toward a quiet forest beneath moonlight, where exhausted Park trudges forward beneath a dirt-stained white cloak after another difficult battle. A heavily armored senior paladin follows behind him through the narrow wooded path and praises Park for performing well throughout the demanding fight they just survived, prompting the confused younger paladin to ask what kind of creatures they encountered, before his experienced companion calmly identifies the mysterious enemies they encountered simply as vampires. Several red-uniformed vampires lie motionless across the blood-stained clearing as Park and his companion approach, unaware that multiple armed strangers are watching silently from branches high above their position, including hooded scouts and lightly armored fighters concealed throughout the surrounding moonlit canopy, until one perched swordsman quietly asks whether their hidden group should attack the paladins. A hooded leader refuses, explaining that these newcomers currently have nothing to do with them, and reasons that an enemy of their enemy can instead serve as a useful friend, before launching swiftly from the branch as other concealed fighters begin moving through the trees, while a massive red-eyed wolf creature bursts forward inside a towering column of blue power.